Hello everybody and welcome to the stream. We are back again for more The House in Fata Morgana. It's probably going to get very intense this time. So for one of those rare times, obviously I haven't looked into what actually is coming up, but what I will say is I have been warned that there are going to be a lot of trigger warnings in this one, that it's probably going to be more emotional than most of the doors we've done in the past. I'm not sure how the heck they're going to top what happened to Morgana. That terrifies me. But yeah, just to warn everyone, if you're a bit squeamish, if you're a bit worried about that, maybe this is an episode for you. Maybe come back when it's a VOD and people can see like different timestamps and stuff. But obviously going into this blind, we're not going to have any warnings. So yeah, just be aware that this is a very dark, mature game for a mature audience. Please take it as such. We should be diving into Michel's past in this one. From what I remember, when we left off, we got sent into the past by Morgana, and we are now going to relive Michel's memories and exactly what traumatized him, made him so distrusting and antisocial. Because it seemed like there was a lot of trauma buried in there from the brief memories that we managed to see in times. This is my favorite door. Let's go. That's what I love to hear. For favorite, is it because it's the most traumatic? Is it because the story's the best? Oh, I've got so many questions. But this is fine. Good morning, how are you today? I'm good, I'm good. Started off the morning nice. So far, the internet's going strong. It dropped some frames right at the beginning, but it hasn't in the last 5 minutes. And for once, that didn't immediately jinx it. Who just dropped so— oh my god! Lala, thank you for the 50 gifted membership. I just looked at my screen and saw sheep exploding out of the thing, and I was like, what just happened? Thank you so much for donating so many membership to the sheep pile. That's so sweet of you, and welcome to all of our new members. I hope you enjoy the ride. There's pretty much no grey names in chat now. That's wild. But yeah, this is an incredible story so far. I'm so excited to continue it. I can't wait to see. Explosion sheeps? Yeah, it's like worms down there. Got super sheep flying around, murdering everything. Ah, yeah. Let's open this up. I probably should have clicked this earlier, so the background music was less oh, we saved at the perfect time. The 7th door, 1086 to who knows. They don't want to let you know. Well, I guess there's no point in putting any time simply because we don't know how much of a time period it is. We don't know if this leads up to someone's death. It can't lead up to Michel's death. We already saw Michel's death. Oh, man. Okay, this is going to be good. This must be Michel. Well, it doesn't have Ivy on it. I don't know if this is Michel or Morgana narrating, but I'm going to imagine it's Michel narrating his own story. This sheep is still exploding. Oh my god, they couldn't load that many at the same time. Okay, let me grab myself. I'll move myself just slightly up so I'm out of the box completely. There we go. I'm with you guys today. Yeah, I'm just going to imagine this is Michel. So here we go. There were 2 things out of the ordinary about that baby. The first, its parents embraced, and the second, they wholly rejected. Although, it was some time before the baby's second peculiarity emerged, and until it finally did, no one was any the wiser, not even the child itself. Its mother surely enjoyed that brief period of happiness, before her child finally realized the truth. Blind to the fact that the moment it had let out its first cry, everything came crashing down. To this day, she still doesn't know the child she gave birth to, but she set loose a curse upon the world. A curse that turned angels into demons, humans into witches, and Michel into a poor traumatized baby. Antonin. I can't remember. This is the dad. Yeah, this is the dad. Okay. We're going to do our best. I'm not going to say what my theory was, but yeah, the fact that like the second quote unquote curse didn't reveal itself till later. Yeah, that backs up the theory a bit more even. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it sounds like the mom just like, yeah, completely rejected it, but we knew that. We knew that from the fact that they just abandoned Michel. Oh, it's the father? Yeah. I can't remember. I remember I gave him like a noble but dickish kind of voice. Oh my, yes. My god, look at that. Wait. This must be the mother. She's beautiful, isn't she? Have you seen her laugh? Not yet, I haven't. At any rate, that color certainly is something else. God's gift to us. No, she's an angel sent from heaven. An angel? Oh, yes. I can see it now, Liddy. Her white hair and almost translucent skin. It's beautiful. My, she opened her eyes. Maybe she felt you nearby. Do you like your father more than me? Is that it, sweetheart? Gorgeous, aren't they? Such a deep, enchanting color. Just like two little jewels. Ah, but they are. A magnificent shade of red. I've never seen anything like it. This is our child. She's special. I can feel it. We have to take good care of her. She needs a name. One that's just as special as her. Have you already chosen, Antonin? You were the one begging for a girl. You do it. Besides, I already had to rack my brain for the boys' names. Now it's your turn. Are you really going to let me? My. That's quite a lot of pressure. Name her after an angel, then. Oh, I like that. All right, then. We'll call her Michel, after the Archangel Michael. You'll grow up to be as beautiful as an angel, my Michel. I've always wanted a little girl. Yeah, okay. That 100% confirms it. Michel was born at least presenting as a girl. Michel that grew up to be Michel without the extra L&E. Damn. So they accepted him. That's kind of wild as well. Both of the parents immediately accepted the albinism. They were like, perfectly white hair, translucent skin, and red eyes? That's quite good for back in those days. But yeah. Now we know the true tragedy started off later. God damn it. With her snowy white hair, skin so pale you could see the veins beneath it, and her ruby red eyes. She was a very peculiar looking little girl, and her mother showered her with love. She truly believed her daughter was an angel sent from the above, born as a human child. The blessed babe, born a girl, was given an angel's name. Michel. Good, so this is Michel we're voicing us. Also, oh my god, that's so adorable, baby Michel. I like the fact that they named him after an angel. That's really cool to me, because angels were always supposed to be not quite gendered, as far as I remember. They were supposed to be hermaphroditic, I think. Yeah, like not male or female. So the fact that they named him after Michael works so perfectly on that level as well. They kind of like hinted towards it from the beginning. Angels are genderless, yeah. I mean, biblically accurate angels are just like shapes and stuff when they actually get described. They were never supposed to be winged people. But yeah, if anything, they're like above that. They're different. So that's cool. Oh man, they really were hinting at it. I was so slow to catch that. Checkmate. Oh, Didier, this is the brother. Oh, fuck. He's fucking fine. Look at the beard. He's so much older, though. Michel looks like, I don't know, 10? Maybe, no, maybe tinier. I can't even tell. Playing chess already and beating Didier, though. But Didier looks like 24 at least. That beard is full. It's trimmed well. But goddamn, the short hair, too. I love that hair. Reiner, is that you? Reiner wishes he looked that fine. Look at the eyes. God, sorry. Oh. I see. That's what you did. Curses! I completely overlooked that. I thought you were advancing with your pawns. That was all a diversion. We're too short-sighted, Didier. I needed to... Oh, I just realized I'm on top of Michel. 1 second. There, I'll go in the middle. We're too short-sighted, Didier. You need to look at the bigger picture.
Sometimes it's the tactician and not the soldier holding the sword.
You got me. You're quite good at this, Michel. What inspired you to take such an aggressive strategy?
It was not inspiration. It was derivation.
Derivation?
Chess is in many ways similar to real war tactics.
Ah, my military texts? You haven't read all of them, have you?
I have nothing but time.
Impressive. Even I haven't read all the books in my room. You planning to join the order with that kind of knowledge?
You jest. You're the one who's going to be a knight, Didier.
That I am. Or is the men's job after all. You. I want you to be there to welcome me home. Oh, they're so soft with each other. That's freaking adorable. To everyone in chat, please do be careful. Read the chat rules before you start posting. Only 3 emotes per thing, please. Well, I love the way their expressions are changing. This art style is so good. Oh my god. Also, I just realized Didier has white hair as well. I didn't realize they had 2 in the family. And now we've got Georges. He's tiny as... Okay, that's adorable. Look at his huge eyes. I wonder why Michel's so reserved. I love their relationship. Yeah, they're cute. I wonder if this is the painter, because the other one must have gone on to become a knight. I hope... Oh god, Didier better not have been there at Michel's demise. What if that was Michel's order? He's just blonde. Oh. I guess these are black and white. He could... Yeah, they were pretty surprised by Michel's hair, so that makes more sense. Georges is so cute. Oh, look at this tiny little baby. The hair parting, the big wide eyes, that cute smile.
Didier? Oh, Didier! I'm in a bit of a bind. Oh, hello there, Michel. I didn't know you were home, Georges.
Just got back? Yep. Oh, God. You could already tell he's a prankster. Look at the sideways glance. Hey, baby. Yeah, he's so tiny. And look at Michel's facial expressions. They're so adorable. Oh.
Oh, playing chess again, are you? Let's see. What do we have here?
Get away from the board.
Yikes, you got trounced, huh?
And you call yourself her big brother. As if you're any better.
That's not funny, Georges. I cannot approve of someone who can't keep up with the flow of battle becoming a knight. Given our family's rank, you'd eventually be put in charge of other soldiers.
What? Are you worried about me?
No. I'm saying...
Mm-hmm. I've been blessed with such a caring sister. But fear not. I have a guardian angel after all. Oh, that's so cute. He calls him his guardian angel.
Where's the logic in that?
Ahem.
Sorry to interrupt your, moment, but does nobody listen to me?
No, they don't care. Now, don't pout. So, what seems to be the problem, Georges?
Ah, yes. Listen to this. The royal court is holding a swordsmanship show, and for some reason, I was selected to participate.
How unfortunate for you. I can already see you on the ground sobbing.
Hey now, it's just mean. Besides, my hands weren't meant to hold a sword. Look at these dainty fingers. They're covered in calluses.
Dainty calluses. Oh, they're so cute together. This is such a good family right now. It's so sad that they got ripped away from this. Middle child problem? Georges seems okay. Georges seems pretty beloved as well. Georges is just, you know, a prankster. Normally the middle child is the reserved one. Wait, is Georges younger? Maybe I'm wrong there. It's normally the middle child who's reserved because the baby gets babied and the older one, like, gets all the attention at the beginning. I don't know. Right now? Oh, yeah, we've seen what happens. It gets painful. Georges is baby. Middle child behavior. Michel was the youngest, wasn't he? Yeah. I don't know. I figured most middle children were the more reserved ones. They kind of end up without, like, a big brother's exclusive abilities to, like, get away with shit, and the baby brother's, like, being babied. It works out, though.
Dainty calluses. Wait. Dainty calluses. Tell me, why would they have an artist sword fight?
That's the whole point, I would think.
No need to get so worked up. No one's expecting you to win. Maybe not, but we do have a name to worry about. And you know what that means, don't you? I'm going to lose, that's a given. But I want to do it in style. I feel bad for your sword. Oh, don't be like that. Now come on, time's a-wasting. To the courtyard we go. Just so you know, if I train you, I'm going to train you right. All I want to know is how to look good.
God damn it. He's such a brat. He just wants to do the flourishes. He wants to do some Pirates of the Caribbean shit.
What is it, Michel? May I watch? Fine with me, but you know you can't go outside. I'll be watching from the hall. I can open one of the windows facing the courtyard. Still, you need to be careful. You can't spend too much time in the sun.
They're so protective over him as well. Oh my god. This is such a loving family. Even they're just like, don't get in the sun. You can be with us, just, you know, protect yourself.
I know.
That's so sweet. God damn. The artwork is so good for this. Oop. Wrong one. I had 2 older brothers. The eldest, Didier, belonged to an order of knights that served the church, and below him was Georges, who served as a court artist. He was in all likelihood who would inherit the family estate, as knights were not formally allowed to own property. Nevertheless, the Millennia family name was upheld by Didier. And then there was me, the youngest, the only daughter. Physically, I was not in particularly good health. Because of the color of my skin, I was hypersensitive to sunlight. I rarely left the estate. My world was contained entirely within these walls. And perhaps out of some sense of pity or compassion, my 2 brothers spent a good deal of time with me. Didier played chess with me, and Georges taught me how to draw. And among other things, they taught me how to read and write. For a girl, I was incredibly fortunate. The one thing I wasn't allowed to do, though, was hold a sword. While hardly anything unusual, it bothered me deeply, as it had for as long as I could remember. If I had been told I couldn't do it because I lacked the strength, I probably would have accepted it. But the reason given was not that I was weak, but that I was a girl. And with each passing year, that smoldering frustration in the back of my heart grew larger. That's sweet, I know. The sad thing is, Michel's just like, maybe it's because they were pitying me. No, they just were good siblings. They loved you, you idiot. They appreciated your time. It seems like Didier genuinely enjoyed playing chess. It seems like Georges was genuinely looking out for him. Oh my god. They were just cute with each other, but Michel's just like, they must have been pitying me. I just got in the way. I was so weak. Just a weak little girl back then that no one cared about. And they wouldn't let me use a sword. At least they taught him how to actually read and write, though, because, yeah, then he could go on to, like, have that entire library and even teach Giselle. Guess he didn't think he was deserving of the love. Exactly. He has, up until this point, continuously thought of himself as a demon. Someone who was cursed. Someone who didn't deserve to be there. It's so sad. You deserve love, Michel. Frick, I forget which one is Didier. Didier's the older one, right? Yeah, okay. Although Didier sounds like a painter name. It's so fancy. But yeah, Georges is the younger one. Come on, put your back into it. Like I said, all I want to do is put on a good show. Oh, you'll put on quite a show. Unless you learn how to swing that sword properly. Give me a break. Poor Michel. Yeah, I could stay here for now. Out in the garden, my 2 brothers traded swings bare-chested. All I could do, though, was observe from afar. And every time I found myself forced to watch, I felt a sharp pain, like a needle piercing my chest. A needle that seemed to be growing ever thicker. My mother and my brothers loved me dearly. It didn't change the fact that the outside world lay beyond my reach.
I was trapped in the estate by my own body. At first I thought that was the root of my pain, but that answer seemed to contradict something inside me. Something I couldn't explain. Something I couldn't ignore even as a child. So I searched within myself, trying to find an explanation for the constantly swelling sensation of wrongness inside me. Day after day, I gazed into the cavern of my own heart.
Well, that's getting deep as well, is that? I think that's the writer trying to explain gender dysmorphia, which would be pretty wild. I don't know if that's the proper term either, god damn it. I'm sorry if I'm going to get some terms for this wrong. But the fact that, yeah, Michel wanted to be out swinging a sword. It's being held back from things, I guess. It's feeling left behind, just feeling like they're not quite right in their own body. We'll see. It is correct? Okay. We shall see how this goes down. Yeah, basically Michel wasn't feeling great.
My. Now what are the two of them doing out there? George was asked to help do a swordsmanship show at the royal court, so Didier is helping him.
Michel back here is so much like the white-haired girl too. That's really adding fuel to the fames that, yeah, he did become the white-haired girl in future reincarnations as well. Because, yeah, so shy, so reserved. It's like he got turned back into that child version of himself. The confused version of himself who didn't know who it was, yeah.
Swordsmanship? Just can't stand those shows. Blades are so dangerous. I can't watch people swinging them at each other.
Meanwhile, Michel's sitting there like, I freaking love them. I want to stab people. Please, mother, may I stab some people in the show?
Mama, when it is my turn to murder people.
Have you seen jousting, Mom? Did they have I guess they would have. 1090. Yeah, they would have had jousting. Guess the family just focuses more on swordsmanship.
Why don't you come back to your room with me, Michel? I would love to teach you how to sew. But Mom, I want to watch them practice.
Oh, her expression is filled with so much pain right now. That's so cute. The artist captured this all so well.
Michel. First of all, you need to watch how you speak, young lady. You do not call me Mom, you call me Mother. This is what happens when you spend too much time around boys. As your mother, I don't approve of you playing chess or making art. A woman has no need for such skills. They'll only make you look insolent.
Oh, she was very much a women are just there to get married kind of thing. Sewing is a type of art, though. I never understood that part of it. What? Art is... No. Even the freaking painting? Dude.
But I want you to grow up to be a respectable woman. That is my job. And my dream is your mother.
God, so repressed.
Now come. I'd rather you looked at some fine embroidery with me than a couple of sweaty men. Yes, Mother. You are my little girl, after all.
She was, yeah, the mother was really attached to her as well as the only daughter. She wanted to raise her to be just like her, I'd imagine, which is why, oh God, she wouldn't let go of it. She's the type of mother who tells you art won't pay the bills. Yeah. In this case, it's even worse. It's like,
oh no, silly child, you can't do art. You'll never find a man if you're skilled at something. You just have to mend his clothes and be in his bed and make him dinner. That's what you have to do.
Thank God we live in the 21st century. Sewing would have been considered lesser, both functional for clothes, but like decor as opposed to fine art like George's painting. Yeah, I feel that, Kindred and on. Yeah, I kind of get where it's coming from. I just don't understand why keep... Like, if you're trying to keep them away from, like, highly skilled things or, like, dangerous things, I get it. It's just, I honestly didn't know up until this point. I'm not sure if it is true that they didn't even let women paint back then. Paint was very expensive, though. That's true. Paint was, like, incredibly expensive at that point because the dyes needed for it were rare and hard to be found in different locations. I think they didn't find indigo until, like, the 1400s, and that was incredibly expensive. I just made up a number there. I guess the 1400s. Let me be honest with you. I just remember hearing a factoid at one point that indigo was incredibly expensive because they found it late, and it was like the only thing that they could, the only thing that had that kind of rich blue color for a long time. And so it was like incredibly, incredibly expensive. So yeah, I guess painting was considered like a very technical skill back then because you didn't want to waste the expense. Female painters were super rare. Yeah, writers too, especially. I mean, most women couldn't even read, let alone actually be able to write. Source, I made it the fuck up. The funny thing was, yeah, I straight up like said that shit, and then I was like, I don't know, it was the 1400s. I just remember it was incredibly rare at some point in the Middle Ages. Purple and indigo. Yeah, that's why purple was like the color of royalty in Rome, because purple was so hard to come by as well to like dye clothes, let alone paint with. So interesting. That's new for me. Oh, learning things all the time. Spending time with my mother was agonizing. Was it because her world was so isolated? No, that wasn't it. Her gentle voice, the sweet scent of her perfume, the way she constantly told me how much she loved me, and her diatribes about how wonderful it was to be a girl. Everything she did put so much pressure on me. But above all, she loved to say, "You are my little girl after all." And there was nothing strange about that at all. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw the daughter of a noble. That was who I was. So the only thing wrong was how I felt. But every time I was faced with the reality of who I was, my heart wavered. I had no interest in learning to embroider. I didn't understand why that was necessary. I knew what purpose it served. Everything she taught me I would need when I was wed off to some noble boy, and it was my responsibility to learn those things. It didn't feel right, though. I couldn't even accept the fact that one day I would be married. It was but an ominous shadow lurking in my future. I would have preferred ravaging the books in Didier's room than having a conversation with my mother. Tales of heroes of old and dauntless soldiers. Military texts written by tacticians in the midst of war. Thinking about them set my heart aflutter and made me think about my brother. He was training to be a knight. I envisioned armor flecked with rust, a longsword glimmering with the blood of savages. Soon I found myself in my fantasies, imagining how the sword would feel in my hands. The sensation of the hilt beneath my fingers, swinging it gallantly like my brother. How heavy was it? How much muscle would I need to carry it? How much impact would I feel in my hands when I struck something? How restricted would my vision be wearing a helmet? How much did it weigh? How hot was it inside? I had no way of answering any of those questions, though. Okay, so yeah, they're getting even deeper into the conflicted feelings there of the feeling like you're in the wrong body. And it's interesting that they're doing it in an old school way. Yeah, I'm not super happy with the whole conflicting of like, I didn't want to sew, I wanted to swing a sword. But yeah, the actual like looking into a mirror and being like, that's not me. But then Michel trying to convince themselves like, oh, but that is me. I am the daughter of a noble. That is what I am. That's so painful. But yeah, also the whole like, I wanted to swing it at savages. Yikes. Time periods, man. It's like, I love Michel. At the same time, oh God, Michel, you just got cancelled, buddy. God damn. Maybe swing it at some monsters like a fantasy style instead, yo. Oh God, that hit too close to home. Yeah, they're writing this very well. It's very deep, and I love the way that they describe everything in this show far. Like, not just this chapter, but every chapter before this, they've done such a good job of putting you in the headspace of characters. And yeah, I'm loving this. They're building it up so well. Yeah, probably gonna have to move to the middle again, but I'll save that for a second later. Ha! Kill me now! I have some cloth, if you'd like to wipe yourself off. Oh, yeah, thanks. Ugh, I'm so dead. You were at it for a long time. I've never known D to half-ass something once he gets started. Didier to D is so freaking cute, man. Which I guess is what makes him knight material, but... Are you opposed to him becoming a knight? Oh, you know, I kinda assumed he'd inherit the estate and handle taking care of everything. So it's like, why's he gotta go and become some priest's whipping boy? Don't tell him I said it that, though. He wants to fight for the greater good.
I don't know. Despite the name, he wouldn't be doing much fighting himself. Anywho, someone as passionate as him might be able to make changes for the better. Changes? He knows what condition the Order's in. That's why he's joining. Figure he wants to whip him into shape, melt him down, and reforge the whole thing. Oh god, did he? George is so cute. Oh, so he might be able to change things. What? What are you muttering about, Michel? Hey. Oh, hold it! Oh, did Michel take the sword? The pain I felt in my chest when I smelled the sweat emanating from Georges' body, when I looked at his slender but distinctly male build, I was convinced it was admiration. Did I want to become a knight too? Maybe the discomfort I felt was because I wanted to be like him. Would it all go away if he were able to change the rules and I could join the Order as well? I was positive it would. Just give it like 3,000 years, Michel. Then you'll be able to join the Space Marines. The Space Marines have a bunch of orders of women nuns that absolutely destroy shit. You can go on a holy crusade for the blood god. Felt Michel? Yeah, poor Michel just wants to swing a sword and murder some people. The gender envy, the legit gender envy. Yeah. 3,000 years. Yeah, screw this time period. Go straight to the Space Wars. That shit gets crazy. I don't know actually what time. I imagine Warhammer. It's 40k. Wait, 40,000 years is what I meant. Literally 40k. God damn it. Joan of Arc. I didn't even think about Joan of Arc was even French. Jeanne d'Arc. Damn, maybe they're gonna go into that a little bit. It'd be interesting. I don't know what time period Jeanne was in though. Okay. Yeah. Michel. Oh wait. Michel. Hold on. You can't come barging into my room unannounced. I'm trying to change. We need to talk. I said stop. You're a girl. Can't just walk in on a man as he's changing. I see no reason for you to be so self-conscious. Listen to me, Michel. George tells me you're planning to overhaul the Order. He told you that? No, I hardly have such grand aspirations. Aspirations. Don't be coy. I believe you have what it takes to do it, Didier. What's gotten into you? You're unusually fiery today. So, I want to ask you a favor. When you have enough influence in the Order, I'd like you to make me a knight too. You what? I'm tired of the way Mother treats me. Always saying I can't do this or that because I'm a girl. I want to learn how to swing a sword. I don't want to do embroidery. I don't care about jewelry or fancy clothing. Michel, what's gotten into you? I'm so much more interested in the world you live in, Didier. So please. Well, I'll be. I suppose we must have let ourselves spend too much time with you. Not you too. That's exactly what Mother said. First of all, Michel, you don't have the strength to hold a sword. And I'll train until I do. If that doesn't work, I still have my mind. You know good and well I could... People are not chess pieces, Michel. Didier? But above all, you're missing the most important point. I will not for any reason become the kind of man who makes a woman take up a sword. Didier. This may seem normal to you growing up with two brothers, but I want you to listen to me, Michel. Men and women walk different paths. Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies, and they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I'm here to protect you and your mother. You're no different than her. You don't treat me any different than her. Honestly, what's gone into you, Michel? Why wouldn't I treat you like a daughter of the Bolognier estate? Your brother and I, we never meant to make you think. Get it. What? Sorry. I knew what I was asking was foolish. Oh. But I thought you would understand how I feel. Even just a little bit. Oh, god damn. That was so deep. Poor baby Michel was like, yeah, I know it's stupid, but you're my brother. You've always taken care of me. You've always looking after me. I thought you would at least understand how pained I am, especially since you want to be a knight too. You want to help people. You want to save people. You want to swing the sword to protect others. That's what Michel wants. He was confiding in him. Yeah. And he found out, well, that's what chivalry was all about back then. It was literally men protecting women, men taking up swords and being chivalrous, being honorable, being nice. At least that's what they said. I mean, let's be honest. 1099, we're either in the middle of the Crusades or the Crusades are about to happen. And then, oh God, let's not even go into that. So, this reminds me of Mulan. I mean, yeah, kind of too. But yeah, that's just how he's been raised. I still wouldn't say like Didier is a bad person. Like, I get where he's coming from. Not my thought process, but at the same time, it's the time period he was raised in, and literally in his mind, he's trying to be a hero. He's been raised continuously being told, you're the man of the house. You're the oldest born. You need to take care of your mother, your sister, and everyone else who is weak in the world. Men have to fight to protect those who can't. It's just, yeah, different society, different time. I mean, even Michel, who we love, was straight up like, I want to kill savages. It's like, god damn. And I love that about this story, that it stays true to the time, even when you're like, yo, that was kind of fucked up, but I still like this character in the context that they're in. It's great. It's great that they're not just like, oh, this person was super progressive as it dictates to our time period and society. No, they're like, there's some fucked up shit going on in this, and it's fine. It's just how it is. Okay. I love this. I love this story so much. That's one thing that I've been absolutely enamored with from the beginning. Because I could even like, sorry, I'll take this off again. I could even like sympathize with Jacopo at some points. Even though Jacopo began his introduction with the most horrific shit I'd ever heard in the middle of like a calming visual novel. God damn. Okay, let's continue. What was I expecting him to understand? Even I didn't understand the things I felt. I wanted to know what had gotten into me far more than he did. What I had done was no better than to throw a temper tantrum. Was I that desperate to become a knight? No. I just thought that the key to the chains in my heart lay down that road, but ultimately, there was nothing. Assuming Didier had agreed, assuming I did become a knight, I wouldn't do anything for the core problem. As I dashed from my brother's room, I snuck a peek at him. His face was filled with an intense perplexity. And how could I blame him? I tried to push a dozen different ideals onto him at once, filled myself with the vain hope that he would somehow be able to make sense of me when I couldn't even make sense of myself. And now, bubbling with unwarranted anger at being let down, I fled to my own chambers. I could only imagine how frustrating that must have been for him. I like that as well. Even Michel realizes they're like, I don't even understand what was up with me. Nobody knew what was up with me at that point. So how, yeah, the fact that Michel was like, I pushed that onto him because to him, he was my ideal brother. He was the knight. He was the hero. He was going to change things. Surely he'd change things for me. That's, oh God, this is so well done. It was the spring of my 14th year. Heavy clouds filled the sky, blocking out the sun and giving the impression of late evening all throughout the day. I, for one, preferred it when the sun wasn't out. Not that sunlight would kill me, but if it was bright enough, the whole world was so wide I could hardly see a thing, which meant I could only go outside on days when the weather made most everyone else gloomy. Music still freaking killing it. I'm still shocked that every new part has just a completely different soundtrack. God, puberty. Yeah, this is where things are going to go bad. Probably the period where they're going to start trying to marry him off as well to a noble boy. Oh, media back. As I was meandering through the courtyard, I spotted someone I'd never seen before. A warm breeze blew past, sending up a swirl of flower petals. The girl's dress hung lightly over her frame, tracing her gentle curves. Who are you? I asked bluntly, and the girl twirled around, smiling. I'm gonna guess this is pronounced as Amy. Hello, she's pretty. Yeah, I love her little tiara, and the way her hair is like braided and then tied back at the back. I love that look. It's interesting that everything here is black and white as well. It's just so devoid of color. Before Michel realized who he was, I guess that's how he saw the world. Just without color and lifeless. Of the half-closed eyes. Yeah, she looks very gentle and soft. I wonder if this is... I'm not sure whether it was the mother or this girl who called him, what, a monstrosity. I wonder if this has got to be the first crush and the first awakening to which type of people Michel prefers. Oh god, here's the awakening. My apologies. You just have such a beautiful courtyard here. I let myself in for a little walk. Long chestnut hair flowed over round feminine shoulders. It swayed lightly in the wind. The cloud of melancholy dissipated in the light of her smile. Yeah, okay. Michel's in love. The melancholy dissipated in the light of her smile. Michel's a goddamn poet. Freaking cute. Amy, so like, yeah, I'm thinking it's pronounced Amy. It's just like the French spelling. You must be Michel. You're just as pretty as I heard. And you are? My name is Amy. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Finally meet me? What was she talking about? As I stood there, baffled by this strange woman, she stepped toward me, kissing me softly on the cheek. I'm thrilled to make your acquaintance, Michel. Her voice was like someone pouring honey into my ear. Electrifyingly sweet. Oh yeah, that's so in love. No! Oh god, it was. I forgot about that. He fell in love with his brother's fiancée. I forgot that was part of the story. I'm Georges' fiancé. And it also stuck another needle into my chest. Instantly falling in love with your brother's betrothed. Realizing that you're into girls, and also that this girl that you instantly fell in love with is got to get married to your brother. God damn, man. She was a noble girl by the name of Amy Gilbert. Though only 15, she was the very image of refined, polished to a shine. No one had told me my brother was to be married. It came out of nowhere, and it seemed I was the only one who didn't know. That evening, when the family gathered around the table for supper, Amy was there too, and they prepared an extravagant feast for the occasion. My father, Antonin, looked so proud of his two boys. Didier, soon to receive his assignment, and Georges, soon to be wed. The banquet proceeded smoothly. Not a doubt in the air that we were a happy family, but my mind was elsewhere. I found myself unconsciously chasing Amy with my eyes, watching the way those slender fingers gripped her spoon, her full lips parting to allow a piece of fruit in, a deep red tongue, visible for but the briefest of moments. The way all the muscles in her face seemed to relax in bliss as sweet juices seeped into her mouth. The way she spoke was soft and gentle, letting each sound hang in the air just briefly before intoning the next. She was distinctly feminine, in a different way than my mother. Apparently, Amy was going to be living at the Bologna estate for some time. Mother was pleased to have another girl around. Or more specifically, she was relieved to have found someone other than my brothers for me to spend time with. I'd assumed I would hate being around another girl. Surely she wouldn't be able to play chess after all. But for some reason, I felt much less suffocated around her than my mother. Michel was in love. Oh god, this is going to be so painful. He fell hard. Yeah, he did. That description, my god. That's the wrong button. Whoops. I also like he's distinctly feminine, but from a different way of my mother. He's like, this one,
This one does things to me that my mother does not. Oh, god damn. Yo, I could have made a joke about the... Where was the juices seeped into her mouth? Yeah, let's not go there. But yeah, it's all described so poetically. He's paying attention to absolutely every single thing she does. Especially her lips, especially her mouth. He wants to kiss the girl. Kiss the girl. So cute. Do it, Fu-chan, you coward. I already did. That's bad enough. The way he described her is so sweet. Yeah, he didn't even do that with Giselle. With Giselle, he was like, I love your breasts. They're like obese rats. We need to hear this kind of shit for Giselle in the future, man. Oh. One night, Amy's family and an array of nobles from both houses' social circles assembled at the estate for a party. A din the likes of which I'd never heard in my life filled the great hall. Everywhere I looked, there were people. Servants scrambled every which way. Silverware clanged against dishes in an almost constant hum. Voices from all directions. I felt moderately ill. Hey, D, I feel like we're critically short on waiters. This don't look good for us. And who was it who went about inviting everyone who came across again? Who are all these people? They're artistes like me. I met them at the court. Artistes? He invited every artist? Oh, god damn it. Ill people? Exactly. How dare. In Michel's house. How dare. Let's see. We have some painters, composers, sculptors, troubadours, poets, writers. You name it. None of them have any connection to the Jobert or Bologna. Sure they do. They're my friends. And you know, this is me and Amy's party. You can play with your friends elsewhere. I hope you realize we have a reputation to uphold. God damn it. He's the picture. He's got to ruin this household, man. If he's becoming the head of the household and he's just like, I just invited all my artist friends. Don't worry about it. They're gonna crash on the couch for a while. It's okay. It's cool. They went to art school. Oh, god damn it. I like him, though. He's cute. He's so nice. He's just like, I don't care. They're my friends. Bring them in. Sure, they're not nobles. Sure, they're not going to do anything for me. But guess what? They're artistes. They're changing the world in their own way. They're good. Talking about a full house. I thought when they began that, they were saying that they were going to end up being used as waiters. And it was like, oh, no. Too many people. They're going to use us. But no. Off in one corner, several men, presumably Georges' friends, gathered in a circle. They stood out from the other aristocrats, both in appearance and the air they gave off. The clothes they wore, the embroidery hidden beneath their jacket cuffs, their manner of speech, the way they held themselves. They were simply put, a far cry from the hard-headed Didier's ideal party guests. Even watching them from afar, it was clear my two brothers ran in very different crowds. The only reason headstrong Didier and free-spirited Georges were able to get along at all was because they were brothers. If they had been strangers, I doubt their paths would cross much, and if they did, those intersections would be quite rocky. Hey, come here, guys! Got that immediately. Georges' shouting voice pulled my preoccupied mind back to the surface. He summoned his friends, and led them to where I stood. What are you doing hiding in the corner, Michel? I didn't even notice you. Allow me to introduce you to a few of my friends. No. Georges put his hands on my shoulders, peeling me off the wall and standing me in front of his male friends. Socialization was the last thing on my mind. I searched for Didier, hoping he would come to my rescue, but he was off trading pleasantries facing away from me. This is my baby sister, Michel. Be nice. Georges, I don't... Graces, your skin is even more pale than I imagined. Like something out of a fairy tale. Why have you never brought her with you to court? She'd be a sure hit. And how old are you now? 12, mayhap? Now, don't treat the lady like a child. I'll have you know she's 14. All the more reason she should be out there making friends. The whole court would flip if they knew you had such a gorgeous sister, Georges.
Don't be a brute, my man. Our little angel has to be kept inside for personal reasons.
Uh-oh. Sounds like I haven't been showing the lady her due respect. I've yet to even properly introduce myself. How rude indeed. Their laughs grated on my nerves, and so did the way Georges spoke as though I was his property. They looked like they were appraising me, which made me sick to my stomach. I'd been paying enough attention to notice the man who had asked if I was 12, and the rest of them too, examining me from head to toe in search of curves. I was indeed underdeveloped for 14, but what did that matter? I didn't want a body shaped like Amy's or my mother's. God, yeah, that's kind of disgusting. Like, what age are you? 12? Yeah, not a curve on you yet. Not ready for marriage, certainly not for anything else. Well, we'll come back in like 3 years. God damn it. I don't like him. Yeah, I mean, it was the time. And him just being, yeah, the fact that Michel describes it as them appraising him and just being like, looking at him like a piece of property. And Georges basically showing him off. Being like, yeah, this is my sister. Of about marrying age, I'm just saying. If anybody wants to, like, be connected to my family estate and, you know, give her a good home. It's kind of rude. I mean, it's beyond rude, but it's the time. I mean, shit, even so the stories taking place in the 1600 in this game were the same way. And this is something that Michel had to live through again and again and again as the white-haired girl reincarnated, never having actual control over themselves. Never having control of their body, their future. Now then, milady, a proper greeting. The man got down on one knee before me. For a split second, I didn't comprehend what he was doing.
Come on, Michel. He's waiting.
He whispered into my ear. That was when it all came back to me. The traditional greeting performed between a man and a woman.
Come on, Michel. Don't tell me you forgot what to do.
I knew. I knew the process. I had that knowledge. Mother had taught me the rules, shown me the procedure. I was to present my hand to the man for him to kiss. All I had to do was hold out my hand. But I was frozen. My body fought tooth and nail against the simple act. The thought of that man putting his lips on my skin sent a chill through me. Why? Why was this a traditional greeting? Why did I have to go through this?
Michel.
But at the sound of George's frantic voice, my arm creaked up from my side. Then, I remembered that despite being his friends, they were still nobility. As wanton as his social interactions may have been, he still had a reputation to maintain, and I understood that. I also understood that as their sister, it was my responsibility not to do anything that might tarnish either of my brothers' names. Also, by tradition, the man wasn't supposed to actually kiss the woman's hand. The proper way to do it required he simply mimic the act, rather than make real contact. That much I could handle. The man kneeling before me gave me an uncomfortable chuckle at my reluctance, shrugged, and reverently took my hand in his. And then, he's definitely going to actually make contact. This guy's a piece of shit. Also, I hate Michel's face right now. He's so traumatized by this. He's like, no, I don't want it. Ah, freaking noble families. Yeah. He pressed his lips firmly against my skin. There was a vaguely warm sensation on the back of my hand for the briefest moment. Oh, the face. Oh, that turned quickly. I love that expression. Michel's about to slap a bitch. That's the Michel we know and love from the future.
What do you...
Reflexively, I smacked the man's hand away. Georges' eyes went wide in horror, and the man gave another playful shrug. I was merely offering you a greeting, my lady.
Milady?
Or is even that a new experience to you? Your innocence is truly precious. Yeah, I know people like this. I hate it. People that like people being shy and uncomfortable and enjoy that sensation. It's like, oh, so innocent, so weak, so easy to exploit. Fuck this dude. I was half a second away from throwing a barrage of insults, but I bit my tongue and stomped off instead. Fuck that! Punch him in the face! Show Didier you have the strength to wield a sword.
Michel? Hey, come back, Michel!
I had spent all that time convincing myself I couldn't humiliate my brothers, but now, I wouldn't hear a word of it. I'd drawn a fair bit of attention, and other people tried to stop me too, but I brushed them all off, marching my way out of the Great Hall. Good for you, Michel. Fuck that shit. He's going to run into Amy, isn't he? And this is going to become an even worse night, probably. Your friend sucks, Georges? Yeah, the fact that Georges was like, don't embarrass me, come on. Be a good girl. That's so sad. It's very real, though. Again, I said it with Didier as well. Michel is slowly realizing that the brothers he considered perfect and, like, unaccostable are still beholden to this time period, to these societal issues. He thought, oh, surely my brothers will protect me, but now he's realizing, yeah, there's still men who are made of this time. They still love Michel, they still care about Michel, but at the same time, this is just how it is. And that's something he has to accept as he grows up, which sucks and is why he's going to push against it.
I feel so dirty. You call that a greeting? No, that was no greeting. That was... I'll be taking that.
Oh, get out of there, Link. I say, practically swiping a glass of water off a passing waiter's tray. With it, I washed my hand by the window facing the courtyard. But no matter how much water I poured over it, I couldn't erase the sickening sensation of his mouth on my hand. So I rubbed it with my sleeve until my skin was bright red. I wanted to feel something else. Anything else. Even pain.
Think before you act, Georges. What were you doing inviting people like that into our home?
I was angry, and I had every right to be. He had not performed the proper greeting. Even in jest, he had no business actually putting his lips on my hand. It was not acceptable behavior of an aristocrat. He was a guest. He should have been ashamed. Was I angry that he had been disrespectful? No, that wasn't the reason. It was... Oh, no, you didn't fucking follow her! Oh, you piece of shit. That wasn't very nice of you running off like that. At the sound of his voice, I couldn't turn back. I felt a sickening warmth almost directly against my back. The man from the Great Hall grabbed me by the wrists, spun me around, and pressed me against the wall. The bitter scent of wine wafted from above.
What the hell are you doing?
I tried a second time to get away from him, and that was when reality sunk in. I couldn't do it. All the strength I could muster wasn't enough to make the man's hand budge. My arms were locked in place. I didn't think he was especially strong either. He was hardly built like Didier. And still, I couldn't move an inch. You've got a tongue like a boy, milady. But I know some people are fond of that these days. Can't say I mind myself.
Let go!
Had I always been this feeble? Were my arms truly so worthless, I couldn't even escape this brute's grip? Why did I have to get stuck with this body? Fuck me. Yeah, I'd say there's a trigger warning for this. I really hope somebody... This guy should probably be executed for doing this in a fucking noble's home. This is disgusting. Now, just so we're clear, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm no monster, I promise you that.
And why are you holding me against the wall?
Because I want a chance to try and woo you. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable back there. But the second I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a keeper.
And let go of me!
But if I do that, you'll run away. And it's my personal rule to never let go of anything I like. Your brother says you can't go outside, so if I set you loose now, I might never get a chance to catch you again. Piece of shit. I wanted to vomit.
Apparently taking my silence for approval, the man perked up and kept going. If you're not accustomed to being around men, why not use this as an opportunity to get familiar? Not a half bad idea if I do say so myself. And I think we'd get along quite well. Besides, I'm a minstrel. Spend some time with me and I'll write you all the songs you could possibly want.
Get away from me!
You really do have the most striking eyes. Makes me want to keep them all for myself. With a muse like that, I could write the most incredible songs you've ever heard.
I said get back, you creep!
Huh? That's odd.
That one's never failed me. Oh, lovely. So he's done this to a lot of girls before. That one's never failed me. I wish Michel had a sword. I wish Michel had stolen Didier's sword and just hid it under the dress. Just in case. Just in case.
The man brought his face in, just inches from mine, and peered into my eyes. I could feel his hot, wine-stenched breath against my cheeks. It gave me the chills. I couldn't understand why this was happening to me. Panic and confusion had my heart racing.
Try your luck with someone else. I'm not interested.
You will be soon enough, darling. You've simply never known a man's touch. He drew closer. He was already practically on top of me, but still, he closed in. Closer and closer. The world faded out. I couldn't see anything. I could feel his rising body heat so near it made me nauseous. My eyes flung open, but there was nothing there. I could only feel. I couldn't move. My body wouldn't budge. In my mind, I kicked the man away, pulled my fist back and slammed it into his jaw, again and again and again until his face was unrecognizable. Again and again and again and again I beat him. But reality would have none of that.
Michel! Hey, what do you think you're doing?
3 seconds. 10 seconds. Longer. I had no idea how much time I had lost. The next thing I knew, Georges had the man by the collar. I fell back against the wall, staring absent-mindedly as the two struggled. They traded blows and they traded insults. Before long, they had drawn a crowd. While they went at it, I distractedly drifted away, and I only had one place to go.
Fuck. So poor Michel straight up dissociated and has no idea how long he was being assaulted by that piece of shit. That's so disgusting. Hopefully it was only a few seconds. But that's the thing. Michel just doesn't even remember exactly what happened. God damn.
I didn't even bother to light a candle. I just stared into the darkness. My heartbeat was maddeningly loud in my otherwise silent chambers. What had happened? What had he done to me? Why couldn't I do anything? The last thing I wanted to do was cry. Tears would only serve to worsen my humiliation, only magnify how wretched I was, only make me more effete. I bit down on my lip hard. I had no need for that trash on my body. I dug my nails into my arms. I had no need for that trash on my body. All of this, every last bit of it, that was why I was the way I was. I didn't know how to put it into words. I didn't know how to express the boundless frustration within me. But after enough wordless groaning, a single word slipped from my lips, and it felt incredibly right.
God damn it.
I knew good and well a girl shouldn't be using such words. Even Didier and Georges would have gotten an earful from mother or father if they were caught saying that. Regardless.
God damn it!
It was the most fitting word I could come up with to represent even the smallest bit of my anger and loathing. I knew all I was doing was shifting the blame, that all it would accomplish was making me look pitiful. But I would take that over crying like a girl any day. Oh, a sigh. Sorry, I thought that was a scream. I let loose a sigh that was halfway to being a scream. Okay, I got it right. Then started clawing wildly at my hair. I wanted to yank out every last damn strand of it. I didn't want it. I didn't want any of it. Any of this body. But in that case, what did I want from my body?
Michel? May I come in, Michel?
It was Georges' voice, slightly muffled through the door. The man who had invited those people into this house. I'd be lying if I said I didn't hold that against him.
Michel?
But at the same time, he had also come to my rescue. Besides, I hated myself the most. I despised myself for being so helpless.
I'm sorry, Michel. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's not locked.
After a few moments of silence, George stepped into my room.
Your hair's a mess, Michel. My God, you're bleeding.
That was when I first noticed the stinging sensation in my lower lip. A metallic taste spread through my mouth. I'd been biting it much harder than I realized, and there was a lot more blood than I expected. A trail of it was running down my chin, seconds away from spilling onto my clothes when Georges wiped it away.
I'm really sorry, Michel. He can be a real ass when he drinks. And he's a bit of a womanizer at that. I never expected he'd try to go after you, though. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. But, you know.
Oh, you fucker.
There's a chance he may have, genuinely taken a liking to you. It just makes it worse! Sorry. You're right. You want to be a man with you like. You want to be with a man you like. I understand.
He ran his hands through my hair, as if trying to calm me down, at the same time cleaning up the mess I'd made of it. It made me feel like I was some kind of plaything, a joke of a doll.
I don't... Huh? I don't want to be with anyone.
I would never, ever be comfortable with a man putting his hands on me like that. However...
I'm sure you'll find someone eventually, Michel. Someone that feels right for you. I feel kind of awful for introducing you to him, but there are plenty of men in the world. You might not be interested now, but that'll change soon. It's part of growing up. You'd be best off forgetting today ever happened.
Wow, fuck me. This is combining so much of the LGBT experience in one really quick, painful narrative. Fuck my life.
It's okay. You may not like any boys now, but you'll like boys eventually. Don't worry about it.
God damn it. The sad thing is he's actually trying to help. He thinks he's being nice in this. Oh my God, George. I couldn't believe it when... For one thing, I didn't like that he played it off a little bit with the whole like,
oh yeah, he's kind of like, he's a bit of a womanizer.
He was assaulting your sister. You don't play that fucking shit off. And then the whole,
oh, maybe he genuinely liked you though. It's...
Who gives a fucking shit? Oh my God.
I was dead certain, but apparently that wasn't enough to convince him. The very idea that I might one day meet a man who I wanted to touch made my skin crawl. Why? Why did I feel like this? Was I just not interested in men? No. If that were a case, I wouldn't admire my brother's bodies. I didn't have an aversion to men. In fact, I enjoyed spending time with my brothers far more than indulging my mother in her woman's world. What I couldn't stand was that particular look men would sometimes give me. But why? Why did I not like that? I had no answer. My thoughts were only going in circles.
Are you okay, Michel?
He peered down at me, his face twisted in concern. But I couldn't answer him. How was I supposed to articulate this? My anger, my frustration, my irritation, my fear. I had no confidence he would understand.
George, how's Michel?
Amy's voice came from the doorway. Inexplicably, I felt like someone had struck their hand in my chest and was now squeezing my heart. Like I'd just been caught in a compromising situation by the last person I wanted to see me.
Yeah, she's doing good. Aren't you?
You son of a bitch. He's just like, oh yeah, no, she's fine. You are fine, aren't you, Michel? I mean, who's Amy? Amy's his fiance. God damn it.
Yes, I'm fine. Glad to hear it.
I was clearly lying, not even looking him in the eyes when I'd said that. But that seemed to have gone over George's head. Amy, on the other hand.
You don't look fine at all,
she said, a hint of pain in her voice, and then entered the room.
George, Father was asking for you. He says it's time to bring the gathering to a close. You should get going. I'll stay here with her. Oh, is he? All right then. Sounds good.
Once the sound of George's footsteps had faded into nothing, Amy took a seat beside me, and without warning, wrapped her arms around my shoulders.
It's much better to talk to another girl at times like these.
My heart leapt into my throat. But beyond the shock, I also found myself welcoming the warmth. It was pleasant, unlike the man's.
That must have been terrifying. But don't worry. You're safe now. It wasn't really.
No, I can't do two different young girl voices. I'm sorry, they're going to sound exactly the same.
It wasn't really. No. No need to pretend, sweetie. If a man had me pinned against a wall, I'd be scared too. I mean it. I wasn't scared. I'm just disappointed in myself. Alright, I believe you. You're a strong girl, Michel. There aren't many who wouldn't have been scared. I'll be sure to give George a stern talking to about his choice in friends. Something I learned today is that he's somewhat of a pushover. You're a lot more tenacious than I thought. As a woman in this world, you have to be. And if you're not, well, you'll figure it out soon enough, Michel. Of course, even as strong as you are, I'm sure it'll still be difficult to forget what happened to you today.
George had told me to forget about it as soon as possible, and Amy that I wouldn't be able to. Was it the difference in their individual perspectives, or was it the difference between the way men and women thought? I wasn't sure. As my head rested against her breast, a bit of my frustration slipped out.
I couldn't move my arms at all. He didn't even seem all that strong. I couldn't believe that I was really so weak. That's just the way of the world, Michel. Men are physically stronger than women, so you'll almost never overpower one. You're not any weaker than a normal girl. Don't blame yourself.
Though it wasn't the consolation I had hoped for, her words still filled me with warmth. I had exploited my own weakness to hear more of that soothing voice, and I alone knew how foolish I was in doing so.
That's so freaking deep. That was written so well. The fact that he was happy that the girl he kind of, yeah, puppy love, but still, the girl he has a crush on was taking care of him, was holding him tight and was looking after him. But at the same time,
The fact that she was saying everything as, well, I mean, girls have to deal with this. Girls have to deal with that. You're going to feel that for a long while. You're a girl. We go through these things. You're a girl. You're weaker than a man. All the things he never wants to hear. Oh, God. I fucking love this story so much. This chapter is really deep and it's written incredibly well. Author was so well done at like setting this all up. I hit the Kokoro? Yeah, exactly. Amy frequently visited my chambers. I didn't know if it was at Mother's request or of her own volition, but I prayed it was the latter. She was a very touchy-feely person, and she seemed to have a particular fondness for playing with my hair. Whenever her voice danced its way into my ears, it would wreak havoc inside me. Being enveloped in her scent day after day stoked the fire growing within me. I did my best to remain as straight-faced as possible. Sorry. I'm in the middle of like reading all this and I'm like, oh, this is a really cute way to say you're realizing you're into girls. And then the fucking, I did my best to remain as straight-faced as possible. I was just like, yeah, not gonna happen. Nothing straight about that. God damn it. I did my best to remain as straight-faced as possible, because the last thing I wanted was her catching on. I understood that the things I was feeling were untoward, to say the least.
Your hair is so utterly enchanting. I've never seen hair so white before. I think having color is much prettier. Oh, well, Georges says white is the most difficult color to make with paint. There's no greater challenge than capturing the beauty of true white. Living with such a splendid example of the color must have given him a very high standard of quality. Say, Michel, maybe you could tell me about yourself today. I'd love to get to know you better. Tell you about myself? Yeah, we could become even better friends if we found some mutual interests. I enjoy playing chess, and I consider myself quite good.
Oh, the way he's looking down as well to avoid the eyesight. He's so cute.
Oh my.
Sorry, I choked on my saliva there.
Oh my. Chess? I've never played. You're such a bright girl, Michel. Would you like to try? I could teach you. I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll pass. I doubt I'd be any good. Oh. Okay. What else is there? Say, your favorite kind of flower? Fragrance? Color of gemstone? Are there any embroidery patterns you're particularly skilled at? I don't have any favorites, no. And I'm not especially good with a needle either. No? Do you have shaky hands then? I wouldn't say that, no. I'm, fairly good with a knife, I think. A knife? Like a kitchen knife? No. A sculpting knife. Sculpting? Is that really so strange? It is a bit unusual, I'd say. But Georges does it all the time. His room is practically made of wood chips and charcoal and paint. Georges is an artiste and a man. There's nothing unusual about him doing some sculpting. Why is it okay for him, but not for me? Does being a girl really make that much of a difference? Well, why don't we practice embroidery together, Michel? I get the feeling you've spent too much time with your brothers. But now you have me. I'm sure it won't be long before you appreciate how much fun cooking and needlework can be. She sounds just like Mother. But she gives the same reason too. Because I'm a girl. That's not an explanation. It's a vague generalization. That said, if I agree, I could spend more time with her. Okay. Wonderful. We'll come up with beautiful designs together. And when you've made something you're proud of, you can give it to a boy who catches your eye. Or if you'd prefer, you could give it to your father or brother. I would like Georges to have what I make, though. Oh, I've been wondering. Did you and Georges meet at the royal court? Oh, wait, that was Michel. Shit. Oh, heavens, no. I've never been to the court. One day my father told me I was getting married, and the next day is when we first met. It happened that quickly. What, are you worried about me, Michel? Don't worry, I'm not displeased with that arrangement. In fact, I'm quite happy about it. Aristocratic marriages are almost always sudden, and as a woman, you get used to being a piece in their games. But Georges, he's different. He's a gentleman. A gentleman? Him? You sound surprised. I believe hedonist suits him better. Damn! The shade thrown! God damn. Oh, I quite disagree. I've complete faith he'll do good by me.
I couldn't fathom where she found such confidence in him. Especially a man she'd only just met. How could she trust him at all? She was nothing but a pawn, and she knew it. So maybe she was simply putting on an act. I had trouble believing her smile was anything but genuine, though.
One day, you'll meet the right man for you, Michel. And he won't be a drunk like the guy from earlier. He'll be a kind, hard-working, respectable man. I would rather not find anyone. I suppose this is all still too soon for you, huh? Say, how old are you, Michel? 14. Oh, wow. I assumed you were younger. Do I really look that young? No hard feelings. You're just like a tiny little doll. So small and slender. And look, not one bit of meat up here at all. Wow, she really just called him Patanko. God damn it. Stop. Yeah, I know. This shit sucks. The fact that this is the girl he's in love with, who is just casually like touching his chest and being like, yo, you got no boobs. Aren't you a girl? You're 14 already? What's going on? God damn it, man. Hey!
She playfully grabbed me from behind and started prodding at my chest. As her delicate fingers slid across my skin, I found myself gripped by very indecent urges. Every heavy thump of my heart felt sinful. She couldn't know. I couldn't let her. Everything I'd been fighting to keep down came hurtling to the surface.
You're so cold, you know that?
She was touching me like it was nothing, caressing my hair. Was she this intimate with Georges? Or was it because I was a younger girl that she was so keen on putting her hands all over me? Before I understood what I was feeling, my body acted. There was pure, unfiltered impulse. Oh no, what did you do? Did you kiss? Or did you just react physically elsewhere? In my attempt to escape from her grip, I twisted around, only to find my face inches from Amy's. Slowly gravitating closer, I pressed my lips against the corner of her mouth. Amy sat there, flabbergasted. I was equally aghast.
I'm sorry.
As I frantically put some distance between us, I'm sure my face was red as an apple, though I didn't know it at the time.
Well, that was certainly unexpected. I'm sorry. Did I make you uncomfortable touching you too much?
Amy was smiling, though it looked forced.
No, not at all. And I must have startled you. I'm sorry. If I'd let you go sooner, we could have avoided this incident. What do you mean, accident? A kiss on the lips is... It wasn't an accident. It wasn't, Amy. I seem to have confused you somewhat, Michel. What? I know I can be very touchy-feely with you, and you took that to mean you should do the same. No. You can't do that again, alright? If you want to kiss your friends, you do it on the cheek. Save the lips for the man you love. I should get going then. Georges starts getting cranky if I don't give him enough attention. Hold on, Amy. So long, Michel.
Amy knew, yeah, Amy knew there was something up there as well, and Amy was just like, I don't want to hear it. I am dealing with none of this. I am running away. What do you mean the kiss wasn't an accident? God damn. Amy is very emotionally intelligent. Considering she's only 15, god damn. She knows a little bit of what's going on with Michel here, clearly. She knows what her place in society is, and she's just accepted it. She's decided that that's fine, and she's happy with it. She is literally happy with it. She's happy with Georges. So, good for her, at least. She likes being a woman in this time period. But yeah, god damn, poor Michel. The fact that she was just like, just because I'm touchy-feely with you, doesn't mean you get to be touchy-feely with me. Damn. How old is she? She's 15. She's only 1 year older than Michel. That's why she was surprised when she found out Michel was 14 already. She thought Michel was like 12, but yeah, she's 15 and she's about to be married. And she, yeah, very emotionally intelligent, it feels like. The fact that she got out of there immediately because she was like, this isn't something for me to deal with. It's, oh God. She wouldn't hear me out. Once Amy had fled my chambers, that was when I finally comprehended my own emotions. That she had stolen my heart. But Amy was Georges' fiancée. No, that wasn't the problem. My body was not meant for her love. Oh, poor Michel. Confused little baby. Finally realized that, yeah, I love this girl. God damn it. I awoke in the middle of the night. I awoke in the middle of the night to pain in my joints.
Not enough exercise, I guess.
I tried bending and stretching my arms and legs, but it did nothing. So after pondering on it for a bit, I decided to go for a late night walk to distract myself. Oh no. Is this joints or is this actually growing pains? Yeah, I'm guessing this is finally the onset of puberty. As I approached the corridor adjacent to the courtyard, I heard a woman's voice.
I'm still concerned about staying here.
Amy's voice. Doing my best to remain perfectly quiet, I pressed myself up against the wall by the window and listened in on their conversation. I knew it was improper to eavesdrop, but the sound of her voice had me frozen in place.
It's Michel. I'm afraid I've confused her.
A tiny jolt ran down my spine, my muscles all tensing up at once. The sound of my name rising to her lips, but not in the way I would have liked.
She kissed me. Well, almost, but how could I have guessed she thought of me that way? Mother told me she didn't have any female friends, and asked me to be one for her, which is why...
So she had only been coming to see me because Mother had asked her to. I had been afraid of that. Afraid that she wasn't there to be with me. But she had no fondness for me, and my yearning for her was one-sided.
She kinda scares me, the way she looks at me, always watching every little move I make. I'm sensitive to that sort of thing. I can tell what's going through Michel's mind. I managed to deflect it this time, but I should have never gotten friendlier with her.
She had seen through me from day one, understood what I was feeling even before I had.
It's disgusting. Homosexuality. On Pride Month, Amy?
Fuck me, this sucks so much. Oh god, no wonder Michel has such a problem with Giselle later on. Giselle, who was sent here by her mother. Exactly like Amy was. Probably thought, oh, it's just a female friend to try and confuse me again.
Fuck my life. Okay.
Homosexuality? Did I hear her right?
Something inside me crumbled, and with it came an intense sense of wrongness. There it was again, that overpowering discomfort, that fear coursing through my veins, that repulsion, that irritation, that apprehension. What on earth was I? Did I view Amy as a member of the same sex? Were the things I felt homosexual? I heard Amy sigh from beyond the window. Then the man beside her, who she was confiding all this in, replied,
"She's still just a child."
That voice.
"And one with underdeveloped social skills besides. Understand that she's going to do and say some inappropriate things. It's not uncommon for a child to make mistakes, to mistake admiration for love. I didn't know this until recently. When she gets something into her head, she has a tendency to run with it without thinking."
Wait. Is it her father? Is it Michel's father even? His father? Is he doing what he always does? It better not be. Or what if it's the court? Take your bets, guys. Is it Daddy Dearest who's also spying and possibly doing some fucked up shit? Or is it the other court artist who apparently is a womanizer and maybe the brother's being messed with? Better not be the other brother. If they fuck around with Didier and make Didier a bad guy too, oh god. Anyway, also, I like the way they're doing this as well. But Michel was just like, it's not homosexuality though. I don't know why. Still hasn't figured out what their feeling is, but they're like, but I'm not a girl. That's not the word for it. No. Yeah, I really hope it's not Didier.
Was not the man's I had assumed it was.
No, don't tell me they're sneaking around too.
The other day, she asked me to let her be a knight. I can't imagine how she thought that would end any other way. Why? It's not very often there are women other than Mother at the estate. I imagine she simply got nervous being around you, and something got mixed up in her head. Why was Didier out there with her?
I hope that's all it was.
Amy, hadn't you told me you thought Georges was a gentleman? So what were you doing? Getting so friendly with Didier? And Didier, weren't you my ally? Or was that all an act like her? You were going to be a knight. So why were you out here with your brother's fiancée? I'm glad to have you here. So, I hope you can figure something out to make it work.
I'll do what I can, but... And I'm kind of reluctant to say this to you. But something has to change. As it is, she kind of grosses me out.
She grosses me out. So what? I was some kind of sick, disgusting creature. All I'd done was show feelings for her. I couldn't be Georges or Didier. The needles piercing me expanded, both in size and number. Soon I was being skewered by a dozen of them, and the heated sighs rising from the courtyard only seemed to serve to make the pain worse. All I could do was cover my ears and run.
I'm sorry, the what? Hold up. That is loaded. And the heated sighs rising from the courtyard. Oh, they started fucking right there and then outside. God damn. Actual NTR. With the fucking brother. The brother who's supposed to become a knight of the church. Oh my god. Well, she's having a fun time.
Oh my god.
Why? What were you even doing out there, Didier? How am I gross, Amy? It's not real. It's all a bunch of lies. This entire house is nothing but a fraud. None of it was ever real. Family gatherings, Amy's smiles, Didier's kindness, Georges... What about Georges? Did he agree to the marriage knowing about them? What the hell are they thinking? You want to know who's really disgusting? I will not cry.
I missed the goddammit. That was important.
I will not cry. I can't let myself. Girls cry. Tears are for girls, not for me.
I bit down hard on my lip, wrapped myself in my sheets, and pressed my hands hard over my ears. Squeezed my eyes shut as tight as I could manage. Tried to get away from the things I'd seen. Images of them embracing in the night threatened to float back to the surface, but I shook my head, casting them off. Praying I wouldn't have any nightmares, I drifted off to sleep.
Yeah, that's pretty fairly nightmare-inducing. That, fuck my life. The two brothers he had thought of as perfect. One of them, well, both of them kind of like betrayed because of the whole like societal thing. But goddamn, the NTR, the cuckolding, the fact that Georges may know, the way she said, oh, don't worry about Georges. Georges is such a gentleman. So basically she's saying, George never wants to fuck me. It's fine. I don't have to worry about George touching me. There's someone else who touches me. God damn. Fuck me. How old was Didier? No idea. He's definitely well past puberty. I'd imagine if he's about to become knight, I don't know how long they train, to be fair. He's about to go on a mission. He looks like he's in his 20s easily, maybe young 20s. He's got like a serious beard. I know there are some people who can get beards when they're young, but I feel like a full beard, like not a patchy one, that takes you to like 21. That's just me. I have known some people that are like 17 and manage to have an actual beard, but it's very rare. Mostly it's just like a little bit of facial hair. Oh my god. Anyway, that question as well. I wonder if Georges knew. Did Georges know? Is Georges fine with that? Is that what Georges likes? Does Georges just only care about art and doesn't care what else is going on, and she's just there to like be the wife because he needs a wife to inherit the family house and everything? I don't know. She was, yeah, we know her age. It's different time period, but yeah, goddamn, I don't think Georges knows. I have no idea, to be honest. I mean, the way he played off the womanizer thing as well. Who knows what he's up to? Maybe we'll find out as this goes on, or maybe it's just always going to be a mystery, and it's like, who knows if he knew, who knows if he finds out, who knows what's going on. The family is fucked. The dad sucks, the mom sucks. It turns out both the brothers kind of fucking suck. Oh god. And for all we know, Didier was there when Michel was killed. Didier may have even been on the battlefield. That would be the absolute ultimate betrayal. That's the one thing I hope did not happen. And we know that fucking Georges ends up trapped in a painting in the building and tries to help us in the future.
The next day, I awoke with a terrible fever. I hovered in a sweltering wave of heat, unable to tell dream and reality apart, listening to a seemingly endless stream of cracking noises. The sounds were coming from inside my body. I thought I was falling apart. Mother was horribly worried. I'd never been the most healthy child, but I'd never fallen this ill either. I couldn't get out of bed. My voice was raspy, like an old woman's. I was genuinely afraid I would wither away and die. Mother called in doctor after doctor to see me, but they all said it was the flu. My bodily pain was common with a fever. While there was a doctor in the house, Mother was able to remain relatively calm. But once they were gone, the anxiety came back. She stayed with me day and night, even forgoing sleep. Her hands gripped mine. They held me fast. She had her head bowed, as if in prayer.
Don't worry. It'll be all right, Michel. God is watching over you. He will protect you. You're his child. You're his angel sent to Earth. He will not forsake you. The doctors say it's just the flu.
Though her words seemed to be directed at me, there was a vacantness in her voice, as if they were really for herself. For so long she had wanted a daughter. I couldn't understand her fixation. But seeing her there through my cloudy eyes, I wanted to apologize for ever thinking spending time with her was agonizing.
How are you feeling? Your mother's here for you. Don't worry.
But the only sound that came from my mouth was a faint gasp. I drifted in and out of sleep, Mother's hand wrapped around my own, and I had numerous dreams. In my dreams, I was a man. In my dreams, I was Didier, and I was Georges. In my dreams, I fell in love with Amy, and in my dreams, I loved her.
You're disgusting.
But with one word, the dreams twisted into nightmares. My body was torn into fleshy chunks, and I sunk into the darkness. Several days later, my fever was gone, like it had never been there. However, oh no, here we go. This is going to be very confusing. What the? Yeah, I figured. My voice did not recover. And when I attempted to climb from my bed, the murderous pain in my joints came rushing back. Instead of my feet, I landed on my face. My voice was unbelievably deep. And the pain only got worse. Every time I took a breath, it felt like someone hammering a spike into the back of my neck. It felt like my body was falling apart, like my dreams were becoming reality.
Michel! Michel!
When Mother scrambled into my chambers, I remember the time she had spent at my bedside, and a wave of relief came over me. I reached my hand out in a show of vulnerability. But she didn't take it. She couldn't take it.
Mother? What's wrong with your voice, Michel? Oh, I see. You're still not feeling well, are you, Michel?
A look of restrained fear on her face. Mother stepped toward me, placing her hand on my forehead. Her palm felt hot against my skin.
You don't have a fever.
But I hurt all over.
My joints. You're still sick, Michel. But don't worry. You'll be fine in no time. Now back to bed with you. You're a girl. You're a girl, so you shouldn't be sitting on the floor. It's bad for your back.
As Mother repeated the phrase, "You're a girl," again and again, that nagging sense that something wasn't quite right grew more distinct. Was I really sick? Was this actually my voice now? And if it was, what was I turning into? My voice was certainly not a girl's voice. Yeah, puberty seriously hit like a fucking truck. God damn. My voice never went back to normal though, so Mother ordered me to remain in my room. I hadn't recovered yet, and so long as I was sick, I couldn't be let out. Again, something felt wrong about her calling it a sickness, but I had no evidence to the contrary. I had no way to know I wouldn't get others sick if I exposed them as she claimed, so I had no choice but to do as she said. In time, Mother too stopped visiting me, and the only people I saw were servants. They did their jobs, but refused to look me in the eye. No one else came to see me, though. Not Amy, Didier, or Georges. 1 month passed. Then 2. Then 3. Occasionally, the pain in my joints would withdraw. At other times, it would worsen. Whenever I would drift off to sleep, I would hear the sound of my own joints creaking. I would dream of a woman standing in the courtyard, her soft chestnut hair fluttering in the wind as she twirled to face me, a smile on her face, and her breasts exposed.
Oh, he was having the sex dreams too. God damn it. They never came to visit. I bet the mum told them all not to come. I mean, Amy clearly didn't want to come, but I feel like the brothers would have wanted to see him. Just probably the mother was like, no, 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 you'll get sick. She's in a really bad place right now. Anyone near her will be a problem. Stay away from her. I'd imagine it's the mother trying to deny everything and probably genuinely lying to herself as well and thinking, no, my daughter's fine. She's still my baby girl. She's my baby girl. Everything's fine. It'll be fine. She'll come back. It's just a sickness. Oh, God.
Yeah, this sucks. One day, after around 6 months of servants refusing to make eye contact, I stopped one and made a request. I have a mirror brought to my room. While he didn't acknowledge me, the next day I had my mirror. By that point, I was fairly certain I knew what was happening to my body. I had no clothes to wear, because none of the multicolored dresses hanging in my wardrobe fit me anymore. Pulling the heavy red cloth covering the mirror aside, my completely naked body came into view. Something resembling a mix of a chuckle and a sigh of pity spilled from my lips. This is me. 6 months. After only 6 months' time, I could hardly recognize myself.
Chan, can we see the full pic? I mean, this is about as much as you get. You want me over here? Ah. What was the button to? No. Stop. There is definitely a button to reveal it. Yeah, that's as much as you can see. God damn it, I always forget the buttons in this game. My shoulders lacked mother's curves, and my skin Amy's sheen. I was pale and haggard, but structurally, I looked like my brothers. Obviously, being younger than them and not as active, my muscles lacked any kind of strength. But I wouldn't have batted an eye if I saw myself holding a sword. I was a full head taller than I had been 6 months earlier, and I felt an odd certainty that I wasn't done growing either. Staring at myself in the mirror, I traced my name across the surface. Michel. Well, I suppose I should just keep this on. Don't need the last two. Michel. Aww. He finally realized what he was feeling. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a transformation. Puberty genuinely hit him like a truck. The short hair kind of nice though. Man is incredible looking. Definitely needs to work out a bit. But god damn. Let's go, Michel. Only 6 months. For the first time in my life, I liked my name. I still didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit, but it was staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded exactly the same. Those last 2 letters changed the meaning entirely, turning it from a girl's name to a boy's name. Now this makes sense.
Everything was falling into place. My admiration for Didier, the envy I had for my brother's bodies, the feelings I had for Amy, the indecent dreams I'd been having. I was always male. I cackled like a fool for the first time in my life. I laughed so hard at the sight of myself, my stomach hurt. It was the first glimmer of light I had seen in this locked room for far too long. This was what I was supposed to look like. My life up until 6 months ago, constricted and uncomfortable. My life as a girl was all a lie. No one could possibly look at me and call me an angel. I was always a boy, but I'd been told I was a girl, forced to act like one. Of course that didn't feel right. They needed to know. I couldn't be the only one who understood. Everyone in this house needed to. Fueled by this one desire, I wrapped a sheet over my shoulders and threw open the door. Yo, that face is so good as well. The determination! It seemed ridiculous how long I had followed Mother's instructions and remained cooped up in my room. And now, I felt fantastic. If there truly was a God in heaven, then this change within me was his answer to my prayers. A manservant carrying a tray of food did a double take as I passed him. The farther I proceeded through the corridors, the more eyes I felt on me. The midday sun shone obnoxiously bright through the windows. But now, with its piercing radiation illuminating my proper self, I felt an odd affection for the light. I could hear the family gathered in the great hall. Everyone but me. Didier's voice complained about the simple meals the church provided, but his pride came through in his laughter. Georges' voice playfully bragged about life at the royal court. Father's voice informed everyone his investments had borne fruit, and with the money he had purchased several new estates. Mother's voice was distinctly less bright than the rest of the family's. She gave vague, empty indications she was listening, though mostly stayed out of the conversation. Amy's voice sang her praises for Georges, her beloved husband. Never mind the fact that she was sleeping with Didier. It was all a facade, a mere shadow of a family.
It's a shame Michel couldn't be here. Then we would have everyone.
I was there. I was right there. I hadn't gone anywhere. You just locked me in my room.
I hope she recovers soon.
I was never sick at all. The child you called Michel was actually your son. That was all there was to it.
Huh?
What? Everyone's gazes concentrated on me. I gave them all a quick glance, and then with my deepened voice, I said, I'm cured. I was cured 6 months ago. Who? Wait, I just gave him like a... Who are you? Surely you haven't forgotten my face, have you? Father.
Michel?
Michel? This boy is Michel? A wave of chatter spread through the hall. Mother went pale. Father objected. Didier stared. Georges gaped. Amy watched cautiously, fear in her eyes. What a farce. They were the ones who had wrongly decided I was a girl.
What's going on? Someone tell me, what's the meaning of this? You were dressing your son up like a girl, Mother? I assumed he was a girl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put my hands on him like that. You lied to me. I never would agree to it if I'd known. Oh, you're wrong. Michelle is my daughter. You call that a girl? All these months I was worried because you said he was sick. That was all a lie. You couldn't pass him off as a girl anymore, so you locked him up in his room. Is that what this is? And you could have just stayed there. What possessed you to show yourself now, you fucking bitch? For like 5 seconds, I was like, you know what? She's being a bitch and only caring about herself, but at least she's immediately like, he. She's like, hey, he's a boy. She is like, you know what? Okay, gender affirmed. But then she's instantly like, just stay there and rot. How dare you present yourself in front of me, you... Oh, god damn it. Stop that. Don't look at me. Don't give me that look.
You said you can tell what's going through my mind, didn't you?
What?
Then you should know exactly how I feel about you right now. Don't be so damned full of yourself. I have no interest in a whore like you. So why don't you go cry into Didier's arms? Her face! The tea! He's just like, you're a fucking whore. You're sleeping with your fucking husband's brother, you sick bitch. Oh my god. Yeah. You.
What? What are you talking about? Why Didier? Why not me? What? Hey, anyone want to explain that for me?
What had once been a nice family meal was now utter chaos. For the briefest moment, I felt sorry for Georges, but that whisked away almost immediately. There was a crash. From the table and dishes fell scattering against the floor.
Cursed.
Chilling darkness oozed from her voice.
She's cursed. She was my daughter. I saw it with my own eyes. I gave birth to her. She was a girl. Michelle was a girl. A malevolent curse has been placed on her.
When Mother lifted her head, I had difficulty believing that was the same woman who had sat by my bedside as I lay sick, sacrificing sleep to care for me. Her hair was a frazzled mess, and deep creases covered her face.
Restrain her! Throw her in her room and lock the door! She's a girl! A girl! She was a girl! I swear it!
Open your eyes! Do I sound like a girl? Do I look anything like a girl? Mother's cries sent me into a frenzy. I ripped the sheet off my shoulders, throwing it to the floor. I am not a girl! And shouted.
Restrain her! Please, someone restrain her!
Fear reigned in the great hall, but then several moments of icy silence were broken by a muttering, which shocked me as much as anyone else.
You're not a boy. Or a girl. What on earth are you? You're an abomination!
You're not a boy. You're an abomination. I'm... What? I had seen myself in the mirror. I was undoubtedly male. Lacking in strength though they may have been, I had visible muscles. My chest was flat, and I was taller than a girl should be. My voice was deep, and I had an obvious lump in the middle of my throat. I was male. I had to be male.
Oh, shit! Michel never knew about penises. because he'd never seen his brothers. His brothers always like shouted at him for coming into the room. He never knew. He was never taught. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
I was male. I had to be male. What else could I be? So why was Amy looking at me like some kind of strange creature? A chill ran down my spine, and I suddenly found myself deeply uncomfortable being so exposed.
There's nothing there. You've got nothing there.
Nothing. There. I didn't understand what she was talking about. Unable to press further, I fell silent, at which point several servants burst into the great hall and restrained me.
She's a girl. She's my daughter.
Mother, seemingly in a mad daze, just repeated the same thing over and over.
She was a girl!
As Mother wailed, she wandered off somewhere. Father stood there in silence. Amy stared at me with disgust in her eyes. Georges was still in a panic, and Didier clenched his fists. Eventually, I started regaining my composure, which is when I realized I'd made a mistake. My sickness had been made into a curse.
Oh, fucking poor Michel. Poor Michel. So yeah, Michel was intersex the entire time. Did the mother just lie about things? What did... I don't know. I don't know. No, it's not a curse. Yeah, exactly. God damn it. So yeah, my theory was right. I figured that because like the servant who like stays on the estate was like, is it true you have nothing there? Like, is it true you have nothing? He like cut off the last bit, but I was like, okay, that makes sense. That I've heard of. And so yeah, changing during puberty makes sense. So then being raised as a girl and then going through puberty and taking on more masculine traits, he decided to take on, yeah, masculinity. He decided he was a man and he stuck with that. So he is a man. He is just, yeah, also intersex. God damn. Possible his mom never knew. She'd have to have realized. I don't know. I don't know how that works, actually. Oh, God. Anyway. That's so fucked up. The fact that he immediately there was just like, oh, it's been transformed into a curse. He felt so affirmed at that point. He thought he was just going to whip off his goddamn robe in front of everyone. Everyone was going to be like, oh, he is a man. We all know now. God, they just didn't understand it back then. They just didn't fucking understand it.
I was once more caged up in my room. In addition to the door being locked from the outside, the windows were boarded over so no one could see in, leaving me in perpetual darkness. I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look me in the eye. Every day was the same, day in and day out. Day in and day out. Turning up the music, this is some cursed ass soundtrack. The only time the routine changed was when on occasion a servant would arrive bearing a letter. It was my mother's handwriting on the parchment. We lived in the same house, yet she refused to show herself before me. I had no choice but to respond to her letters. She demanded I speak like a girl, and I didn't have the strength to defy her. There was a constant sense of urgency to her letters, like she might fall apart completely at any second.
This music is perfect for this. Because you can hear, like, it's almost like a facade of normalcy. There's like a nice little piano tune, but then that corrupted. It's like the family is trying to pretend everything is fine despite how fucked up this all is. Not just for him either. Not just for Michel. Fucking Georges just found out he's been cucked by his brother. What the shit is going on outside of the room as well? A game of fools. That's, yeah, that's, it feels right for this.
That nice piano that's like, ah, nice refined, and then the cursed other sound. This is I fucking love everything about this game. And so I did as she said. I signed each letter. Michel. The female name she bestowed upon me at birth, which I so despised. Every time I used that name, I felt like I was denying my own identity. On paper, she expressed her concern for me, but that concern only served to cause me more pain. That fucking music. This is cursed as shit. I love it. This is so perfect for this. Sorry. Distractions. So every time I took up my quill, my hands trembled. Mother, prayed daily that my curse might one day be broken. Am I cursed? Is that why my body changed? Was it not because I was male? There's nothing there. What did she mean by that? Why did she look at me the way she did? How am I an abomination? Why? I don't understand. Someone. Anyone. Please tell me. Someone. Please. Oh, Michel. The most fucked up thing about that is he really is buying into the curse. Oh, God. This almost has parallels to, like, people trying to reaffirm people. This is so fucked up. The fact that he has to sign the letters back Michel, because he knows otherwise it's just got to get worse. He has to use the female version of the name, even though he knows in his heart he's Michel without the extra L and E. Oh, this is so fucked up for him. And he's just started to believe that it really is a curse. He was so convinced he was a man, but now they've managed to confuse him because he doesn't know about genitals. God fucking damn it. Wait, nope, it's a servant. I brought you supper. I'll be back shortly to retrieve your dishes. I'll be going then. Wait. What? Wait a minute. Yes? What do you need, Michel? Are you a man? Or a woman? Pardon? Which are you? I'm exactly what I appear to be. Which are you? I'm a man. If that is all, I'll be going now. Close. Off. What? Take your clothes off. Right now. Everything. Even your underclothes. Surely you jest, Michel. I'm very serious. I couldn't possibly. Why not? I could not expose myself. I ordered you to take off your clothes. You mean to humiliate me? I beg you, please reconsider. What are you? You're a servant of the Bolognier state. And what am I? I am a child of the Bolognier estate. Oh, the way he said child. He didn't even know whether to say daughter or son. Oh, man. I may be locked up, imprisoned in this room, but that doesn't make you any less my servant. Am I wrong? Clothes off. Michel. I ordered you to take your clothes off. Not even the tiniest sliver of guilt arose in my conscience. I felt no shame in what I was doing. All that mattered to me was figuring out what Amy had meant. I wanted to find the truth. Not knowing I would have been better off in the dark. His face twisted in humiliation. The servant undressed before me. In the dim candlelight, the man's body was shaped almost like a rectangle. And at a glance, he didn't appear much different to me. A second later, though, I found my answer. I found the one crucial thing he had that I didn't. Why? My lower body lacked the part that made a man a man. Are you satisfied, Michel? It was then that I finally learned what a man's body was supposed to look like. I'm begging you, please allow me to dress. It'd be an unbearable shame to remain unclothed any longer. For the young Bollignier daughter. Daughter? You still insist on calling me a damned girl? Look at these shoulders. My chest. Listen to my voice. How can you possibly think any of that belongs to a girl? But how you appeared does not. There was a distinct look of fear in the manservant's eyes. Not out of respect for our difference in rank, but out of disgust for this incomprehensible thing standing there before him. Those trembling eyes, and the reality dangling there before me, blew the lid once more off everything I'd been holding back. Without that, you would be no different from me. Or everything else. Everything else is all the same. So why? Why does it make such a difference? You have one and I don't. Michel? I am a man. I'm a man just like you. I am no one's daughter. And if you still insist we're not the same, then I'll make you like me. Oh, fuck no, Michel. You can't do that. Without that, you're no... Without that, you're no different than me. It was a mix of dread and panic that pushed me over the edge. And so, in order to keep myself afloat, I decided to bring another pain. Please don't do this, Michel! In a blind frenzy, hardly even aware of what I was doing, just riding the current of my erupting emotions, I swiped a knife off the tray that the man had brought, knocked him down, and climbed on top of him. I'll get rid of it. I'll make you the same. Without it, you'll be just like me. Please don't go through with this. Get off me. Please. Someone help. I'll make you just like me. Get in here. Someone. Anyone. Michel. She's delirious. Through the fog of hysteria, I suddenly realized I was surrounded by several servants, and the next thing I knew, I was on the floor beneath them. There were as many, if not more of them, than when I had made the scene in the Great Hall. A dozen manservants stared down at me, their eyes filled with fear and revulsion. And in the shadows beyond the crowd, I saw Mother looking in on me with vacant eyes. Mother. Why? Why will you only speak to me through letters? Why do you say I'm cursed? Mother, I'm male. I was always male. Tell them that I am Mother. Let me out of here, please. I'm not delirious. My head is perfectly clear. I'm normal. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not cursed! Mother, say something! Mother! After that, I was shut in my room again, and even the servants stopped coming. I pushed, and I shoved, and I pulled, and I pounded with all my strength, but the door and windows didn't budge. A day passed, and then another. With no food or water, I started fearing death was upon me. I had no idea how miserable it was to go on so long without water. My throat was dry and cracked, and it felt like it was on fire, making breathing difficult. 2 days. 48 long hours. I felt like I was going to lose my mind. After just 2 days, my skin stretched wide across my bones, looking hard and dry in the soft candlelight. Water. I need water. Someone, please, give me water. I won't anyone bring me any. Why? My family had abandoned me and were leaving me to die in this room. When I realized that, I broke into uncontrollable shaking. The helplessness threatened to suffocate me. Fear of death turned to panic, which only scrambled my already confused mind further. I grabbed a chair, swinging it at the window, at the door. But all my attempts ended in crushing failure. Anyone? I clawed at the door, begging for help. Someone, open the door! Anyone! Water! I need water! 1 drop, that's all I need! I'm going to die in here! Someone! Anyone! Mother? Father? Didier? Georges? Someone open the door, please! Help me! Someone! I need water! My throat hurts. It burns! I'm so weak. Someone... Water! Didier! Georges! Anyone! But not a single soul came to the door. With no food or water, the 3rd day came and went, and then the 4th. By that point, I was unexpectedly devoid of any sense of dignity, and I sat there, covered in all manner of human filth, as my body quickly wasted away. Still, I clung to the vain hope that someone would open that door. It was all I had. Occasionally I would hear footsteps. Whenever I did, I mustered up what meager strength I had left to bang on the door. Whoever's there, please, open the door. I'm begging you. Someone. But my pleas fell on deaf ears. Though they didn't respond to me, I could hear the Abigails muttering to one another in the corridor.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
I wonder what's gotten into Lady Michel.
They say she was cursed.
Maybe she sold her soul to the devil.
Oh, how dreadful.
We should stay away from that door, if we don't want to be cursed too.
I am not cursed. I did not sell my soul to the devil.
Kinda scared.
I might have to find work somewhere else.
Gotta make sure we stay away from that door.
You think I'm cursed? I never did anything wrong.
Maybe Michel has lost her mind.
She's deranged.
I'm scared even thinking about her.
I'm not deranged. My mind is perfectly fine.
She's right crazy. Right mad.
Oh, I'm not. I'm perfectly normal.
Wait.
Someone, please get me out of here.
It's amazing how the music always manages to swell up at the right times. That's fucking crazy. Why are they laughing? I'm thinking that may be Morgana. If it is the Abigails, I can't imagine them actually laughing like that. The tee-hee-hee in the exact same way. I feel like that was Morgana, like, twisting the knife a bit, maybe. Maybe she found... Well, this isn't the tower, though. Maybe it isn't Morgana. Maybe he's imagining things. It's 4 days without water. He'd be delirious as fuck. They're probably actually having a conversation out there. But then his mind started to wander and he started imagining them, like, laughing at him crazily. He was like, oh, they think I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. They're crazy. Now they're laughing at me. Yeah, he's just delirious, probably. So good. The 5th. And then the 6th day passed. You should be dead, my man. 6 days without water? And by that point, I was hovering on death's brink. I lacked even the willpower to hold myself up against the door. So I simply lay on the cold floor, waiting for the end. I felt no sorrow, no anger, no despair, nothing. I'd been sucked completely dry. I couldn't even compose a coherent thought. Which is why, when the door I had so yearned to open actually did, and someone stepped inside standing over me, I was unable to process it. My God, what a mess. Hey, are you still alive? Wow, look at that. I was afraid you would be dead. This bitch. This is probably a hallucination too. It was Amy's voice. Yeah, this is an hallucination. God, this is so beautiful. In a tragic way. That smile is so fucking evil. It looks like a mask. The artwork again. Let me... Look at him crying out and her offering him the water. Unless it isn't water. I saw someone in chat say, wait, is that poison? Maybe that's it. Maybe she's going to show up and be like, hey, drink this and you'll finally pass away. You'll be free. That's fine. Oh, God. Let's go. I'm sorry, really. I didn't mean you much harm. But after what you said in front of the whole family, I was a little upset. Oh shit, this is revenge. This is revenge for outing her for cucking her husband. I couldn't tell what she was saying. All I could hear were garbled sounds, and all I could do was moan at her. The servants are all afraid of you now after your little episode, so I volunteered to bring you your food in their place. Everyone was so grateful. I don't think anyone liked you anymore. Eventually, my muddy mind managed to make sense of the thing she was holding in her hands. A tray of food. I could smell it from here.
first, I just gave your food to a stray cat. I wish you could have seen it devouring every last bite. What I didn't know, though, was that people can die in just a few days without water. I never intended to kill you. I just didn't know. So I'm really sorry about that.
Water?
But you're alive. For someone so physically weak, you sure are tenacious. Isn't that nice? You have one thing you can be proud of. What was that? Water? You want water? Hold on. I've got some right here.
She picked up a goblet with her delicate fingers. My hand swiped weakly at the air trying to grab it. A grin spread across her lips. And then, she let go. Yeah, I figured she was going to drop it on the floor and make him lick it off. Yep.
Go on. Shrink. You'd better hurry, or the rug will absorb it all. You wanted water, didn't you? And drink.
In that moment, I could hear the sound of my last of my dignity crumbling away. Driven solely by my survival instinct, I bent down toward the rug, pressing my lips against the spreading puddle.
You really did it! This is too good, Michel. You look like a cat. No, cats are much more graceful. I can't stop laughing. The daughter of a prestigious family. The Polignaires. Sucking water out of a carpet. Oh, I wish I had a painter here to capture this image on canvas. Oh, so you know, I accept that I made a mistake, Michel. I promise I'll bring you your food from now on. I'll take very good care of you. This is going to be fun.
Listening to her childish yet deeply malicious laughter, I understood. I was her plaything now. My hell was only just beginning.
Yeah, this is about to get a whole lot worse. Fuck my life. Wow. Oh, Michel. She could do all kinds of horrible, traumatic things to him, considering she knew she had power over him even before that. And now that he's called her a whore and exposed her cucking her husband in front of the whole family, god damn it. How much worse could this get? Well, I imagine the only way Michel could have survived 7 days, and he did specifically say he was covered in all manner of filth. He was intaking the outtake, shall we say. He did his best to survive, and yeah, this is going to be bad, so another trigger warning for anyone who hasn't been disgusted and creeped out enough already. Christ.
Having gotten food and water, my body recovered somewhat, but I was hardly in peak condition. That would take some time, given how badly malnourished I had been. Amy continued to treat me like her pet, constantly stoking the flame of rage within me. But I was too weak to stay on my feet for long, and talking hurt my throat. I assume it was a calculated effort on her part to maintain power over me, to keep me as miserable as possible. She always had a smirk on her face as she gazed down on me.
Oh, that picture again.
Come on, open up. Today I'm going to feed you myself. What's the matter? I can't put anything in with your mouth closed. Or do you want to starve to death?
Amy, why are you doing this?
Why? Because it's fun. Why else?
You married into this family, you sick wench. What gives you the idea you could treat me Are you saying that because I married in, I'm lesser of stature than you? That's true, I am. But what's your point? You think you can intimidate me with formalities? Amy! Ugh. I would rather you not speak my name if you wouldn't mind. That doesn't excuse your treatment of me. Someone, Didier or George will make you pay for this. You don't have a single friend here, Michel. No one to take your side. And no one to say a thing about me playing with you. Assuming you were somehow able to tell someone, no one would believe you. That's a lie. Do you have any idea what people say about you? They say you've gone mad. They say you've sold your soul to the devil. Do you honestly believe anyone would trust you? I'm not mad. I don't know. You look plenty mad to me. Fine. Then I'll run away. I'll escape from this estate. And from you. You think you could survive out in the world with that body? A stray cat could lift more than you. You never find work. I give you a week at best. You can't be sure of that. Maybe I could make it on my own. Maybe. But either way, there's no way that you're getting out. You try to run, someone might just cut your legs off. How is that at all necessary? Don't ask me. Maybe because your curse hasn't broken? You know, you're lucky you're even allowed to live. And you should be grateful to me for volunteering to take care of you. Nobody else wanted to have anything to do with it. So if you wanted to keep living, you have to show me some respect. And you have to do everything I tell you to. Understood? So this is the real you. You were just pretending to be respectable. But in reality, not only are you sleeping with Didier, you're a downright vile woman. You've been putting on an act ever since you got here. Oh, you make it sound like I'm somehow worse than anyone else. I'm quite normal, thank you. How is this normal? Listen to me, Michel. The side of me you see right now isn't necessarily the whole thing. The sweet girl I am for the family, it's also me. And when I held you in my arms, that too was me. I'm not putting on an act. Liar. Well, to tell you the truth, I never actually liked you. So that part was a lie, yes. If Mother hadn't asked, I would have never even considered getting friendly with you. Amy! You know, life as a noblewoman is so dull. It's so restrictive. No room for love at all. So can you really blame me? There so happened to be the most wonderful night right there for the taking. Why shouldn't I have gone after him? I'm still young. Let me have some fun, you know. Not like women have much else in the way of recreation. So it wasn't Didier, but you who seduced him. And it all would have worked out beautifully too. If you'd only kept your mouth shut. You ruined our family gathering and damaged my reputation. And you called me a whore. That wasn't very nice. Now was it? Is it any surprise I'm a little sore? You brought this on yourself, Michel. I brought this on myself? Don't you dare! Nothing justifies what you're doing to me. I'm not the disturbed one. You're a crazy whore. And you don't try and pretend otherwise, damn you. Oh my. Such language. You're not being very nice to me, Michel. I wasn't supposed to talk like that, you know. I'm not a girl. And what are you? I'm a man. A man? With that body? Oh god, she is the perfect fucking person to torture him. This is so many levels of messed up. God fucking damn it. Very Jungian too. Jungian. Carl Jung. Very Jungian too. The whole line she dropped where it was like, no, this is the real me. But also the sweet girl that your family loves is the real me. The one who was taking care of you and being nice to you was the real me. This is just her shadow. This is no longer the persona on display. And I love that, yeah, this game has done that continuously. It's continuously shown the fact that people hide things. That nobody is like truly good or truly evil. Everybody's like hiding things underneath. Everybody has like different layers. Everything just be like shades of gray. We've said that so many times, but yeah. The shades of gray, but also, yeah, the persona versus the shadow, the id, the ego, the superego, all of that coming together. Don't pull the Jungian theory? Yeah, sorry. It just very much reminded me of that when she did the whole like, oh, this is me, and that was me. Every part of it's me. It's just who I am. Oh my god, I have to blow my nose 1 second. We're all onions? Exactly. We've all got so many layers. And unfortunately, some of them are not so nice. Some of them are like, I mean, he was a perfect knight. Why wouldn't I fuck him? Doesn't matter that I'm betrothed to the brother. I mean, she said it. She said it straight up. She was just like, I mean, he was right there. I gotta smash. Morgana Doko. I genuinely believe Morgana's only going to appear at the tower. I mean, well, at the building he gets moved to. I think Morgana's spirit was like tied to that building because that's where she died. So yeah, Morgana unfortunately can't end up destroying this family. A rotten onion was what she is. Yeah, very human though. We all have our dark tendencies. Amy quietly rose. Grabbed me by the hair and shoved me to the floor. Let go of me. You call yourself a man? You can't even get out of a girl's grip. I'm not all that strong either. In fact, I'd say I'm rather weak. Just a small, powerless girl. If you were a man, you'd have no problem breaking free, malnourished or otherwise. But you can't. She traced the lines of my emaciated ribs with her nails, traveling slowly, slowly down my chest. But even ignoring that, you're missing the most important part. Stop. Get off me. I tried to shove her aside with all the strength I could squeeze out of my arms. But as Amy said, I couldn't even overpower a girl. All I could do was lie there beneath her and beg. Get off me. Groaning in anger and frustration, her finger came to a stop just above my navel. She looked at me with a sweet smile and then pulled her hand away. And just as a wave of relief spilled through me, she shoved me back, jumped up, and slammed her foot between my legs. I shuddered as the pain jolted up my spine. Amy looked down on me as I screamed. A smirk spread across her face. Oh my, does that hurt? There's a surprise. Even without boy parts, it still hurts. Stop. Stop. Please. And she didn't stop stepping on me. I'm begging you to stop. Please. She dug her toes into my flesh. What exactly are you, Michel? From the feel of it,
You don't have quite the proper girl parts either.
Amy, please. On top of the physical pain, unbearable humiliation and shame corroded away at my spirit.
What a strange creature you are.
Stop. Stop. I could have died right there and then. Honestly, that would have been preferable to the emotional hell she was putting me through.
You should take a look at yourself in a mirror, Michel. You're crying, sobbing like a sad little girl. Not much of a boy, are you? And you lusted after me with this body. Seriously, you're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me.
Amy's abuse was not a one-time occurrence. As she had promised, she came to feed me every day. But her arrival brought nothing but anguish and torture. Every day she chipped away more of my spirit. But I hadn't succumbed to her yet. My anger still overpowered any fear I felt.
Good, Michel. Now you have a reason to grab a knife. You had no reason to hurt that servant, but this bitch?
Grab a knife, take her out, end this shit. About a week after Amy started caring for me.
Have you been a good girl, Michel? I brought you your supper. I'll set it right here for you. Aw. What's the matter, Michel? Your food's right here. It's going to get cold. Go on. Eat. But no using your hands. Crawl over and use your mouth. Come on. Eat. Would you rather I fed you? What was that? Do you have something to say?
Oh.
I can't understand a word you're saying, Michel. If you would eat, you would have enough strength to talk. Huh?
I'm going to kill you.
Amy!
That was, I believe, the first time in my life I had felt a sincere, overpowering desire to end someone's life. I wanted to see her dead. With my hands and legs tied up, I lurched for her. And like the dog she wanted me to be, I chomped down on her wrist. Let's fucking go.
Ah!
The taste of someone else's blood was far more unpleasant than I had expected. I felt like I was going to vomit. But I was determined not to let go of her wrist for any reason. I would gnaw through to the bone and rip her entire hand off. She could beat me unconscious and I still wouldn't let go. She would have to kill me to get me off of her. I wanted her to feel the same pain I felt when she trampled on me. Let go! My body never did what I wanted it to, though. I could swear on my life I wouldn't release her arm, but I could never seem to make good on my determination. Amy's foot flew up to my emaciated gut. The pointed tip of her shoe dug into my flesh like a knife, and I collapsed to the floor in a fit of convulsions. And just as I was about to cough up a mouthful of stomach acid, she rammed her foot into my abdomen a second time. Wait. She didn't even give me enough time to get to my feet, let alone fight back before she kicked me again. Again and again and again and again.
Stop. Stop.
My gut, my chest, my legs, and my face.
What's wrong with you? Don't you get it? You're not the one in control here. You should be thanking me. What you did to me that day was incredibly hurtful. And here I am, bringing you your food. Can you not see just how kind-hearted I am? So why would you go and bite me? What would possess you to do such a thing?
Gasping for breath, my consciousness slipping away from me, I caught a glimpse of Amy's eyes as she swung her leg back for another kick. And when I did, a single word rose to my mind. Demon.
Isn't that something? You can't even stand up to a girl. I'm not that strong. I'm weak and frail. This is the first time I've ever kicked someone. I have absolute control over you, Michel. You understand that now, right? Learned your lesson, didn't you?
Not an ounce of strength remained within me. My tongue and cheeks were torn up, and my mouth tasted of blood. Thinking herself weak and having no experience in the ways of physical violence, she knew no restraint. The ignorant can be so much more brutal and viciously relentless than the seasoned. My vision had gone red, and I could hardly even feel my own face. There was a strange gurgling sound with every breath I took.
Oh, jeez. What am I going to do about this hand? It hurts like crazy. Oh, I know. I'll tell everyone you finally lost it and tried to bite my hand off. They'll all feel so bad for me. I can just see the sad looks on Didier and George's face.
Oh. Not.
You know your brothers have completely given up on you. A deranged sister is nothing but trouble. You know what you are, Michel? You're a demon child.
Why?
That's why.
Are we back? Can you guys hear me? We had a little lag issue. There's a little lag spike there. It disconnected, then reconnected. We back? I'm okay now? Okay, good. Sorry about that in the middle of everything. That wasn't even my internet. I can hear you. Good. Sorry about that. Scared me a little bit. Scared me too. It even made like the computer sound. We were at You're a Demon Child? Wait, really? I didn't think I missed anything. Damn. So yeah, it was just... We'll go from there then. Damn, that scared me. Still lagging. It shouldn't still be lagging. A lot of people are saying it's fine. Still lag a bit. We're not dropping any frames. Crap. Try refreshing if it's still lagging for you now. It seems to be working for a lot of people. Back for me. Okay, good here. Good. It's okay for me. It might have been on YouTube's side then if it's still lagging for some other people. We'll give it like 10 seconds and then we'll dive back into it. Oh, weird. Okay. Somebody said we got up to You're a Demon Child, so we'll go for there.
Why was I the demon and not her? Why did no one come to my aid? Several times I considered ending my life, but every time I did, memories of better days came back to me. Of the time before my body had transformed. The days when we were all so sure of our happiness kept me chained to life, Why couldn't things still be the way they had been then? In my heart, I hadn't changed at all. So how had things ended up like this?
Mainly because your family sucks. His body transformed. It didn't actually transform. He just hit puberty. Yeah. Anyway. This is what? A dream of happier times? I guess so. Michel? Oh, Michel, are you in there? I'm gonna have to put myself in the middle again. This scene is making me move around a lot. There's color to the background this time as well. We've got like a green background instead of like a plain black and white one. Yeah, little baby version of Michel. God damn.
Did you need something, Josh?
Oh, come on. Don't be like that.
Do I have to need something to talk to you? No. But you looked like you were in an unusually good mood. So I thought...
Well, why wouldn't I be? It's a wonderfully gloomy day out.
I would understand if it were clear out. Can you really say it's wonderfully gloomy?
Well, you can't be outside for very long when it's not cloudy. So in our case, this is the perfect weather. What do you say we go for a little stroll while we can? Dee's around today too, so we can see if he's up for it. Okay, I get it. It's got color in the past now because now the past looks more colorful to him. The past, which was kind of colorless before because he hadn't figured out who he was, has now turned into a colorful past, which was his only happy time because now he's being tortured all the time. So now even the gray days of the past where things were kind of shitty in its own time feel colorful and light and beautiful compared to what he's going through now. Fuck, the imagery is so good.
What do you say we go for a little stroll while we can? Dee's around today too, so we can see if he's up for it. It'll be like old times. We've been running around like headless chickens lately, so we haven't had much of a chance for a sibling outing. We'll have Mom make us lunch, and then... Oh, we'll take a couple horses up to the forest edge. I'm fine with that if you are.
You bet your bum I am. I asked after all. Now come on, let's go. It's so sad to think about. He'd already thought his life was kind of shitty and now it's just worse.
An outing, you say?
Yep. Up on a couple of horses and head out to the forest. We haven't done this in a while, so I figured why not?
I see. Well, if Michel's coming, I see no reason to say no. Let's set off right away.
Whoa, slow down there. Are you saying you wouldn't go if it was just me? It's Michel or nothing?
Of course. Why on earth would I want to go horse riding alone with you? I'd rather drown myself.
Le gasp! They're so fucking cute together.
Didier? Could I perhaps make one small request?
Go on. Let's hear it.
Do you mind if I hold the horse's reins?
Oh, that's all? By all means. I'll be there behind you to make sure nothing happens, so have at it. But do be warned, my horse is a bit temperamental. If you're not gentle, he'll start getting moody with you. I doubt that'll be a problem for you, though, Michel.
I'll be careful.
The le gasp. My god, yeah, I haven't heard that in forever. Even funnier since this is actually a French setting. Hey, whoa, slow down, guys.
Look at that, Michel. Georges is still fumbling around all the way back there.
Are we going a bit too fast?
No, you're fine. That you were able to get past that so quickly is proof of your talent.
Finally caught up. This isn't a race, you know. Why can't we enjoy the scenery? Indulge in some nice pathos.
A warrior and his horse need not of pathos. Isn't that right, Michel?
Certainly is, Didier.
Come on, you guys. Be nice. This was my idea.
You've really taken after old D, haven't you, Michel?
Oh, wait, this is still George. I, for one, would rather see you admiring flowers or dancing with butterflies or gazing out of a beautiful sunset or enjoying poetry. More pathos, my dear sister, and less barbarism.
Long swords, suits of armor, and tales of heroic knights are so much more appealing, though. You've let him... Oh, God, wow, my brain. These two names throw me. You've let him get his claws in too deep, Michel. Oh, dear, oh my. I'm gonna have to have 2 meathead siblings before I know it. What did you just call me? Now, you two. Why don't we stop here for a picnic? Seconded. My stomach's been rumbling up a storm. I took a few bites earlier because I was about to die back there. I hope your horse throws you into a river. They're so cute together. They love each other even though they... Oh my God! Get me out of the way. Look at how cute this shit is. Aww. They're so happy. Even little baby Michel. Baby Michel just looking at her brother's like, oh. God damn. Hey, so the other day I brought a cat home. Cat? Yeah, specked from head to tail and ugly as a witch's ass. Witch's arse. I was gonna keep it in my room, but Mom flipped when she saw it. Keep that filthy thing out of my house. Wish there was something we could do about how much of a clean freak she is. Josh, try not to stress Mother too much. You're unpredictable enough as it is. It'd be nice, though. To have a cat, I mean. You think so? Then how about this? We'll keep it in the courtyard. I'll feed it on days when it's clear, and you can do it when it's cloudy, Michel. I don't know what cats eat, though. I bet he'd like pastries. You want to kill the cursed thing? I cannot approve of anyone taking care of an animal who thinks that's a good idea. Sorry. I know, the voices are switching all around. Don't worry about it. I mixed it up a couple of times. I'll pull the stick out of your ass, D. Life's all about experimentation. Live and learn. Don't experiment on animals. Well, if you're gonna be like that, how about you help out too? You can keep an eye on us and make sure we don't do anything stupid. What? Now you're trying to drag me into this? Already done. You're in. It's settled. Damn it, George. Now we need to come up with a name. Have any ideas, Michel? You want me to name it? Not very often you get to give another thing... Nah! That's George! God damn it! Not very often you get to give another living thing a name. I guess you might have a few more chances down the road. Consider this practice. Something elegant and beautiful. You've got this. Now, George, don't put so much pressure on her. You have a point, though. It's a good opportunity. Don't stress too much about it, Michel. Just choose something you like. You said the cat was speckled and ugly? Yep. One look and you'll be laughing so hard you can't breathe. Alright then. Ugly Speckles. Oh my God, that's the worst freaking name ever. That's its name? It would seem you do not have a future in the arts, Michel. You said it was ugly and speckled, Josh. I did, yeah. You could have tried a little harder than that, though. But you know what? Why not? Ugly Speckles it is. It's actually kind of charming when you say it out loud. Ugly Speckles. It's not that funny. It's quite something indeed. The more I think about it, the more I... Not you too, Didier. We should bring Ugly Speckles on our next outing. Sitting together underneath the clouds, having lunch. That we should. Well, Michelle's gotten a little bigger. Let's do this again. The three of us and our ugly speckled cat. You said it. We're all good friends here after all. I've never been your friend, though. God, must you always be such a jerk? Oh, they were so cute together. And now Michel thinks the brothers have just they have just completely abandoned him. Fuck, they haven't seen him this whole time. They don't know what he's going through, how tortured he is right now. Back to the pain. Yeah, no more dreams of brighter times. Back to this suckiness.
sad they're never together again. Oh, God. I hope they get to see each other before they disappear, but man. And yeah, that line was really good. Georges dropping the whole, like, not very often you get to name a living thing. And Michel got to choose his own name. Michel got to decide his own name later on. A name that he hated when it was originally about an angel because he didn't think he was very angelic, but then he took it on because, hey, at least it's a perfect name for gender neutrality. Sounding pretty much exactly the same, just taking an L and an E off. He named himself and he did it way better than Ugly Speckles. Ugly Speckles. That's cute. God damn it. Okay, back into the suffering we go. Wait. Keep going. Yeah, there we go. Idiot. Josh. Was Amy telling the truth? Do you really think I'm nothing but trouble? Do you think I've lost my mind? That I'm a human child? Idiot. Josh. Why do you not open this door for me and let me out? Were the things I said that day really so heinous? Do you resent me too? Like Amy? Didier? Josh? How do you think about me now? Is this body really so unusual? If I hadn't undergone the transformation I did, would things still have been the way they were before? Would we be able to go out to that forest again and make silly, meaningless conversation? Everyone laughing like we had then? If this body hadn't changed the way it did, would I not be trapped in this darkness? Even if that were the case, I didn't want to be a girl. If God descended from heaven and offered to change me back, I would have turned him down, because inside, I wasn't a girl. And my nightmare at Amy's hands didn't end there either. As much as I loathed to admit it, I was terrified of her. Every day I dreaded the sound of the door opening. However, if I were to block the door off with furniture, I would lose my only remaining lifeline. I had no choice in the matter. Oh, and we're back to this. Not gonna lie, if I didn't love Michel so much, this would kind of be my kind of kink. However, I just feel bad for Michel and can't appreciate the overly S stuff. God damn it, Amy. Fuck you. No. It's time for supper, Michel. I brought your favorite. What? Parsnips. Well, what the dogs didn't eat of them anyway. But you don't mind, do you? I'm gonna cut your nails today, Michel. Oh shit, that's why he hates parsnips. Did he actually ever like parsnips? Were they actually ever his favorite, or is she just torturing her? That's the question. My main question is, did he used to love parsnips, but because he was tortured by Amy, did he end up resenting them and hating them? Or did he never like parsnips and she's just torturing him even more? I genuinely don't know. I need you to stay very still. You wouldn't want my hands to slip. So, to make sure you do, I'm tying you up. God, she's tying him up again. They didn't even describe her tying him up before. But then when he actually went to bite her, it was like though my hands and legs were tied. But yeah, she's been tying him up a lot to torture him as well. God damn it, man. Parsnips probably reminded him of her. Yeah, I'm wondering if that is a trauma he picked up here, or if he always hated them and she's just fucking with him. And so he hates them even more later on. It's really nice that in that case, Giselle made him get over that. Giselle actually managed to heal this trauma. This fucked up shit. That's really amazing. I'm glad they slipped that in. This way, you can't accidentally move. Here's your water, Michel. Hmm? It's murky. Oh, heavens me. I must have fetched it from the wash basin by mistake. Oh, god damn it.
It's supper time, Michel. I brought you parsnips again. Don't worry, the dogs didn't have any of these. They didn't seem to be interested in eating them raw. What? You don't want any? And what am I going to do with these? You know, Michel, you're such a disgrace. Cry for me, won't you? Beg for mercy. Look at you, all that pride gone out the window. It's hilarious, I tell you.
God, she is getting even worse. She's just trying to find new ways to play with him. God, it's terrifying. She's a cruel, sadistic... Yeah. And she just considers this her fun because she doesn't have any other fun as a noble girl. This is a daily thing for him, yeah. And it's some parts of it are very similar to what Giselle went through. Giselle, instead of wash basin water, which is pretty bad, pretty disgusting that he had to live off of that. But she had straight up like wastewater, toilet water, a fucking chamber pot, essentially. Oh, God. But that's probably why when he heard what she actually went through and how she actually felt for him, he realized, oh, shit. It isn't just me who's been through some shit. There are other people that have been through bad things in life. In fact, yeah, Giselle went through a lot of what he did. The assault, but not as far. He didn't go as far, at least, down the assault route, which is good. But then she being tortured in a very similar fashion, but only for a day, whereas he's had this for days and days and days and days on end, possibly months by this point. They really were suited to help each other. She did everything imaginable to torture me, both physically and emotionally. To be honest, it was rather impressive, in a sick way, how she was able to come up with so many different ways to torment me. And she knew precisely what caused me the most pain. My body and the discrepancy between what I was and what I felt I was. She delighted in telling me I wasn't male, and sometimes in showing me. But I don't think I need to describe the things she did to me in any more detail. Please no, it's already been enough. Oh God. I could think of only one way to keep myself from breaking down. I completely stopped. So he was assaulted in that way as well, just by this bitch. I completely stopped talking, stopped struggling. Then one day, after about 6 months or so, she said with a disinterested sigh, I'm done. And that was the last of it. By swallowing my pride and not resisting, I was able to escape from her grip. I don't know why that missed me. Once she was gone, the servants took over attending to me again. I was still imprisoned, but now there was a serenity in my solitude. I didn't speak with anyone. I didn't make eye contact. I didn't do anything. I just lived. But even though I had peace, I still feared Amy having a change of heart. I trembled at the possibility that one day it might be her that opened the door. But above all, I hated, despised the fact that I lived in such fear of a girl. An overwhelming self-loathing threatened to crush me. I had recurring nightmares about the things Amy had done to me. That the wounds she gave to me did not heal. They only grew worse, eating away at me day after day. I was beginning to lose confidence in my own sanity in the silent darkness where there was no sense of time. The line between dream and reality blurred. I often found myself screaming, crying into the empty air. I clawed at my skin, pulled out my hair, paced back and forth across the room, pounded at the door yelling for help. Screamed some more. It was the very image of pitiful, absolute wretchedness. And every time I did, I'm sure there was someone on the other side of that door, whispering about how poor Michel had lost her mind. Eventually, I gave up entirely. 6 months of that torture. God fucking damn it. It broke him so much. It's weird doing this in reverse order too, because you get to this point and it's like, God, yeah, no wonder. Oh, he has happier memories at the castle. And then you realize at some point, my man was so healed by Giselle, he even considered coming back to the family estate. Seeing her again. The person who had tortured him for 6 months in every way he hated the most. He just loved and cared about Giselle that much. He wanted her to see her family again. He wanted her to be happy. He wanted to give her what he thought she deserved. And it was probably because of that letter saying he was coming home that they sent the fucking knights to take him out. Unless it was just like the village people down below. I would prefer that to his family having betrayed him. I don't know which one it is. But as it is, Michel lived through way too much fucking pain. And he was 14? Yeah, he started at 14. He's definitely 15 by now. Because he had 6 months of being left completely alone and going through puberty. And then 6 months of being tortured in a row. So he's at least 15, maybe 16 by now even. Oh fuck. I need to look at things before I start saying dumb shit. He's 16. He's 16. A little time has passed. Anyway, ignore me. Ignore my dumbass. This happened so many times. It's fucking comical. It was a stormy night in my 16th year. Yes, I'm 16, Fuchan, you fucking dumbass. Look at the text that's literally on the screen. I'd been confined for more than 2 years at that point. Heavy rain pounded against the windows like thousands of little spears. I was sitting quietly on my bed, unable to fall asleep, when suddenly there was a loud banging at the door. Shit, Didier. Michel. Michel, are you awake? If you aren't, then hurry up and get awake. We've got big trouble. Lower your damn voice. But... Oh, let me move myself. The brothers are coming for the rescue. Let's fucking go. When I first heard my brother's voices after so long, I thought I was hallucinating. In 2 years, they'd never once come for me. No matter how hard I pounded on the door. No matter how many times I called for them. And after all this time, I didn't expect that to ever change. I'd given up. Assumed they had long since cast me aside. Unable to bring myself to say anything, I simply stared at the door. When there was another bam, bam. The sound was half consumed by a crack of thunder, giving it an indescribably eerie quality. Please, say... Oh, wait, I should... Please, say something, Michel. Seriously, there's no time. You can hear us in there, can't you? You're there behind the door, aren't you? Come on. Just one word, Michel. Is it really you? Didier? Bush? For a moment, they seemed to be at a loss for words. Probably because they almost didn't recognize my voice. But it was only a heartbeat. And then Didier spoke. There's a carriage waiting outside. I'm going to unlock the door so you can leave in it. Wait. Why? Because Dad's talking... Because Dad's talking crazy. He's saying the Bollinger family has no need for a demon child. That you're a mark of shame on our name. So he's gonna have you executed. Georges. Father wants me dead? It felt like the floor had fallen out from under me. Executed. Demon child. Mark of shame? So he was saying I didn't even deserve to live anymore? It's planned for tomorrow morning. We only just found out ourselves, which is why... You prepared a way for me to escape. But why? Why? Do you even need to ask? Because we're family. Something terrible has gotten into Father. I clenched my teeth, fighting back a bitter, angry sigh. But I couldn't keep all those emotions bottled up for long. A maelstrom of feelings I thought I'd lost in my 2 years of imprisonment swelled up inside me, spilling from my lips. Why? Why are you doing this now? If you really felt that way, then why didn't you come sooner? 2 years I spent locked in this room. You have any idea how I felt on that time? Any idea how hard I had to fight to endure? How many times I cried for your help? How hard I pounded on the door, begging to be set free? But never once did you come. Not even once.
Michel.
I scare you, don't I? You think I've gone insane? That I've lost my mind? That I sold my soul to the devil? Don't you?
No, Michel. We don't.
Then why? Why didn't you come and set me free?
Michel. No, we don't think you've lost your mind at all.
You didn't want to see me then. You didn't want to face what I'd become. Tell me I'm wrong, Didier. Georges. You left me here. Abandoned me. For 2 whole years. Locked me away so you didn't have to see me.
I'm sorry. I'm just, really busy with my art. I'm getting a ton of commissions down at the court. And Didier has a knight now, So he's up to his neck in expeditions. I'm really sorry.
As am I. I cannot say that you're wrong. After what happened, I wasn't sure how I was supposed to act around you.
Oh shit.
I'm still not sure. Even now, I knew I had to find the time to collect myself. But I kept putting it off, vainly hoping that time would take care of it all. And for that, I owe you an apology. But you need to understand, I do not agree with Father's decision. I don't want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child. And Georges feels the same. Neither of us want to see you dead. What he said, Michel. There's not much time. We need to get you out of here.
I bit down hard on my lower lip. Hard enough to draw blood. It was that. Or start sobbing. It's a little late for that.
Michel.
If you don't get out of here, you're gonna be killed!
I'm not an angel sent from heaven. Or a demon child. Then what am I? What on earth am I?
What are you? You're
a Bolognese.
You're our family.
And that's all there is to it. I pray you can forgive me for averting my eyes for so long.
Can I trust you? Can I trust that even though the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side? That you'll always be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more? Didier, Georges.
You absolutely can, Michel. I swear to God on high.
And I swear to the god of art!
Michel.
I have no other choice, do I? I couldn't talk Father out of it. Could I?
I would rather you didn't try. He's not a man to change his mind. If you were to show up before him, he'd likely draw his sword on you himself. It would destroy Mother. I'm sorry. We're not doing this only for you.
Okay. I'll go.
Oh, thank goodness. The carriage will take you to a mansion, Michel. It's a property Father purchased some time ago. But due to rumors about the house, it's abandoned. No one wants to buy it from him either, and that's unlikely to change. It's the ideal place to keep you out of sight.
What kind of rumors?
No point in keeping it a secret. He has a right to know. They say a witch lives there.
A witch?
I think it's just all made up, personally. I went to check the place out, and there was no one there. It was a little dreary, to be sure. I'd hoped to have a better place arranged for you, but there wasn't enough time. This is only temporary, Michel. I cannot say how long it'll be, but Father will pass away eventually. But when he does, George will inherit the estate, and that'll mean you can return. So I ask that you hold out until that time.
If I don't leave, I'm going to be executed. So send me anywhere. I won't complain.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I'll talk to Father and ensure he does not suspect anything. We'll make this work, don't you worry. The long and short of it is, Dad simply wants you erased from the family.
Wait, was that George? God.
George! Sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean. But anyway, once I take over, we're in the clear. You'll be acknowledged as a bonnier.
I see. Okay then.
Can I open the door now?
Just a minute.
Huh? You're still not ready?
I don't have any clothing.
Ah, right. You wouldn't, huh? How tall are you now, Michel?
Around the same height as you, I think.
You're taller than me? Damn. All right, I'll bring you some of my clothes.
Thank you.
Wow, I don't think I've ever heard you say thank you without putting up a fight, Michel.
That's not true. I don't think.
I'll be back soon. Get what you need together.
All right.
Yeah, he was unclothed for that 2 years. They didn't give him any clothes, or maybe they only gave him... Oh. He was in his room for one thing. So probably everything he had was dresses. Dresses from when he was a small girl as well, so nothing that fit him. They probably didn't want to give him any male clothes. They wanted to keep him in dresses. So yeah, he doesn't have any clothes in that way. God damn it. True brothers. Yeah, I like that Didier was like honest about everything as well. Georges was trying to be all like nice about it and being like, of course we're still your family. And that whole like, oh, I'm busy, you know, my paintings. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the actual fuck? Oh my God. But yeah, Didier just actually being like, yo, I didn't know how to talk to you. I mean, you gave away the fact that I was fucking my brother's betrothed. Bad enough as it is, that I mean, everything else that was going on. Like, Didier was like just down straight with it and like, and it's not just for you, it's also for the family in general, but we still love you. You're still our family. They still care about him, even though there are so many other things going on with it. Wait, he's a cheater? Oh, you missed the beginning of the VOD. You're gonna have to go watch the beginning of the video. Yeah. Guy with pretty words and a soldier who is straightforward. Yeah, they're actually a pretty good family. It's just a shame everything was fucked up, man. And somehow Georges ends up in Morgana's castle as well, which I would assume means that Georges died there. Which means Georges showed up at some point, which I'm very interested in as well. I hope they explain that. Hopefully. It's Amy's fault. I mean, Amy Shaw said that she was the one who seduced him, but just that doesn't make it just Amy's fault. That's still Didier's fault. You can't say like, I mean, she was the one who came on to him. Nah, that's still on Didier. That's on both of them. I'm sorry, but you can't just be like, yeah, it was Amy's fault. It was yeah, a little bit of everything. This family, goddammit.
Sitting in the carriage waiting outside, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, I gazed out at my two brothers. I hadn't seen them in 2 years, but they hardly looked any different than how I remembered them. I was the one who had changed, and dramatically at that.
God damn it. This chapter is so weird with it. There's color back in the world as well. I just realized we've got colors in the backgrounds again. This is happy for him that he's finally out of the bedroom. He's finally able to go somewhere else, so that's good. YouTube died again? Are you serious? That's completely on YouTube's side. Nothing's happened on my side. Everything's working. Why is YouTube like this every time we play Fata Morgana? We're back. Good. Refresh if you are still lagging. Yeah, it seems like everybody pretty much crashed at that point. Thought it was just me. We back. YouTube can't handle that much angst. Yeah, YouTube hates this game. And right at that moment, Enna Alouette raids. What is up, Alu peeps? I hope you're having a good day. We just hit a lag spike, so that's fun. But welcome. Enna raid, what up, Alu peeps? What up, Enna? I hope you're having a good day. We're about to ruin it. We're in the middle of a tragedy right here of a visual novel. My man here has just been tortured for ages. For 6 months and locked in a bedroom for 2 years and is now being raced away from his original family house because his dad wants to kill him. His dad wants to kill him because of the way he was born, so that's fun. It seems like everybody's back now. YouTube isn't broken anymore, so yeah, we're going to continue the story. I'll go back like 2 lines just in case we missed them. Bum-ba-da-bum. There we go.
Sitting in the carriage waiting outside, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, I gazed out at my two brothers. I hadn't seen them in 2 years, but they hardly looked any different than how I remembered them. I was the only one who had changed, and dramatically at that. Michel. Looking at them, I couldn't help but remember the old days. Playing chess with Didier, learning to draw from Georges, our sibling outings. However, the ominous sound of thunder crashing in the distance drowned out those memories. The mansion is several days' travel from here. Hopefully the carriage isn't too uncomfortable. I'll send a package with any supplies you need once a month. Food, clothing, and... something to pass the time. If there's anything you want, Michel, just tell me. Now, or you can have a servant pass a message to me. I can't think of... Actually, wait. I can think of one thing. I would like a chess set. Alright, I'll have one made. I would rather have... yours, Didier. Would that be possible? You sure you want that beaten old thing? Yes. I want that one. Alright, well then I'll include it in the first delivery. I'll send you something too, Michel. Anything you want, just tell me. In that case, I would like some art tools. I'm nowhere near as much of an artist as you are, Georges, so they don't have to be anything special. Gotcha. Some canvas and, how about some charcoal? And when you're back, I want to see what you've made with it, okay? Okay. I know this is already hard enough on you, Michel, but I need to ask you to do something for me. Avoid making contact with anyone who doesn't already know about you. So, I can't talk to anybody but the servants? Put simply, yes. Tomorrow, the world will consider you dead. So we cannot have people finding out you're actually alive. Especially Father. Please, do this for me. I've been doing that for 2 years already. I've long since lost interest in interacting with anybody. You don't need to ask to keep me to yourself. Right. Does anyone else know I am alive?
Yes, Mother knows. In fact, this was her idea.
It was?
She loves you, Michel. She really does. Mom just, is having hard trouble facing the truth. So even though she's not here to see you off, I guarantee you she doesn't want to see you dead. She wants to have you in her life again. I expect Mother will be writing you. So please, take the time to write her back. She's a troubled woman, but her love for you is true and unwavering.
Will you do that?
Just a quick little, hey, got your letter, doing great, will suffice.
All right.
Just so you know, it kills me and Dee that we can't stand up to Dad. But as long as he lives, his word is God in this house.
I understand that, yes.
Well, you never know. He could be gone quicker than you expect. A week from now, and bam, he's dead as Dee's social life.
Is there not an ounce of respect in your body?
Oh, give me a break. I'm upset. He's gone way too far. And once he's dragged his arse off to the great beyond, anything goes. Surprise! Michel was alive!
Yeah, I suppose.
Until then, we'll take care of things here. Tomorrow's going to be the performance of our lives. Crying like a couple of big old babies and laughing our tails off inside.
You'll forgive me if I have trouble trusting those loose tongues of yours.
I'm not stupid. I know this is important. Not even Amy will suspect a thing.
Amy.
Yeah, not even she can know. It's gonna crush her, I'm sure. But the less people who know, the better.
When George said her name, my whole body went shamefully cold. It's been 1.5 years since the hell she'd put me through, but every last detail of it remained carved into my mind and body. There was no way she would even be slightly sad about my death. She might act it, but she would almost certainly be elated by the news. It seems George still had yet to see what lay beneath that woman's mask.
I know you two were close.
Huh?
Are you worried about how this might affect her?
What?
She cared for you for about 6 months, didn't she? When you wouldn't let the servants in? She told them Michel wouldn't let the servants in. She's so fucked up. God damn.
What?
From what I hear, you got real close to dying in there. You wouldn't even eat unless she was there. Who the hell told you that? Is that not what happened?
Did something happen between you two, Michel? Amy didn't do a damn... Never mind. I can't tell them. I can't put what I went through into words. It'll only worsen my shame. Especially not in front of my brothers. George, how are things between you and Amy?
You still letting what happened 2 years ago get to you? I mean, at the time, things were a total disaster. I'm all excited about getting myself a pretty little wife, only to find out she's rocking the boat with someone else. I cried for weeks.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Deep down, though, she ain't actually a bad girl. She's young, and the kids make mistakes. After it all came out, she turned over a new leaf. She started doting on me something serious, and well, it's hard not to let one little mistake like that go when she's trying so hard to make up with me. The age excuse doesn't work for Dee, though.
Yeah, call him out.
For about a year, things were really rough between us. I didn't even want to look at him. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything. Besides, because you let the cat out of the bag, that gave me something to hold over Dee. All things considered, I'm not complaining.
So, you would say you're happy then, George?
Sure would, yep. Believe it or not, I'm kind of head over heels for her. Hard not to like a girl like Amy.
Yeah, you fell for that bullshit too, Michel. You fell for the persona. She wears a good mask. A very pretty mask. This is so fucked up. But I get why he's not telling them. This isn't the time. If he told them right now, oh, by the way, Amy tortured me for 6 months. Made me drink wash basin water and, like, assaulted me and tortured me and beat the shit out of me. This just isn't the time. He's just trying to survive right now. And yeah, Georges deserves better, but hopefully Georges will never see beneath the mask again. Hopefully Georges will continue to be happy. Who knows?
Oh. I see.
You really feel that bad about 2 years ago?
Or she's still keeping up the good girl facade around Georges and Didier. No one else knows. She's actually a sadistic, cackling demon. There's nothing less trustworthy in the world than a woman who's always smiling. But if Georges thinks he's happy, I can't take that away from him.
Michel?
Oh, right, yes. I do feel guilty about the way I lost control of my emotions and took it out on you guys.
It happens to everyone. In fact, you could stand to do a little more shouting and fussing. But then you could...
Because I have underdeveloped social skills?
You heard that? You got one hell of a nasty streak, huh, D?
I'm glad to hear you're still on good terms. It wasn't my intention to pit the two of you against each other.
We know. The blame falls on my shoulders. I want you to know something, Michel. Though your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and Georges. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. God's a little bit of a jerk, too.
Try not to forget I am a knight, Georges. In time?
In time. Speaking of which, we don't have much left. I'm going to tell the coachman to set off, okay?
Didier.
Yes?
Tell me the truth. Will the three of us ever meet again?
Why would you ever ask that? Of course we will. Not a chance I'm letting this be our last family debt together.
One last request, then.
Yes?
Am I your brother?
Oh! Well, I mean, look at ya. Don't look like much of a sister to me. So yeah, I'd say you are.
I see. So long, then. Farewell.
And may good health bless you until we meet again. Until then, Michel.
Farewell.
Oh, that was so good. Didier didn't answer that. Yeah, I don't think... Look, Didier is so honest with everything he says. Didier does not lie just to make people feel better. Didier said everything he could say. He said, with enough time, everything will go back to it is. Didier is saying, I want to accept you. There is going to be a time when I'm going to be able to accept you being a man now. I don't know if Georges actually means it. Georges tends to lie to be nice about things. But lying in this case, even if it is a lie and he's not quite ready to accept it yet, I'm happier if he isn't ready to accept it. But he's just immediately like, you don't look like a sister to me, so I guess you're my brother. We're family. We are born of the same mother and father. If you're a boy now, you're my brother. And yeah, Didier just doesn't want to lie about that, but he 100% is saying, it'll take some time, but we will get there. You are my sibling. I will get used to calling you my brother. It also is the thing that, like, he's a knight. He was raised incredibly religious, and this is set in 1099. It's a lot for a person to accept. I get it's been like 2 years, but it's still going to take some time for him. And there's also the fact we don't know for sure everything the brothers are saying is on the up and up.
I want to believe them because I want to believe that this was some happiness. And he did get to live away from the house for a while and be happy. But for all we know, the fact that he like never got called back, that they never like properly, well, they were getting letters, I guess. There's a lot going on there. I would just be worried that maybe they were hiding some things, and maybe just like with the whole, oh, you know, we were busy. I'm doing my art and he's a knight, you know. Maybe they were just like, it's been 12 years. Maybe we should go visit our brother sometime, but busy, you know, knight stuff, art stuff. Maybe they just kind of forgot about it. Who knows? But yeah, that was beautiful. I loved Michel just having the courage and being like, am I your brother? Just tell me. Just tell me. So good.
Before seeing me off for good, they both gave me strong, firm hugs. Didier first, and then Georges. The warmth I felt in their arms, in my family's arms, slowly spread through my chilled body, which made it that much more difficult to part ways. The wheels of the carriage rattled against the wet, stone-paved road. I stuck my head out the window, watching as they shrunk into the distance. Standing there in the rain until they were completely out of view, a tightness filled my breast. Every glimmer of hope I had for my new life was matched by an equal degree of darkness and uncertainty. Would I ever make it back home? And if I did, would people still call me a demon child? Having to write mother was another uncomfortable weight on my soul. The thought of having to play a girl for her made me sick. Georges had acted like it would be nothing, but it wasn't that easy. It was more than mere pretend. Didier had said that with time things would change, but how could he be certain that those changes would be for the better? The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion.
Guessing that's the end of door 7. Unless we're going to see a bit of how he met Morgana. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're back in modern time. Okay, that's probably a good time to end this episode. Because now we're back in modern time. It's been almost a 4-hour stream, so yeah, we'll go into Zatsudan mode now. We'll chat for a little bit before we head out. Disconnected again? What is wrong with YouTube? Neil, why? This is like, oh my god. I really thought they would have fixed that while I was away. I was away for 6 weeks almost. And YouTube still disconnected. Oh, a lot of people are fine. But a bunch of people apparently disconnected. God damn it. But yeah, I think this is a good place to start anyway. In 4 hours, that's crazy. I know, that flew by. The storyline was so good. 4 hours just of backstory on our boy Michel, who had a traumatic child life. God damn. Might be regional. Yeah, it tends to be regional. But still, it's annoying. UVA was brilliant. Thank you. Oh, shit. Let me switch to Zatsudan mode. I'm going to keep this music on for a while. This is very... Like, we'll keep talking about the story for... That's not right. This music is, like, perfect for this kind of atmosphere. But I'll grab the comment grabber and we'll do Zatsudan for a bit. I'm also going to turn the air conditioner on. I turned it off for the voice acting. I am hot as fuck. I'm turning the air conditioner back on. I'll be back in a second. Don't twist my words. That's not how I meant it. You know how I meant it. Fight me, chat. You know who is hot as fuck? Didier. I love how you've got like oh my god, those brothers. Between the three of them, you've got Didier, the very manly looking one who has like the short hair, the masculine look. Ah, the beard. Perfect. Then you've got Michel, who looks incredible. Kind of androgynous. Manly with like the big shoulders and like the manly face and jaw. And then you've got like Didier, who still looks young, even though by this point he must be like almost 20 as well. God damn.
Was the mom hot? I've got to imagine the mom and dad were both hot as well. To have 3 children like that hit the spectrum so well. God damn. Didier and Michel? Hell yeah. Although, I would say, yeah. I would even say Georges. Georges look a bit young, but he kind of reminds me of Hitsugaya... Tatsuchi? The kid from Bleach with the white hair, the ice Shinigami. He reminds me of him. He's got like that same style of hair. Toshiro. Hitsugaya Toshiro. I couldn't remember the second name. I was like, Hitsugaya something. But thank you for that. Yeah, I really liked Hitsugaya back in the day. I was like 15 when that started coming out, and I was like, yo, Hitsugaya best. Badass. Toshiro the ice captain. Yeah. He's cute as fuck. Yeah, he is. Michel reminds me of Griffith from Berserk. He doesn't have the look to me, but do you mean by the fact that he got tortured so much throughout that? Because I feel that. I feel that. He went through... Oh. Guts had some real fucked up shit done to him. This dude, Michel, 6 months of torture, man. Wait, did I read that wrong? I did say Michel, right? Yeah, right, okay. Yeah, he's a very punished character. He's been through a lot. Have to agree with Didier. Yeah, 1 second. Let me grab this. Boop, boop. Now I can actually start using this. I realized I loaded up my comment grabber and then I just started responding to comments without actually clicking on them. He was still a good boy. Yeah. I love that the brothers had their brotherly love moment at the end of it. They deserved that. The torture in the hair. Yeah. Oh, God, Amy, why are you so fucked up? Like Griffith? I think so. Griffith makes more... Yeah, actually. Griffith makes more sense than Guts. Griffith has the long white... Wait, so I did read that wrong earlier. Michel, yeah, more like Griffith. Beautiful, androgynous, tortured for a long time. Oh, Griffith had... Ugh. Griffith was never able to recover, though. That's one of the big differences. At least... It took a long, long time. 12 years. And the love of a good person. But at least Michel was able to bounce back. I think that's nice, even though it took forever. Griffith did nothing wrong, is a quote that I want to say for no reason. I don't actually believe that. Griffith fucked up. But Griffith, a fun character anyway. I like Griffith too. I like Griffith, I like Guts, I like Casca, so it's like, they all kind of fucked up. Jesus. No weed. I'm still in the game, foo. Not gonna lie, I don't know how I can sleep with all these angers I'm feeling towards Amy. Just channel them into something. Go beat up a punching bag real quick and then come back. But yeah, that's a hard no. But okay, but answer me this. Griffith's still kind of sexy though, right? He may have done some horrible, horrible things, but still, I would. I would. Gonna blow my nose 1 second. There we go. Fulgur Ovid, no. Fulgur Ovid, yes. Marineth, Otsufu. I trust no one in the game. Love the angst. The angst is so good. I wish Amy got what she deserves. That's what I'm... Is that going to be... Okay. Now here's my thought. I only just thought about this. What if Daddy Dearest really did die? But then Georges told... his darling wife, Amy. Oh, hey, by the way, my brother, Michel, is alive, and I'm going to bring them back. And then darling wife, now household of the... Now head of the Bolinier estate. The lady of the Bolinier estate may have had enough sway to tell some other... Yeah, she may have been the one that sent the knights. Maybe she was like, I can't let that monstrosity come back into my castle. She had thought that Michel was dead for 12 years. And suddenly hearing Michel was alive and was coming back. Maybe she felt threatened that she was going to be exposed. Maybe she felt threatened that Michel would come back and be like, yeah, I found my strength, Amy. Fuck you. By the way, she tortured me for 6 months. Off with her head now that I'm back to being like a son of this household. Fuck. That might be it. And maybe that's why Georges ends up at the castle. Maybe Georges hears about what happened and goes to the castle to try and find his brother, hoping he's alive after his wife has already killed him. And that's how he gets trapped in the curse of Morgana as well and gets stuck in the painting.
Yeah, and the painting apologizes. Yeah, maybe he just told his wife too early. Maybe that's why he was apologizing. It wasn't that he sent the knights, but it was because he told his wife that he feels responsible. He may have even been the one to find Michel's body. He may have gone there and found Michel. Oh, man. I hate that. Fuck. That's probably true as well. I can't think of any other way, unless it was the mother who sent the knights and was like, no, she's not cured yet. I'm not going to bring my daughter home, so I might as well kill her out there and just pretend she really is dead. I don't know. But I feel like, yeah, Amy is probably the one to go to at this point. Maybe that's got to be revealed and Morgana's got to be like, hey, I could help you get revenge on Amy if you stay with me. I need you and Giselle to stay in this mansion, so... Hate that. Oh, I read that one. Thank you for donating the food funds, Marinette. I hope you have a wonderful evening. That question of, am I your brother, hit hard? Yeah, it did. Especially with the violins. The OST in this game is always so good, but those violins were extra angsty. Man. I just have one more final question. Am I your brother? Didier going silent and George just instantly being like, hey, you don't look like my sister. That was cute. And at least Didier said, like, someday he'll be able to accept. That was such a good conclusion after all the fucked up pain. Took them 2 years to save him, but they saved him. And they thought he was doing fine. That's the sad thing. Like, you suddenly realize at that point when they're talking about, like, oh, Amy and you got so close, and she said, like, you wouldn't even eat for those 6 months. She had to feed you. So, I mean, yeah. They thought that whole time she was probably coming out saying, oh, Michel's in so much pain, but I'm doing my best for her. Don't worry, I'm giving her food and water. Oh, yeah, she's still a bit mentally having problems, but we're doing our best. And the fact that they're still trying to, like, protect their mother as well. I mean, that makes sense. That's the thing. They're all family. They know their mother is a bit mentally ill and latched onto the whole, oh, no, she's still my darling daughter thing, but she's still their mother. They still love them. Their mother raised them. They're doing their best to balance everything. Sending huggies, because that was terrific. Thank you. That was, yeah. You know what? I'm sure for a lot of other people, a lot of parts of that were very triggering and so hurt in a lot of different ways. The bit that was the worst for me was still the fucking beginning. I did not like that guy trying to... George's friend and the betrayal of George just being like, oh yeah, he's just a bit of a womanizer. I hated that. The torture I could deal with. Torture, I'm like, it's fine. It's violence. It's grotesque. It's fucked up. But yeah, that shit fucks me over. Alba Shizuo. I'm always VOD gang for Fata Morgana, but this time I stayed up late for door 7. Oh, thank you so much for joining us. It was so intense and I love it. It was so bad for Michel. Dark and twisted past. That don't believe a woman who always has a smile thing. No wonder he didn't believe Giselle, yeah. She did. She straight up wore a mask of a smile the first time she was there. She was like, I hate him, but I'm going to pretend I like him. I'm going to pretend I'm just his servant. She did the same kind of thing. She wore a persona. And he could feel that. He didn't trust her at all because he was like, she's just another woman smiling at me, pretending to be nice to me. She's going to think I'm a grotesque demon child monster too. Amy's CG is going to haunt me. I kind of liked it. I kind of liked that CG. Thank you for donating the food funds, Albert Shizuo. I'm sorry, I took that off too early. I'm glad you got to watch one live. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. I hope you have a wonderful evening and please do rest well. Thank you for joining us. Mari, thank you for the stream. Fu. This chapter was heavy. And I will say the brothers are no saints. But for the time the story takes place, they tried. For the time the story takes place, they, yeah, genuinely doing their best. Oh, man. Everything, yeah, kind of sucked. But even Michel, like, we see that in Michel. We see that in every character in the story. They are all products of their time. And I love that the story doesn't back down from that. The story doesn't back down and just be like, oh, yeah, check it out. This one's a complete saint. This one would never do anything wrong. No, they're all raised in their different times. And they have, like, different ideals from us and different society standards that they had to live up to. And, yeah, I like that it does, like, focus on that. It takes a lot of focus on, like, nobles versus commoners, but a bunch of other things as well. Surprised at how much Michel still cares about his family. Their family. You saw that while he was being tortured,
the only thing he could fall back on, the only good memories he had were with his brothers. He just wanted to be their third brother the entire time. That's all he wanted in life. All he wanted in life was to follow in Didier's footsteps. To be big and strong, a knight carrying a sword. And then we got to the point where we started getting to the goddammits and realizing that God had kind of fucked him over, if God is real in his opinion. Blah, 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 blah. Let him be the third brother. Well, now he is the third. Well, he didn't really ever get to be the third brother. But yeah, they tried. They cared. I respect the shit out of Didier for just always being honest about things. For straight up saying like, yo, yeah, I did kind of abandon you. And even at this point where we're saving your life, it's not just for you. It's also for Mother. It's also for us. Like, Didier is so honest. You can tell. Chivalrous. That's the word for it. He is the embodiment of a knight. He doesn't lie. He's honest. He is a good person. He's not a perfect person. Nobody's a perfect person. He does his best. He does his best to learn and take care of his brothers, even though one of his brothers, well, no, he fucked his brother's wife. I was going to say one of his brothers did something bad, but no, he fucked his brother's wife. So yeah, at least George gets to hold that above him. That was a funny line as well. George just being like, hey, I get to hold it above him. My perfect big brother fucked my wife. How about that? Anytime Didier, like, just anytime George does anything to Didier in the future, George can just be like, oh, come on, that's still not as bad as fucking your wife now, is it? And he's just gonna have to be like, I mean, yeah, okay. My bad. You can have the final pork chop. You earned that final pork chop when I smashed Amy. How did George forgive Didier for that? Questions, man. How did George forgive Amy for that? Both of them. George is now head over heels for Amy. It's questions. Disono Atsufu. Thank you for exploring Michel's past with us. Very fitting for Pride Month, though a little maddening. Alouette Amy. Oh god. Yeah. It was an interesting time for Pride Month. I mean, it was a very dark story, but a lot of the things in it are things that a lot of people go through. I think they did that so respectfully and so well as well. The fact that they like linked it into like homosexuality at the beginning as well, with the whole like, I'm a girl, but do I like girls? No, that doesn't feel right. People being like disgusted at the homosexuality as it was, and then what actually was revealed. Like, I think they were very respectful with all of that. I think that was really good. Really powerful as it all came together. Didier, though, a bastard, but reliable again. So he's on thin ice. Yeah, he better not have been one of the knights. That's the thing. I can't imagine he was there. But the question is, did he know about it? As another knight, would he have heard about knights being sent off to that castle? There's so many questions. Actually is a perfect story. Yeah, dark as it is. Shit like that happens. I have trust issues. Well, yeah, that was another thing that I think they put really well, like really early on in the beginning with the whole, like, the disgusting piece of shit man grabbing Michel by the wrists and holding him up against the wall and just being like, oh, you're him, like Michel realizing in his mind, I can't do anything. I'm too weak to stop this because I'm not a full-grown man. Oh, that shit sucked. That shit was disgusting. And I've heard people describe things like that and why they can't trust men. It's like, damn, that part disgusted me the most. Yeah, they really got into Michel's headspace for a lot of it. And at that point when Michel finally said, like, I can't even describe the rest of things Amy did to me, I was like, fucking hell. He'd already described enough to the point where I was like, oh yeah, no, this is about to get real dark. I was so glad that he was like, I won't go into further detail. I was like, thank you. Thank you. And you could only imagine what that means that Amy actually did to him before she finally got bored. But thank you for donating the food funds, Disono. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you so much for joining us, and please do rest well. I was so mad at that. Yeah, she knew exactly how to torture him. And she was really good at it and really enjoyed it. Rengo, Atsu Fuchan. Today's stream may have helped me understand half of Fuchan's favorite type of man. I mean, men and women. I have interesting tastes. I think it's fine to admit that because it doesn't matter to anything. Just being like, hey, sometimes I like weird shit in fantasies. That's fine. Sometimes it's just too fucked up because I'm like, oh, my boy Michel. No. But as long as there's a safe word. Rengo, thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Anklen Simon Trong. Sorry if I pronounced some of those words wrong. Simon Trong. Now that we're out of the angst for now, I can say that it's my birthday. Just knew you this year, and I'm so happy that you're back, Fulgur. Thank you so much for donating the food funds, and happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful time. Thank you so much for joining us. Please rest well and take it easy. I like that avatar, too. I don't want to zoom in on it, because I feel like it's just two real people. But the way it's laid out is very cinematic. Like, I like the black on one side and the white on the other side. But yeah, I don't know what it actually is a picture of. Lays, my anger issues cannot with the disgusting man and Amy. Yeah, that's what I like as well. Amy was just as bad, despite the fact that she comforted Michel and had the audacity to be there and be like, oh, this does happen to women. We have to protect ourselves. Like, I understand. And then did just as bad, if not worse. Oh, fuck me. Nah, I didn't even think about that, how two-faced that was. How much she at one point tried to comfort him and say all these like nice things about it and then just be like, but I'm sadistic and want to do it too. God damn. By the way, Otsufu, this chapter was heavy, but it was so good. It was incredible. It blew my mind. Absolutely love the BGM and art. The BGM was incredible. The amount of times it swelled up at the exact right moment. It's not just it swelling up, but that one track that would get like really loud and then just fade to silence. It was so good for so many perfect moments where it was like Michel like shouting something and then feeling really lost about everything. It lined up so well so many times. It was so good. Oh man. But yeah, just every piece of music so far has been great. This OST goes hard. This game goes hard. Every part of it. The story, the art was so good. I wonder why they had backgrounds in this part though. Like for some reason, every character had like a background rather than acting like normal sprites. And it made it weird for me to place myself. I hope they don't do that much more in the future. I like them just being sprites without backgrounds. Thank you for donating the food funds, Lays. Have a wonderful evening. And yeah, I love this too. Nia, Otsufu-chan. Michel and Morgana tragedies are really relatable. Both has to do with identity. Both suffered a lot, both mentally and physically. In very different yet very similar ways. Yeah. And there's also like a strong connection to like religion in this as well. People relying on God and then feeling betrayed by God and all kinds of things like that. Michel starting with like the God damn it, Morgana believing she literally was the child of God for a while. And then just feeling abandoned by everything. God damn. There's so many deep themes in this that are handled really well. Thank you for donating the food funds, Nia. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Maybe the sprites are like that because Michel saw his past as a story, like a detached reader. It could be. It could be that he couldn't live through it properly in that body. So he had to, like, yeah, dissociate from it all. That was the fairy tale childhood that he had. Even though it was horrible later on. God damn. That's a good way to read into it, yeah. It did have that kind of feel of, like, a ornately decorated book. You know how, like, some of those old volumes in, like, the medieval times used to, like, start with really pretty images at the top left. They had like those kinds of designs on them that the brothers all and even Amy all had around them. So yeah, that makes sense. They were kind of almost like biblical, sanctified, whatever you would call it. Yumehaya, man, I missed like an hour and a half in the middle of the gameplay. Oh no. Stopping back in on my lunch break to for the stream, fool. What I saw was intense. It got more intense. But thank you for donating the food funds, Yumehaya. Yeah, it got real fucked up. But thank you for being here. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you enjoy the VOD that you missed later. Thank ya. Religious trauma does go hard. Tell me about it. That's all part of life. Probably because George and Amy were arranged to be married, so he didn't hold many feelings for her. Yeah, he didn't seem super attached to her at the beginning. I suppose if she basically said like, oh, I made a mistake, I love you, and they did have 2 years to fix that. It's not like he just instantly was like, wait, you slept with my brother? Well, that's cool. We can still get married. It probably was like a slow build up kind of thing where it's like, well, I mean, we're arranged to be married. I can't really get away from this. This is good for my family. This is the only way this is going to work. And so they stuck it out. Plus, it would have hurt his own family. That's the thing. Why are you bringing that into my chat? Read the rules. You are now banned. Random. Anyway, yeah. The fact that it would have fucked up the Bolinier family as well. Like, if the Bolinier family was exposed for what Didier did, I mean, it would have ruined Didier's entirety, because Didier was training to be a knight, and so had to be, like, definitely not having sex before marriage. So, yeah, it would have ruined Didier's entire life. It would have ruined the Bolinier family. It would have ruined her family. And so, yeah, that's another thing that Georges had to deal with. The fact that he had to stay betrothed to a woman who had just cheated on him. And he did eventually fall back in love with her, but we don't know how long that took. We just know that, yeah, that's a level of responsibility that nobles have to deal with at that point. It's just what it is. Miss Munchkins, thank you for donating the feud funds. Atsufu! Fata Moru feels hitting hard again, but pain is delicious now. Amy CG reminds me of a no mask. Yeah! In the worst way. Oof, she gotta go. That's what I mean. Even before that CG had appeared, we were already talking about, like, Jungian theory and, like, the persona, the mask someone wears versus the shadow that's underneath, and the fact that all of those are combined. But that CG added to it so well. The artist did such a good job with the fact that it did look, like, emotionless even while it was smiling. It didn't look human. It was a smile, but it was a fucked up one. And yeah, no masks, and even like other kind of masks, like masks from, it's just any mask really, are normally designed to like be otherworldly, like not human characters a lot of the time. So the fact that it had that kind of feeling of being a demon mask when it was being revealed she was a demon child, yeah, it's perfect. Perfect. The shading in the CG looked like a mask. Yeah, it was really good. They did amazing. Face like a mask as a track in the OST. Well, that makes sense, because they've also, yeah, they've described Giselle as like basically wearing a mask while she was smiling as well, because it was the same thing. Giselle was faking that as well, just like Amy was, but Giselle wasn't hiding such fucked up shit underneath. She was just hiding the fact that life sucked for her and she was frustrated and angry. But yeah, no, good point. It did look like a mask. It was very well set up. It was so good. Thank you for donating the food funds, Miss Munchkins. I hope you have a wonderful evening. The face is going to come to the nightmares. Hell yeah. A fool's mask or a jester mask? Yeah, same kind of thing. And oh my god, come to think of it, jester's mask makes a lot of sense as well. Even on top of like the demon thing, but the jester. A jester was always brought to court by a king, even though they weren't a noble. They were just a fool. They weren't seen as anyone very impressive, but they were there to make the king laugh. So it's kind of even more mocking to the fact that her who was brought into that household treating him like a piece of shit, even though he's one of the like head parts of the family, mocking him and hurting him. God damn, there could be so many levels of like imagery you could pull off of that. God damn, that's why the BGM sounded like circusy. Yeah, it had that kind of feeling. Had the nice like soft piano going on, but then the really cursed like, yeah, dirty sound in the background. I hated it. And get away with shit too, yeah. Well, my Windows antivirus is working. Thank you for randomly making noise, BC. Cataclysm. I mean, I understand about the CG. Thank you. Somebody gets it. TUI for the amazing VA. Take care, Futan. Time for sleep. Fata Moru godly writing will haunt my dreams. Yeah. That's the thing. I haven't really stopped thinking about Fata Moru since we started getting into like pretty much from chapter 2 actually. Door 1 was kind of like freaky, like the whole Mel and oh, dearest Mel thing will kind of like stick with me forever, but it didn't hit as hard as like some of the things that happened to Whitehead go after that. That was just completely stuck in there. Oh god. You do you. Fair enough. But yeah, thank you. TY for the amazing VA. Take care, Fuchan. Time for sleep. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for being here, Cataclysm. Please rest well, and thank you so much for joining us today. Sigh. Hearts in shambles. Everything hits like a truck. But it's all good. Love the story very much. B-A-N-W? I don't know what that means. Atsufu-chan, thank you. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Sai, please rest well. Thank you so much for joining us. For me, from door 2, I was hooked. Yeah, door 1 was already like, wow, that's wild. I can't believe they went that far. But then from door 2 on, it was like, oh god. Everything hits so much more. Oh, anyway. A-N-W stands for anyway. Thank you very much. Anyway, Otsufu-chan. Got ya. And that's a thumbs up. Yeah, I could tell that from like the crying face. I skipped over that. It was just the A-N-W where I was like, what does that mean? The story proves it could always get worse. Yeah, remember when we hit the Morgana story and we were like, hey, that's one of the worst things I've ever heard. That's on like martyrs level pain. And I was like, there's no way people telling me Michel's story is worse could hit harder. Ashley Bear, this whole story always hits so hard in the feels. I love the writing on this, but also hate how much pain it puts me in. Ochifu. Yeah, me too. I also love especially the fact that they write things so poetically in the good and the bad sense. Like they put you in the character's mind so much when they explore their own emotions, but they also do that on like the good side. Like he was so poetic in describing how beautiful he found Amy. Her smile illuminating the world. Oh my god. I love it. It's written so well. The characters are all great as well. Thank you for donating the food funds, Ashley Bear. I hope you have a wonderful evening and take it easy. Jenin, what's your food-chan? I gotta watch lots of cute dog videos after all the disgusting, man. And the bitch, the story is so dark and good. Yeah. It's painful, but it's pain that's worth going through. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the game we just played. Sukareto. Encountering Amy makes Morgana feel like an angel now. She's so horrible, and to think she's so young too. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Morgana's been torturing Giselle and the white-haired girl, who we haven't got confirmation from, but it's still probably Michel, for about 1,000 years now. So, I don't think you can say Morgana's an angel. But she did go through a lot to get broken to that point. It does make you wonder if anything happened to Amy, though. Because obviously nothing's ever going to justify, like, horrible things that people do. But we have, like, reasons for why Morgana is so broken and just wants to hurt other people. We don't know if anything ever happened to Amy. Or if she was just like that. I forgot Amy is just, like, 16. Yeah. She baby girl. She was, like, 18 by the end of that thing. At 17 was when she got bored of torturing Michel. That shit's crazy. Fuck me. Luther, to be honest, Fuchan, your VA makes me more angry with Amy than I thought. Your acting and voice design provoke all my dark and angered emotions. Yeah, it's a shame I didn't get to do, like, male torture voice. Like Yukimasa kind of shit. But it was nice, like, getting into a torture voice and then also, like, broken Michel, who hadn't had water for a week. I'm still shocked he survived not having water for a week. God damn. He did his best to cling to life. Oh, boy. Yeah, doing, like, the dry throat thing hurt my throat quite a bit, I'm not gonna lie. That's why I'm glad we normally don't do much more than, like, 3 hours on Fata Morgana, because it can get quite intense. It certainly wasn't as bad as Yukimasa. But yeah, it was fun doing that. Torturous, but fun. Great job. I hate her. Even if she hit your kink a bit, so TY for the stream. That's fine. We can all hate whoever we want to hate. Thank you for donating the food funds, Luther. I hope you have a wonderful evening and please rest well. Minty, daily sheep joke. Where do sheeps go to on the internet when they're lonely, sad, and single? To Bahub. Ah, it doesn't even rhyme with that thing. Yeah. 4 out of 10. I see what direction you were going with it. I feel like there got to be a better one. There's got to be like a bar babe kind of thing. But no, I guess that certain website is the only one that's super well known. I don't know. Look, we all know. Everybody knows. But I'm not going to say the word out loud. No. Okay. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Barn hub? Yeah! You could even go with ranch. I mean, there are sheeps at ranches too. The Ram Ranch. The Ram Ranch. Fuck. It's Ram in 2 different ways. Oh, that's what it should. That works. That works. It's obviously Pomu. Oh, God damn it, guy. Michel. I'm choking. 1 minute. I need water. I hate it. Good. My job here is done. Otsufu. Great VA as usual. The story and emotions of Michel are written so well. It really showed what built his character later on. And the angst actually hits harder knowing about the previous doors. Yeah. Knowing about the previous doors, thinking that he probably turned into the white-haired girl. Goes against everything he wanted to in his original life. Sucks so much. Momo, no. What did I just see? Thank you for donating the food funds, Michel. But yeah, it just builds up over time. The more you get to know the characters, the more tragic their story is. Especially like the bits where Morgana tries to torture you and like some of the sad endings we've gotten and everything. Now that we know who Georges is in the painting, trying to say sorry and trying to help Michel get through things. Man. Is that Bafuyama Bafu Dai something? Let me see. Translate. Babuyama Babutaro. Babuyama Babutaro. That's cute. What? Wait, the Dai? Oh, it's not Dai. It has the line in the middle. Damn it.
Babuyama Babutaro.
That's a very cute name. Babu has extended again. Yep. Sorry I'm late. Or Kairi Fuchan. You're never late. Thank you for donating the food funds. You can't be late to welcome somebody back. That's just good. You sounded like Gorb. Gorb. No. God damn it. The name is adorable. Yeah, it is. Thank you for donating the food funds, Babu. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the big donation, by the way. Hope you have a wonderful evening and please do rest well after this. I'm glad to be back. Tadaima. I think... Oh, we got one more super chat that came in while we were here. There we go. Kishapish. Otsufu-chan. Fata Morgana always makes me feel pain. Moreover, your VA and BGM makes me feel more pain. Can't wait for the next door. Have a nice day. Bye. Me neither. I don't even know where it goes from here. I don't know if we're like right near the end of the game now, because I think, well, we do need to find out who sent the knights to Michel. We need to find out more about like the painting. The painting's trapped in the house. Is Didier in the house too? We know Georges is in the house. I suppose there's a few other things to go down before we finish the main story. And then hopefully we'll be able to play the prequel? I think it's a prequel, the Requiem thing. But thank you for donating the food funds, Pisha Pish. We all sobbed together. So thankfully, you can just wipe your eyes and blow your wool on the sheep next to you. And you'll be fine. We will have to fight through it. Yeah, we'll get there to the other side. Mio Arcride, confident to be a confidant. Otsufu-chan, I missed your Fata Morgana VA and story so much. I love the VA. I'm glad to know Michel's past and feel sorry for him. He deserves more happiness. Hopefully he and Giselle can have a happy end. About that, I mean, hopefully they'll like slide one in there somehow. Hopefully. But we kind of already saw their end. Thank you for donating. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess modern day end. They can be like reborn, reincarnated, left out of the mansion. That'd be good. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I agree. This game is absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see how it ends. Oh, it's Requiem. It's just Requiem. Requiem utterly slaps. It's a masterpiece. Okay. So hopefully we'll be able to do Requiem as well. We could hope. We could dream. Yeah. Fube. Otsufu. Everything about your Fata Morgana streams are always amazing. Except in Ilmi. Ilmi? Damn. Harsh. In fact, let's get out of this music now. We've had enough of the sad music. We just save one more time because I don't trust myself. I'm about to have to close this for Zelda. Goodbye. Let's put on some lighter music. Something sad, but not too sad. No, let's just go back to calm. Let's have the melancholy. Yeah, this is perfect. Legasp. I can't believe they threw a legasp in there. It was so ridiculous. Oh my god. Yeah, we don't have to deal with Amy anymore. You're safe, Fube. Thank you for donating the food funds. Please have a wonderful evening and please do rest well. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. We start this. I will grab the old super chats and then we'll do Streamlabs. And we'll just chat for a bit before we head out. The melancholy of Fulgur Ovid. Always. I love songs like this. You always choose the right song. I choose this one a lot. I find this one very calming and very relaxing. Let me zoom back up to the top. There we go. Adine, I've been waiting for this. Thank you so much. No problem. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you did enjoy the stream today. Have a wonderful evening and thank you for being here. And Lani, aloha fu. Thank you so much for unknowingly making these past few weeks so much better for me. I wish nothing but great things for you. I love the aura that has, because I'm like, I made the past few weeks better for you. Was that because I disappeared? Was that because I wasn't around? I'm guessing from the tone, it's more like, I was watching your VOD, so you unknowingly made things better for me. It's so funny to me. It's like, thank you for the last few weeks where you were, you know, not on the internet. That was fantastic. I'm sure that's not what it means, but that's so funny to me. I hope you enjoyed the VODs. I hope you enjoyed whatever you watched that unknowingly made the past few weeks better for you. I hope you have a wonderful few weeks from this point too. Thank you for joining us, Lani, and have a wonderful time. And Sassy Leslie, thank you for donating the food funds. Michel kind of looks like you, Fulgur. I wish. Maybe someday I'll have that manly of a jaw. His eyes as well, they're so detailed. The artwork in this game is absolutely beautiful. Finally, some peace and quiet, exactly. No more people having to be like, oh god, the VOD's 8 hours long? Screw you, Fucha. You gotta play a Plague Tale instance before Requiem, though. Very funny, Orchid. Very, very fun. Different game. Different game. We're playing Fata Morgana before Fata Morgana Innocence. God damn it. We're not rat catching. Although... Yuzu W. Amazing VA just like the good old days. I missed Fuchan's Fatamoru so much. Good night and have a wonderful day. Bye bye you. Ah, thank you so much, Yuzu W. And for the 5 gifted membership as well. That's a big donation. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Obese rats in there, I'm sure. Oh. Sorry, I misunderstood. Oh, yeah, no, oh, that was a general miscommunication. Okay. The game we're talking about hopefully being able to play is the sequel / prequel to this one. To Fata Morgana. There's a spin-off called Fata Morgana Requiem. So yeah, it's just called Fata Morgana Requiem and it's like a sequelish to this. Random. That's another band today. We get 2 bands today. Okay. Try Princess. Thank you for donating the food funds. Thank you for the stream. The chapter was a roller coaster. It was. I remember at the beginning when I was like, oh, the poetry is so cute. It's so beautiful. He's so in love with her. He's only just realizing his feelings. And then I was like, oh God. Everything went so much worse than I expected. I did not think Amy would be like that. We heard that one line where we knew she was going to like call him disgusting and everything. But damn, she went so much further than we thought she did. God damn. Ennis, I wish you and Confidants good health this year. Oh, that's so sweet of you. And you know what? Reverse Uno. I hope you have good health this year as well. Thank you for the sweetness. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you have a wonderful evening and wonderful health for the rest of this year. I hope you enjoy any time you spend on this channel or anywhere else. He fell for the wrong person? Yeah, he did. He described her so beautifully. Man, someone describes you like that. This is so heartwarming. Noeen. Oh, that's where I started reading them. Perfect. So I'm caught up on old super chats too. In which case, this is the final one. And then we'll go to Streamlabs. The NTR. The NTR came out of nowhere. The fact that I was just like, I was joking when I was first like, oh, I hope it's not Didier. I hope they're not like cheating. It was just like, oh, that man's voice. I couldn't believe it. I first thought it was going to be the dad rather than Didier, but then I was like, what if it's Didier? What if they actually smash and they're cheating? And then I'm just like, oh, wow. Yeah, there's definitely some emotional betrayal going on there. And then right at the end of the scene, it's just like, oh, the heated sighs that I left behind me. I'm like, oh, the heated sighs. It was so good. It was just like, wait, that means what I think it means, doesn't it? Kiono, Fatamoru hits harder each door. Yeah, it's been a fun ride, though. It's been great. I can't wait to see how it ends. If indeed we are getting to the end soon. I don't know if I want it to end. I could go for a few more doors. There's definitely some more things I want explored. We'll see. We'll see. They be doing the horizontal tango? Yeah, they be sighing pretty heatedly. Okay, over to Streamlabs. Bum, 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 bum. Heated sighs and obese rats. Those are two things we're going to have to use more often. It just sounds funny to me. I'm just happy with those wording choices. Holy crap, there were so many donations today. Why? What did I do? Did he give me Jaime Lannister vibes? I don't know. I only really feel that from the night thing. Jaime Lannister started off seeming like a complete and utter irredeemable prick, and then he became a kind of decent character. With Didier, it was like he seemed like an awesome dude, and then you realized a couple things he had wrong, but then it went worse. He tries his best, at least. He tries his best. Okay, K-Pancake Roll. Hi, foo. Hope you had an amazing stream, and I hope the confidants love it too. I'm going to start doing random facts about myself, because why not? Today's fact is I've been a confidant for a year now. Drink water, have good food, and see you next time. Thank you so much for donating the food funds, Kay. Happy 1 year anniversary. That's freaking awesome. So now you've turned into a wolf sheep. Ugly Speckles. I forgot about Ugly Speckles as well. But thank you for donating the food funds. Thank you for being here for a whole year. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you continue to enjoy the streams in the future. Didier tried his best in the end. Yeah. And he's very honest about everything. He's very honest about things that he knows are wrong as well. Like, even when he knows he's done something wrong and he's straight up like, yo, I'm not doing this just for you. And like, yeah, I kind of fucked you over by abandoning you for 2 years. That's on me. Like, he admits to those things. He tries to improve himself. I'm gonna blow my nose again. Goddamn voice acting always messes with me. Ugly Speckles. That's a cute name, actually. I'm getting more and more into it as it goes on. It sounded stupid at first, but now it's like, you know what? That's kind of cute. Just not honest about, yeah. I mean, he got caught in that, though. Maybe that was the turning point for him. Maybe that was a turning point in his life where he was like, maybe I should be a better person. Is there a chance Michel might be an illegitimate child? Not sure why Lydia was so fixated on having a girl. Possibly. It kind of... There is the fact that it's... Like, they've done that in a lot of the other storylines where there's been, like... The woman has cheated on the husband and a child has been born of it. I mean, they did that in door 1. I'm pretty sure they did that in some of the other doors as well, unless I'm imagining it. But yeah, could be possible. It could also be why the father had less love, more hate. Maybe he found out at some point. I don't know. He didn't really seem to care too much. But it's a possibility, but I just wouldn't say there's any particular reason to decide that. Just wait. It was door 1 where there was the painter, right? Yeah. Okay. It is weird that the 3 different children all have different hair. I mean, with the albinism is one thing, but the fact that Georges has like pitch black hair and Didier has bright blonde hair, those are 2 very different hairstyles. There was door 1. Okay. So we haven't got any hint that the mother cheated yet. Okay. We'll see. Maybe. There's no reason to decide that. Xiaosheng, thank you for the... Oh my god, so many donations in a row. It starts with 2 out of 3 and then does 3 out of 3 and then does 1 out of 3. I'm so confused. Futyan, I'm so glad to see you play Fata again. Really like to see you play this game and your wonderful VA. When you were on vacation, I really watched VODs many, many times. I could never get enough of it. It seems Streamlabs ate my first message. It did. There's no message sorry on the first one. By the way, I bought my first... That's why it does 2 out of 3, then 3 out of 3, and then 1. I bought my first Switch in my life when you were on vacation. I also bought Fata Morgana, the Chinese version. The Chinese translation of the game is also very stunning and equally fascinating. It's been great to learn about and enjoy this game because of you. So I want to say thank you, Fuchan. Thank you for bringing me so much emotion and joy. Something Aini. I know I remember... I've seen this sentence before. Let me translate it. You. Thank you so much for donating the food funds, Hershey Xiaoxiang. I'm glad you've been enjoying the game, playing it in your own pace as well. I really love you. Hun Ai. Oh, okay. Hun Ai. Why didn't I remember that? Damn it. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you have a wonderful evening. What did that turn into reason? Truly, I hate that the father was hesitant in the beginning. I knew something was wrong then and there. I thought the father was hesitant because of the, you know, how Michel is. I thought that's why the father was a little hesitant. He wasn't sure what was going on there. And it was the mother who just instantly was like, yes, daughter. I thought that's what it was. I didn't think it was like, oh, the hair, like the father took the hair and the eye. He was freaked out by the eye color, but he accepted it and it was like, oh yeah, they're so beautiful. But with the hair color, he was fine. With the skin being like very pale, he was fine. And then, yeah, with the eye color, he was like a bit freaked out, but okay. I think it was that even back then they noticed what was going on with Michel. The mother just decided, no, it's my daughter. This is my daughter. The father just didn't care. Yeah, the father just moved on with it. He was like, yes, that's fine. Whatever. There was a cat named Monster Truck. You know what? Monster Truck, yeah, is worse than Ugly Speckles. I like that we see our great characters in Fata Morgana. Some people can be good, but people make stupid, horrible mistakes. And also the idea that you can love your family so much even if they really hurt you. Yeah. That's one great thing about family. You have a lot of chances to make things right if you fuck up. Because you are family. You are bonded by blood. There are things that you went through that nobody else in the world will ever go through. So it sucks when you have bad family, but it's nice like if they change their ways. It's nice if they try to make a change after realizing they've done things that are wrong. But yeah. I forgot what else I read in that message and now my mind went blank. God damn it. Depends on the family members. That's what I mean. Like, family members can do some pretty bad things to you, but actually change their ways. And that's one direction where people can actually find redemption. There's also the fact that when it comes to morally gray characters, it's not just like morally gray as in like, oh, everybody does bad and good. It's like, some days you just wake up and you're fucking angry. If somebody pushes you in the wrong way, you snap back. And that is, again, just a very human thing. If somebody like tries to start a fight with you on a good day, you can be like, I can be the bigger person. I don't care. You can be like, I don't care what they say. I know what type of person I am. But on a bad day, somebody says the wrong thing to you and you just may be like, fuck it, we're throwing hands. I don't give a shit. I don't care if I get arrested. This man has pissed me off. I'm already having a bad day. It's time to fight. Humanity are different shades of gray. Yeah. You never know what anybody going through. You never know what's going on in their life. You just gotta like take a second to step back and think about everything that comes up and just be like, how should I react to this? Am I reacting to this in the right way? Am I just overly emotional right now? Do I need to calm down? And yeah, it doesn't really matter. Two perspectives. Multiple perspectives, actually. Misha, couldn't catch the live, so it's VOD Gang today, but so excited the Fata Morgana is back! One of my favorite visual novels. I hope you're enjoying it, foo. I'm loving it. It's blowing my mind. I hope you do enjoy the VOD when you get to watch it. I hope you didn't get too spoiled by some things we've been talking about. I hope you do have a wonderful evening and rest well. Irrational decisions happen? Yeah. Irrational decisions happen, and I mean, sometimes you just don't have, like, the wherewithal to be logical. Sometimes it's just like, yeah, I'm tired. I don't want to deal with this shit right now. You're making me deal with this shit right now, and so I'm going to be grumpy about it. We're all capable of a wide range of emotions and decisions. And then there's Amy who takes it to an 11. Yeah, then there's Amy who goes from being the calm, kinding big sister kind of character who's trying to be nice and sweet and is adorable to a goddamn sadist to like the 11. God, frick me. That was an interesting character development arc for her. Anyway. Well, don't do that. Go back. Why did my thing broke. Go back to tip history. There we go. What the Mao Jiao Si. I remember this time. It's not Mao. It's not Meow. What the Mao Jiao Si. Ooh, Light Chaser Animation's new film, Ansun Wan Li, is coming out on July 8th. Let me see this movie for you again. Thank you for donating the feed funds. I don't think I even heard of that one. Light Chaser are the ones that did Nerds, right? She's a wench. Oh my god, you really went for that word. I mean, I suppose that's what Michel called her, so that works. Oh, looks very Shanta. Oh wait, no, Light Chaser were the ones who did... they were the ones who did White Snake and Green Snake, right? Yeah, that was Light Chaser. Okay, yeah. Oh, and the other... yeah, right, they did the other Nurja. They did God's Return. New Gods Nurja Returns. And Yang Jian. Damn, they're making a lot of movies in a row. God damn, Sunako. Sunako just went right to the top level word. I wonder why she's like that. Was she just born evil and a snake, or does she have a reason? That's the thing. I mean, the way she talked about Michel being assaulted, it could be that she'd been through that before. And then she talked about Georges being a gentleman. So I guess she's seen some of the darker sides of men in the past. But she also, yeah, she did some horrible things just to even Georges and stuff as well. Who knows? That's the thing. We'll never know. And I mean, nothing justifies what you do to other people. Even if you've had a shitty life, it doesn't make it okay for you to be a shitty person and ruin other people's days and lives. So yeah, it's just, there could be a reason that, I mean, like we saw what happened to Morgana and why she would have reason to want to fuck with the earth and everybody who wronged her. But yeah, maybe she has a reason like that. Who knows? Still fucked up. But yeah, it would be interesting to find out if she did have a reason, a justification in her own mind. But thank you for donating the food funds. Whoa, the Mao GLC. I'm going to try to remember that. It's Mao, not Meow. Hope you have a wonderful evening. And yeah, if that comes out, hopefully that will get moved to Netflix as well. I still haven't watched Green Snake yet. So I need to check out Green Snake at some point as well. That's been on Netflix for a while. But yeah, most of the Light Chaser Animation Studio ones actually get put on Netflix with like a translation. So hopefully I'll be able to watch that too. Luna, I know I'm late, but welcome back, my oh sheep. I'm glad to listen to the kettle laugh voice again. The kettle laugh voice. I'm so much more than that. Sometimes I'm the cringe nerd voice. Sometimes I'm the gourd voice. I'm all kinds of different voices. But thank you so much for donating the food funds, and I'm glad to be back, Luna. It's a massive donation too. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. I hope you have a wonderful time. That's good. Please watch. Oh, Green Snake is good. Good. It looked like it was pretty good. It looked like it was going to be very actiony. I loved White Snake. The music in that blew my mind as well. But the animation was good. The story was pretty good. Does your version of Fata Morgana have the character backstage stuff? I think so. I don't know. It's the Dreams of the Revenant edition. It's the Switch edition. I think that has everything to do with Fata Morgana. Like everything that's in there. I know they also did like a spin-off game. Novek Tale afterwards did like a spin-off game where they use the characters, but they're not actually the characters from the story. They just use the names and sprites, and they're like in a different timeline or something. I don't think I have that, but I have the Dreams of the Revenant edition. Azuki Otsufu-chan. So happy to see the Morgana on stream again. I get sick very badly in the last few weeks, but joining the stream makes me feel less pain. So glad I can be here with Fu-chan in confidence. So thank you so much. I'm so sorry to hear you got sick, but I'm glad you're back. I hope you feel better soon. Hopefully, yeah, a little bit of rest and relaxation. You'll be on your feet in no time. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you feel better as we go on. It does if it's the Switch edition? Let's go. That sounds good then. Seventh Layer. It's another game. Okay. So yeah, it was 7th layer then. That's the one where I'm pretty sure I saw a clip of 7th layer where it was like Mel and now, but they weren't Mel and now. Then I immediately clicked out because I was like, this could be spoilers for other things. But yeah, I know that like they're in that, but it's not them. So whatever. Jessica Winters. While a lot of newborns have obvious determining factors for sex, many are born with ambiguous parts, even when not intersex. Common medical practice even till now is using a tape measure and just guessing. There we go. There we go. You never know. Thank you for donating the food funds, Jessica Winters. Yeah. What was I going to say about that? I saw a lot of people confused about that while it was going on as well, where it was the question of, oh, what does he actually have there? And it was like, yeah, some people can have something that's not quite either one. So yeah. Interesting. The more we learn. Yeah. And yeah, that's the thing. They just didn't know about that back then. So to them, it would be something completely unexplained. Never know. Vemi. IRL things have been overwhelming recently, but your streams and VODs have been a major source of comfort. I'll be catching most of today's stream via the VOD, because I need sleep badly. But I'm glad you're back. Thank you always, and please take care. Thank you so much, Vemi. That's so sweet. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Oh, and please do rest well. Yeah, it sounds like you need it. But please, yeah, take care of yourself. Don't worry if you ever have to miss things. The VODs will always be there. I hope you feel better soon. Cloudcat. TY for the Fata Morgana stream. I can't watch live, so I'll enjoy the VOD later. Can't wait to suffer. Oh, you're gonna suffer. This one was rough. Thank you for toning the food funds, Cloudcat, and please do take it easy. Paradox Mid. More VOD donos. This time heavy rain. Oh god. I finally understand the Jason memes. Yeah. Press X to Jason. This was such a tense story. I really hope this studio makes new things, because all of them have been great. Detroit's still my favorite. That's the thing, and Detroit's the newest. I think they're currently working on a Star Wars game, which I'm not super happy about. Because Star Wars isn't super my thing, but at least they are working on a game. And, I mean, depending on the timeline the Star Wars game's set in, it could be fine, but they always seem to rely too much on nostalgia and don't want to just tell new stories in the Star Wars universe, which would be fine. They can just do that. New Jedis, new Sith, new worlds. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they're currently working on a Star Trek. That actually works better. Who's working on a Star Wars game? I feel like there's a Star Wars game going on right now as well. That's why I liked Rogue One. Rogue One was good. For one thing, I love Donnie Yen and everything. But Rogue One was a good, like, yeah, compacted story. It actually told a story. It didn't just try to be like, do you like Darth Vader? I mean, they had Darth Vader. But it wasn't just like, did you like Darth Vader? Do you like Luke Skywalker? Do you like these characters? You want some Jar Jar Binks? Is it actually Star Trek? You're muted on my end. I think everybody else is hearing me. We're all talking about Star Trek, so that's yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, man. Just shitting on David Cage. I think David Cage has good story beats. And that's all I really need. I can look back at a story and be like, yo, this was stupid as shit. But as long as it like gave me emotions in the middle. Like Detroit has so many dumb moments, but at the same time, when I see Kara trying to defend Alice because something terrible is happening, that shit messes with me. And so I want to protect the baby. Even with how much we shat on the storyline when it came to Two Souls, it was still like, oh, yo, we're throwing planes at people. Ghosty shit. This is kind of fun. Yeah, we have fun with it, even though we can be like, this is dumb. It's the same as like the Fast and the Furious movies. It's like, these are stupid as hell, but man, I'm going to turn my brain off and watch the cars explode. I feel like you have to be able to do that. You have to be able to enjoy silly things. If you take everything too seriously, it's just a problem. But yeah, that's my opinion. It is, the writing can be weird, but I still have fun with them. I get into them. I care about the characters. And then ultimately I'm like, this was silly, but I loved the journey along the way. Out of character. I'm not reading it that way anymore. No more UWUs. Good day, Fufu. I'm so glad I got to catch Fata Morgana live. I miss the dark, gorgeous game so much. TY for the stream. Yeah, it was really good. I enjoyed it. We got so dark this time. There was so much pain, but it was a lot of fun. And immediately my chat broke when I looked at it. What did I do? The script is crazy for Detroit Become Human. Thick as fuck. Yeah, there's a lot going on in that game. That's what I mean. I had fun on like every part of it. I liked Hank and Connor. I was okay with Marcus. I liked, yeah, so much of it was actually looking back, it's like, oh god, the relationships with like Simon and North and other things going on. There's always a lot of silliness in those kinds of games, but like I said, individual moments. Even with Marcus, who I wasn't super connected to, being betrayed by the evil fucking son and trying to hold back beating the shit out of him when he kept hitting me. There was so many good moments. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next one. In fact, now I'm going to look it up. Quantic Dream. Yeah, it is. I was lied to. Star Wars Eclipse by Quantic Dream. It's Star Wars. It's not Star Trek. Who was messing with me? Somebody really had me believing it was going to be Star Trek instead of Star Wars. Wait, really? Yes! I doubted myself. Star Wars Eclipse. Hopefully coming 2024. Yeah, it's going to be a Quantic Dream Star Wars game. Looks interesting. I'll be interested, depending on where it goes. Anyway, god damn it. People really had me believing it was Star Trek, and I was like, okay, that's... Star Trek has gone in a lot of interesting directions. They could have done anything with that, but yeah, Star Wars, hopefully they'll explore something new. Press F to Yoda. They better not. Press F to, like, Metachlorian. Oh god, they've already done so many silly things with superpowers. This is going to be interesting. Pacey, always glad to catch your streams live, Foo, but even more when they're as thought-provoking and carefully made like Fata Morgana. Already can't wait to catch the next stream. Thanks for today, and Otsuba. Otsuba! Thank you for donating the feed funds. Yeah, tomorrow we're just playing Zelda, so it'll be pretty head... Well, I say head empty, but we've already been doing some pretty interesting things with builds and resources. Well, not resources. Mechanics and stuff. Hopefully we can explore some more mechanics yesterday, because there's been some fun ones. Thank you for donating the food funds, and have a wonderful evening. Hope it has Grogu in it. I hope they don't! Unless it's like set hundreds of years in the future and Grogu's like a little baby Yoda at this point. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want them to be like, hey, you liked The Mandalorian, right? That's why we gave you a season 2, which was actually trying to fix the Book of Boba Fett, because we fucked up the Book of Boba Fett by not putting Boba Fett in the Book of Boba Fett, and so now we have to fix that in the Mandalorian, and then there's less Mandalorian, there's Jack Black in the Mandalorian, because everyone loves Jack Black, so let's have some Jack Black in Mandalorian. Nobody do these things you like. You like them, don't you? That's what I feel like about Star Wars, really. Meanwhile, there's all kinds of amazing things they could be exploring. Anyway, Mandalorian season 1 was good. Mandalorian season 1 was good. Okay. Rogue One was pretty okay. I didn't love Rogue One, but I had fun with it. That's what I mean. They just need to do... I didn't like the third trilogy. The third trilogy was like... The first one was just a remake of the original first movie, and I was like, that's okay. The second one tried to go in some very weird directions, and it was like, why? And then the third one just shat all over that as well, and some of the revelations were like, really? With Rey? They built up this whole thing about like anyone could be a Jedi, and then they were like, haha, no, JK. We're not going into it. I'll get into that when Vox finally does his watch along, because Vox loves those movies, and I can't wait to just talk to Voxy about that and be like, it's shit, bro. We can have fun with it, but it's stupid as fuck. Anyway, continuing. Susie, thank you for donating to the food funds. Artifutan, thank you for the amazing voice acting. Fortunately, we live in an era of gender equality where individuals can pursue their interests regardless of their gender. Hope you have a nice day, Fuchan. Good night. Yeah, we're getting there. There's... it depends. Hopefully in the future it'll be like truly perfectly. Yeah, just hey, we're all human. Just treat each other nice. We are doing our best. We're going in the right direction. Thank you for donating the feed fund, Susie, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. RR Otsufuchan, CY for the stream. The story and art. It says R, but he meant art. But Fata Morgana never disappoints. I was cooking and chopped onions at one point. So I had a good excuse for the tears along with the feels. Oh, I thought you were just completely faking the cooking. TY again, and I hope you have a comfy and nice day and night. Thank you. I'm going to have a wonderful evening. It feels like we're finishing early, considering the last time we finished the stream, it ended up at like 5:30 almost. Yeah. The Star Wars paid is real, and yeah, that's what brothers are for. We fight, but we agree on a lot of things. Me and Voxy are very similar in a lot of things, and then in other ways we're very different, so it's always fun to like hear his perspective on things. Oh man. Thank you for donating the feud funds. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Ren Losset, Otsufu-chan, pain everywhere. I feel Amy is worse than Yukimasa. I hope she burns. Oh god. I mean, Yukimasa tortured people a bit more quick, but I mean, Yukimasa straight up murdered people. Amy never murdered anyone. Yukimasa also, spoilers, ate them. And made Giselle cook them specifically so that he could torture her a little bit more too. I don't know. The amount of things you'd have to do to like level them off and see which one is more evil. Yukimasa killed a lot of people too. They're both interesting. They're both interesting characters. That's what matters. At least Yukimasa had some riz. See? I'm not alone. At least I'm not alone. At least I'm not the only one who's down bad for someone that in real life would be fucking terrifying. Oh, God. Anyway. Poor Michel. He needs a hug and much love. At least he got that from Giselle. Didier, though. Bit too hot. Really hot. Bit too hot to the point where he accidentally stole a brother's wife. Can't wait to see the rest. Have a good rest of the day, Fu-chan. Foo pets and every bar. What are foo pets? Oh, cat, and dog. Got you. I was like, wait a minute. Thank you for donating the food funds. Ren Lassa. I hope you have a wonderful evening. To be fair, burn both. I mean, Amy also had Riz with the bro. With the big bro and the little bro. The fact she managed to get the... And all three bros. All three of the brothers. But the fact she managed to get the little brother to completely forgive her after that. She got Riz, man. She got Riz. Susuri, thank you for donating the food funds. The message says, as you could probably guess. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Back in time for the rest of the Zatsu, hooray. What up, Kindred Anon? Yeah, we're coming close to the end now. We're almost at the end of the stream labs. I almost called them super labs. Super lab. June, thank you for donating the food funds. No message, but I hope you have a wonderful evening. Please do rest well, and thank you so much for the donation. I hope you enjoyed the stream today, and thank you for being here. You got gaslight skills, that's all? I don't know, man. She managed to... She didn't have to gaslight to Riz... What's his face? Michel. Michel was just instantly like, yo, she fine as fuck. Look at the way she's swallowing those juices. Which is a line that was said. Don't put that on me. That is a line that was said. She barely even had to say anything to him, and he was just like enamored. And it worked with all three of the brothers. It probably... I'm not even going to go there on the father. The father was a piece of shit. Ah, man. Was it? Was it, Fulgur? It's a line that was said. I'm safe. I just copied a line from the game. Camille, thank you for donating the food funds. Thanks for the stream, Fuchan. Your VA for Fata Morgana is as good as always. Michelle's been through a lot. He deserves all the happiness in another lifetime. Yeah, hopefully they get reborn in the current timeline. They can just be happy here. Just Michel and Giselle living out a nice life. Making this my bedtime story might be a bit much, but I can't wait for the next episode. Yeah, pretty rough for a bedtime story. It goes on for quite a while, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you have a wonderful evening, Camille. And thank you for the compliment. You could tell I was out of practice with the voice acting, because, man, I definitely, especially, I don't know why, George and Didier. For one thing, don't name the hot, manly one Didier. The fucking knight with the short hair and the fucking beard and the grizzled good looks. Call him George. He looks like a George. Didier, on the other hand. Didier sounds like a poet. Didier sounds like a painter. Didier sounds like an artiste. The fact that those two names were reversed was throwing me through a loop so many times. I'd read the name George and I'd be like, yeah, that's the gruff one. And then I'd read Didier and I'd be like, yeah, that's a painter right there. That's a painter's name. Daddier, though. True. But I kept slipping in my voice for Didier as well. Because sometimes he got almost Legatus-like. I was giving him like too much Grizzle. I was trying to make him sound kind of like... What's his name? Brimstone from Valorant. So, just a bit of Grizzle. A bit of that kind of soldier voice. Not quite Solid Snake, because Solid Snake goes more Colonel. But yeah, just a bit of that kind of tone. And then sometimes I would forget that and just go a bit too Legatus and be like, yes, brother. So yeah, bit out of practice, bounced around a little bit. And I definitely didn't start with George having a David Kun voice. I definitely gave him like a normal little girl voice, a little boy voice at first. And then I was just like, he's not as young as I thought he was. Let's just make him David Kun. He's got the right face for it. And it worked. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Which I know. Hey, David Kun voice is a good voice for an anime character. If there's a young male anime character in the 90s, they just all sounded the same. Back in the 90s, I was... Anyway. Yeah, they all had that kind of voice, man. Thank you for donating the food funds, Camille. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Yanez, can we talk about how every little detail from previously rewritten in Michel's door? Nelly's hatred towards marriage, Giselle's shame after being violated, Yukimasa's desire for water, and how he interrogates sailors. Marvelous. And the music too. Thank you, Fu. I didn't even think about Yukimasa's desire for water. Yukimasa, yeah, after he got shipwrecked, he didn't know the language. He was stumbling around just asking people for water. Like, that's the one bit that I didn't get. I got, like, the links to all the other stories so far. But yeah, him as a bestia just being like, please give me water. No one understanding his language and just saying, like, bestia, being scared of him and pushing him away. Him being so desperate that he became a monster himself. He became the bestia. But, yeah... Michel was never quite given that level. So while other people fall to like depravity and evil, Michel just kind of like gave up hope at one point almost. Could remember that detail? Yeah, drawing up that detail is amazing. But yeah, I did remember about like, yeah, Giselle's shame after being violated. I mean, that's in the same timeline as well. We even brought up earlier the fact that Giselle and him went through very similar things. But Nelly's hatred towards marriage, yeah, very much so. And the white-haired girl in door 1 was interesting. Like, he accepts so much as the white-haired girl. If he is the white-haired girl, I'm still just deciding that my theory is right and he is the white-haired girl. But if he is, God, he really got forced to relive his childhood trauma time and time again. In front of Giselle, no less, the person who actually healed him from it. That shit sucks. Morgana tortured him in such a fucked up way. Anyway. Good notes, Giannis. That's, yeah, I like that. I didn't even slightly connect to the water thing. Apple Spider. Otsuhu-chan. This chapter hit close to home on so many levels. The artistry in the writing and how ahead of its time it is astounds me. I wonder if Amy was taking out her repressed frustrations over her gender on Michel too. Still terrible. That could be part of it as well. That's what I was thinking. There are definitely hints there where if you told me that girl was assaulted when she was younger as well, I would believe it. The way she cared for Michel at first and did the whole like, oh yeah, women are weaker. She kind of uses what she can at her disposal. She's one of those characters who accepts her femininity at a time when being a woman was unfortunately not great. She accepts her position in life, but she also wields it as a weapon to get what she wants. If she wants a man, she bats her eyelids and pretends to be this perfect little girl who seduces them. And then she gets away with it with the other brother as well by doing the same thing and being like, oh, but I love you so much. I'm going to dote on you forever now. I'd never do that again. Oh, and doing the whole like, oh, I'm so precious and innocent. You have to protect me. I'm so weak and helpless. You have to marry me. My family would never accept me back if this got out again. Oh, and I'm taking care of Michel now. Oh, the poor thing is so hurt. I've been with her every day and she'll only eat and drink around me. She was going to starve herself if I didn't save your darling sister. That kind of shit. That kind of shit. She wields that shit well. Which means, yeah, she could just be a horrible person just out of nowhere. Or she could have been like hurt a lot as a child as well, and into that kind of position where she was like, well, fine, I'll at least use this in some way. Almost a femme fatale, but not quite. Yeah, not quite on the level of Maria. Maria took that at a whole nother level. Maria should have learned how to aim a gun. Other than that, Maria took it to the full badass femme fatale thing. But yeah, she wants to be Maria so bad, but she's more of a... Well, Maria also did the... Oh, is she Maria? Is Maria her reincarnation? Because Maria also did the torture thing. Maria also like tortured the white-haired girl for like several months, pretending, like working between the two of them. She's got a very different look. We'll see, I guess. I just didn't realize how many similarities there were between Maria and her. Huh. Anyway, that's another interesting thing to keep an eye on. But yeah, thank you for that. That was really cool. Possibly Apple Spider. Possibly, yeah, there's something deeper than her just being a bitch. It could be that, well, more than just a bitch. She's full on like torturous evil. Whatever. Yeah, there could be something there that led her to be that kind of person. Almond Pocky, Atsufu-chan. I'm out of practice with angst. This door was really uncomfortable to sit through and it didn't hold back. No, it did not. Characters are also well written. They're flawed, selfish, violent, and no one is a saint. Thank you for the voice acting as always. No problem. I love the voice acting. Thank you for the huge donation to the food funds. That's so sweet of you, Alvin Pocky. I'm glad you enjoyed it, even though it was uncomfortable. Yeah, there were moments when I was like, I'm just going to get through this dialogue because I was like, this dialogue disgusting. But if I stop every other line to be like, I hate him. He's disgusting. I hate this bitch. This is horrible. Then it just like ruins the flow. So there were points where I was like, I'm super uncomfortable. I'm just going to keep reading until it stops. Surely it will stop soon. It's going to stop soon, right? Hopefully. I also thought Georges looked like Jacopo. He did. And they are linked in the other timeline. Georges had like the exact same facial expressions as Jacopo. He had the same like eyes darting off to the side. I realized that. Did I call that out at one point? Because I know I said that he looked like Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hitsugaya Toshiro to me. But yeah, he also, yeah, he had like the same facial expressions as Jacopo. The same smiles, the same eyes darting to the side, the same like childishness. We'll see. The white-haired girl is Michel. Why was she fine with being married to Jacopo in door 3? But she doesn't have her memories as white-haired girl. As white-haired girl, she has like a different life. It seems her memories are sealed. But she just kind of accepts who she is. That's who she is every time as white-haired girl. It's just like, life kind of sucks, but I kind of need to accept it. And we had Giselle continuously saying like, oh, she is innocent. She does nothing wrong. Like trying to protect the things that she does occasionally do wrong. I don't know, man. It's the guy from Bleach. Yeah, it's the guy from Bleach. Georges and Jacopo look alike. And they do have some adjacent priorities. They're interested in the arts, but Jacopo can't really pursue them. Yeah, I forgot about that too. Jacopo was always like really impressed by art, by like animation in particular. He was so shocked by the animation. And really in love with that, but he was so busy instead on making money. I mean, we know who he is in like the original Morgana timeline as well, but maybe he was back in, oh god, I can't, yeah, okay, there's a lot to get through. There's going to be a lot of revelations as we go on as well. Lots of things that could come up later, could surprise us as well. Like a lot of my theories that I've been bringing up so far could get completely disproven as we go on as well. Kindred and on, thank you for donating the food funds. So glad I caught up to your VODs in time to join the live today. Yo, oh, that's awesome. I'm glad you did. Your voice acting really adds more to the life and feeling of this story. Otsufu. Thank you so much, Kindred and on. That's so sweet of you. I'm glad to hear it. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Please do rest well and take it easy. And I'm glad you got to catch up because, yeah, there are a lot in the VODs. Hope Schmidt, thank you so much for donating the food funds. No message, but I hope you enjoyed the stream today. I hope you have a wonderful evening and thank you for being here with us. How many doors? We don't know. And I honestly don't want to know at this point. I'm pretty sure somebody had told me at some point in the past, but I kind of like, yeah, I've forgotten it at this point. And so I'm like, I don't know. It could be like literally one more stream and it will be like done and Morgana will reveal everything and we'll see whatever kind of ending we get. Or it could be like 4 or 5 more streams. There's a lot to go in on. We go blind? Yeah, we go blind. Same as Zelda. For all I know, Zelda's going to be like a 60-hour game, or it could be like a 300-hour game. I don't know how long the actual story is. I just know that the world is fucking huge, and that's the way I like it. It could surprise us at any time, in any direction, and that's fun to me. Oh, the Hita, Miss Munchkins, the layers, they just keep layering. It's an onion within an onion. How ridiculous. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. I call doors chapters. I mean, yeah, they haven't had doors for a while. Like, I think they always said like chapter 1, 2, 3, but I was always calling them door 1, 2, 3 because we literally, well, did they call them door 1, 2, 3? I can't even remember anymore. But yeah, it started with doors, but ever since we went into like Giselle's past, they stopped being doors. He just kind of got sucked into darkness every time. With Morgana, it was like a deep purplish red thing that you got sucked into, and with his mind, it was pure darkness as well. It's door. I mean, he hasn't been walking through doors anymore. He's just been sucked into things. It definitely said chapter 7 this time. It didn't say door. Did it? Wait. Now I'm doubting myself. It may have. Rain! I showed my grandma some clips of you when I was visiting her, and she said you sound like a very nice gentleman. That is about the best compliment I can get. That's incredibly sweet. That's the kind of feeling I want to give off. I want to be like, he's super funny, or like, oh, he's super knowledgeable. Yeah, nice gentleman. Nice. That's cute. I hope your grandma enjoyed them. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you have a wonderful evening, Rain. I hope she didn't cringe too much. I saw doors. Okay, so it was door. That's fair. Fuchan. Thank you so much for this stream. Uh-oh. I have to translate this bit. I don't recognize any of that. Is that the symbol for God? No, it's just similar. Translate. In various senses. Why does that have a threatening aura to it? Thank you so much for this stream in various senses again. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. I'm worried. But thank you for donating the food funds. You said that twice. I hope you have a wonderful evening, Fuchan. Please rest well and take it easy. Did I break a thing? It's weird. Anyway. Okay, let me refresh this. Crap. Did a thing wrong. There we go. Yes. Okay. At this point, I wouldn't call it onion layers at this point. I would call it layers of a dead whale. Dead whales, yeah. They create their own environment. Did you guys know that? They call it a whale fall. When a whale dies, it starts off like floating at the top and some birds get to it. But then it like, all the gases fall out of it. Some of them do explode. But they eventually sink down to like the bottom of the ocean. And down at the bottom of the ocean, it's called a whale fall. It can last like up to 5 years. The first things that get to it are like bottom feeders, like eel looking things and octopus looking things that like start to peel off the flesh. But then there are things that appear that like live inside the body and even break down parts of the bones and stuff. Yeah, they create an entire ecosystem that lasts for years down there. It's kind of incredible. Crabs like start living on it for like a good while between like the 2 levels. It's crazy. It was a very interesting, what do you call that, documentary that I watched about it. It was very relaxing and chill. It talked about whale falls. You straight up, yeah, last video. Why do we always get to animal facts? How did we get to dead whale layers? Yeah, what? That isn't even really layers. That's just like time periods. Sounds horrible and cool. Yeah, nature be like that. But yeah, look it up. It's actually pretty cool. It doesn't even look like too disgusting because obviously it's a whale corpse. It's like underwater, so it doesn't really like break down in any weird way. I love animal facts. Me too. Maybe too much. Maybe I need to stop bringing them up. Small Fox, thank you so much for donating the feed funds. Bro, Door 7 was wild. I was sad, mad, and didn't know my Kokoro could break more than it could for Michel. Your VA made it so immersive. I was literally crying when the brothers had their reunion. Thank you for navigating Fata Morgana with us. Yeah, same. Oh, God, especially that final question. But everything leading up to it was so good as well. And I'm still so worried that maybe not the full truth has come out. Like maybe the father wasn't even going to actually execute him and they decided to just get him out of the house. I'm worried that there's going to be something there where it's like, ah, yeah, the brothers weren't actually allies for you. But I'm hoping they were. I'm hoping that he at least had that in his life. He already had Giselle that he loves so much, but I'd like to think he had the support of his brothers as well. That they didn't have anything to do with his death or anything to do with lying. I don't think Didier would lie through his teeth about that and just be like, yeah, dad's gonna kill you. You need to get out of here. I think he would tell the truth. Like, he just plainly hasn't lied so far. He's told the harsh truth more often than not. Huh. And finally, oh wait. But yeah, thank you so much for donating the Food Fund Small Fox. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Yeah, that was a very powerful moment, especially with the violins playing. Like I said, the final question. Oh, they handled that so damn well. Nixie, I love Michel. With or without the double LE. True. Honestly, yeah. If he is Whitehead Girl, I've loved Whitehead Girl this time as well. And now we can see why that trauma is set in so much across so many different timelines. God damn. Just want to protect Michel with the LLE. I just want Michel otherwise to just be happy. He's such a strong character now. He has become what he wanted to be. He doesn't back down anymore. He's rushing through the mansion, knowing how powerful Morgana is and being like, I'll take on whatever it is. He's already suffered the pain of having died slowly in a tower. He felt the same pain that she had, of having an arm cut off and then having the different limbs fail and having died slowly, and still managed to keep going and say he would dive into his own memories as well. Now he's dealing with the trauma that broke him once and he's trying to work through it just to save Giselle, just to move forward. He's become so strong. He's done so much. I'm so happy for him. This is my favorite door so far. Dialogues is so well written. The way Michel questions others, but also himself, and also the audience is so emotional. Yeah, it's written very well in that way as well. In the way that it makes you think about, like, the way that society puts pressure on people. Like, the way that we are in society now, for all we know, like, give it just 20 years, let alone 100, or the point, it's 1099 in this timeline. So give it 1,000 years, who knows what society is going to look back on us like and think we were barbarians about. Who the fuck knows? So yeah, everybody in this story is just doing their best in their own ways. Thank you for donating the food funds, Nixie. And yeah, I love these characters as well. I want them to find happiness. Giselle and Michel especially, but even Morgana. Morgana's been lost in her hate for so long. I can't even like truly hate her and be like, yo, just burn the witch. Because like, she had such a bad life. I just wanted to be free of that. I wanted to be set free and just sleep, rest. You had a shitty life, child. Why are you having a shitty afterlife? Just sleep. You can be free. And okay, sometimes, well, I'll just leave it at that. True. I understand his weird aversion to women when he acted badly to Giselle, but learned from it. Yeah, he learned so much even just in his first life. He got so traumatized by Amy, saw another woman smiling at him, and to be fair, he was right. He wasn't right that she was evil, but he saw a woman smiling at him and being nice to him, even though like most people avoid him. And he was like, wait, this isn't right. You're tricking me. I've had this done before. And yeah, just he placed his distrust of Amy on her. But yeah, he was right that she was hiding a lot of shit behind a fake smile. So he kind of saw through that a little bit. And then he was able to learn from that and realize, oh, no, Giselle's okay. She was hiding her own trauma. She wasn't hiding a bunch of whatever you would call what Amy was up to. God damn it. So yeah, being normal is quite hard itself, but being different is more difficult. Just imagine in that age it would be horrific. Yeah, they just had no idea what that was back then. They had no idea how to deal with it. I mean, the fact that he was also born albino, like, as it was, people treated albinos horrible back then. They sometimes thought they were cursed. They sometimes thought they were evil. Fuck, just like 100 years ago, they used to be, everybody used to like hate on ginger people and be like, oh, if you have red hair, you have no soul, was a thing that people used to say. And I mean, anybody who was slightly deformed, give it like maybe even 60, 70, maybe even 50 years ago. No, 50 years ago is a bit too soon. But just like a couple decades ago, they used to just collect them and throw them in a circus and treat them like they weren't human. Shit like that, yeah. There's so much going on. We are at least moving forward. The universe was like, F this man for no reason. Yeah, pretty much. That's why I felt like so bad for him and felt that so much when he was like, God damn it. And then he like double took himself and was like, I shouldn't say that, but you know what? Yeah. God damn it. God has kind of fucked me over here. Fufu, do you have a favorite chapter / door so far? Everyone has been better than the last so far, but part of that is probably because how raw they feel each time. So yeah, I can't really say. I'm not going to only have to beat the game, I'm going to have to have beaten the game and then sit and think about it for like a month or two before I can say which chapter is actually my favorite. Because right now, number 1 feels like the weakest, but at the same time, I remember getting through number 1 and thinking that was incredible. It kept escalating. What was number 2? I know number 3 was Jacopo. Number 2 was Yukimasa. Yukimasa was a lot of fun. But yeah, there's been so much going on. Morgana's shit was pure tragic. Giselle's shit was pure tragic. And I mean, at this point, they're also connected as well. Like, technically, it's just one storyline that's gone through, like, Michel's current, Giselle's past, Morgana's past, and now Michel's past. They're all, like, connected in that way. I love the Bestia Door. Bestia Door was great. I had a lot of fun voice acting that one. I had a lot of fun. I just think he's neat. I just think Yukimasa's a neat guy. Very fucked up person, but it was fun. It was fun. In fiction. In fiction. It was a good time in fiction. But yeah, I can't really say a favorite. For now, it is literally like, obviously, Michel's door that we just went through. God, that was so traumatic. It was so fucked up. It was so well written. It was so poetic. One thing that I would say that I loved about the door before this, where we, like, the fact that we got a whole fake door about Giselle, and then we got a real door and it corrected all the information. But the fact that that one kept bouncing backwards and forwards between Giselle's viewpoint and Michel's viewpoint, I loved that. And it would just be like, one would have the roses on the right side and the other one would have the ivy on the left side. And that would be like the distinguishing mark between whether we were seeing it through Giselle or Michel's viewpoint. I loved that. That was done really well. But they've done all kinds of things like that throughout this that have really blown my mind. All of them are great. So yeah, I've just been enjoying everything. Give me like a month after I've finished the game and then I'll maybe be able to give like a tier list. But until that point, it's just like the story is incredible, is all I can really say. You sound very tiki pedo while talking about him. Yeah. I'm okay with that. Got bamboozled so hard. Yeah, it's just that good. You like orchestra? You mean like the music? I love the music. There are points, even up to this, like, that's the thing. We're 7 doors in now. And there was still a point where I was like, I just had to shut up and listen to the music for a bit as it swelled up and you had that like nice gentle piano and the creepy sounds in the background. I mean, that started from way back in door 1. As soon as we went through the first door and I heard the music with like the soft voice, I was like, oh, this is amazing. There's been so many times just like in the middle of a story, the music swells up and I'm just like, hold on. Let them cook. Let's just enjoy this for like 30 seconds. It's so good. Morgana's door felt different in the way it was presented as well. A divergence from the format the rest have used. Michel's door is like in between format, whereas her one wasn't told like in the visual novel. Well, it is a visual novel, but it was told in more like a old school visual novel way, where there's just one huge picture and then the text like appears from top to bottom, rather than having a dialogue box at the bottom that continuously shifts with the different people on it. And then this one, we've got like the portraits still, but they're like more solid. Yeah. I feel like the music goes along the script, really creates the mood. Makes sense since he was even older. Yeah, I guess that's what they were aiming for, to give it like a almost biblical kind of feel. Like the one solid picture where the text slowly appears and takes up the entire picture. I don't know why, but it does remind me of like biblical scripture, especially the 10 Commandments for some reason. It's like an entire image then being covered in text from top to bottom. I don't know if that's something else that's like it's channeling that I remember that it's attached to in my mind, but yeah, biblical it definitely feels linked to. Anyway, you are me, but I'm like that for Jacopo. Fair enough. We can all enjoy our different characters. Exactly, and she was thought to be the child of goddess, whatever. Yeah. Prose feels different in the way that Giselle telling Michel her story was very matter-of-fact, separated. Yeah. Yeah. Meanwhile, Michel always gets very, very poetic about things. I like the way Michel tells things. Giselle was always very matter-of-fact and just like, oh, master, you didn't think that was happening, did you? Tee-hee. No, don't worry about it. Let's just continue. Whereas Michel's like always very exploratory in his thoughts. He talks about how he feels and moves forward things. He's got away with words. Yeah, he does. They did such a good job with the writing, the art, everything, the storyline, God, music, all comes together so perfectly. With that said, I think this is a good place to end this. Tomorrow, we're going to be back for Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. If you haven't watched it already, please do watch the first part of that. I'm going to be playing that game a lot. So, yeah. Oh, God, we ended up going for 5 hours. I remember every day. That's good, though. That's good, though. I'm glad my strength is coming back to me. Like, this felt like nothing. This felt like nothing. We already flew through 5.5 hours. So, yeah, this is good. Strength coming back to me. Minecart nighttime? Hell yeah. Although I don't have a minecart. Oh, all of my minecart stuff is gone, actually. The sword broke and the shield, like, broke. Both the shields broke. We need to find another minecart to strap to our shields. We need to be Tony Hawk in that game. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, it does. Did you get Oreo? Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't get Oreo, but I can just go to any ranch? Horse house. Stable. I couldn't remember the word stable. I love that in the middle of that I said horse house. That just came out of my mouth without my brain thinking that's not a phrase. I get ranch. I started at ranch and I was like, that's not the term. But the fact that horse house fell out of my mouth before I could stop it is so fucking funny to me. It's been 5 hours. I'm allowed to sound dumb. It's not wrong. I mean, it is a horse house. That's what it does. It houses horses. That's just so silly to me. Normally when something like that comes into my mind, I bring it up later and I'm like, here's this dumb thing that came into my head. But that time it just spilled out of my mouth and I was like, what are you saying for chat? Ennis, oh master. I missed Giselle saying that, man. It was fun. I still did my Twitter post this morning in that style because it just confuses people and I find it funny. Yeah, I miss that and I miss, oh, dearest Mal. Oh, dearest Mal, we should go to the, we should go to the theater together. I love the theater, dearest Mal. Like, oh my God, the different, like, that's another thing they're really good at doing in this visual novel is giving the different characters different voices through the writing. Through the writing, you'd be like, oh, master, don't be silly. So you have that. You have, like, Giselle. You have fucking Maria, who had, like, the double thing, where she tried to be a good little maid, but then she kept slipping into, yeah, whatever, y'all. I'm a 1920s gal. I just want to shoot people. Okay. I'm actually going to head out now. I got distracted again. Damn it. Thank you for donating the food funds, Ennis. Thank you for everybody who joined us today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I had a wonderful time. This was fantastic. I love Fata Morgana so much. I can't wait to see more. I don't know how much more we've got, but I'm excited. Tomorrow's Zelda. The day after, I'm taking a day off. But be prepared. At around my normal time, or maybe a little later, we may watch some more The Last of Us. Because I really want to continue The Last of Us series right now and finish it. So yeah, on my day off, I may just randomly in the morning be like, hey guys, membership stream. Let's watch some more Last of Us and see who turns up. And I'll just basically watch it because I want to watch the show. But I didn't want to watch it without you guys. Episode 4, right? No, it's actually episode 3. We only got through the first 2, even though we were supposed to get through the first 3 before. So it's episode 3, which I heard is a big departure from the actual game. But it's something unique, so that'll be interesting. Thank you all for joining me today. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Do not be led astray, my confidants. And as always, I will catch you guys next time. Hey, that was a pretty smooth transition. I'm getting back.
change the music as it transitioned between scenes. I'm relearning. I'm becoming a proper streamer again. And as usual on the way out, I'd like to say a special thank you to everybody who joined the membership today. Everybody who joined for the first time, everybody who's rejoined, and everybody who donated and gifted membership to the sheep pile, including Luthier, thank you so much for the gifted membership right now. Cacciatore, Wendy, Lem, Shirley, and Lem, thank you so much for the gifted. Jin, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Lee, thank you so much for the 20 gifted membership. That's so many. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Howdy. Purple Hyacinth. Luthier, thank you for another gifted. Ying Shijie, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Lala, thank you so much for the 50 gifted membership. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful evening and rest well as always. So sweet of you to always show so much support to us. Please take it easy. Jenin, Tanya S, Misaki 3, R-Star the Villain, Tori, Ameru Sawada, Agi-chan, Ilya, Oremochi, Diamond-san, Mutor, Ani Salna, Shinyan, Yang Zuji. Oh yeah, you told me to stop trying to say the second part. Yangzi. Because I always mess it up. Tea Time. Kyotsubasa. Grey Hair Archie. Vin. Yuzu W, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Chu Pingo. Okay, I had to read that word by word, but I was like, I know this one. Annie Wu. Miyu, thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership. That's so sweet of you. Hope you enjoyed the stream. La Vie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Oh my god, we got so many gifted today. Thank you so much. Lily. Maotian, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Noreen, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Hazuki Lilium, thank you so much for 5 more gifted membership. And that's an adorable wolf image. I love it. He's smiling so happy. Not the same. Lycheeve. Lays. Oh, I skipped 1 minute. And finally, Sunny Pa. Thank you all so much for joining the membership, and thank you to anybody who watched this stream. So happy to be here. And we got a raid from Enna as well. That was wild. I don't think I've ever been raided by Enna before, but that was nice. Aloe Peeps dropped in just after the worst part, which was good. That could have been bad otherwise. But that was nice to see. But let me see who I can send you guys to. Selen's playing Diablo 4 up hardcore. That's the only person streaming right now, apparently. So I will send you guys to Selen. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for joining me. Rest well, confidants. Do not be led astray. I will see you guys tomorrow for Zelda, which I'm so excited for. Catch you guys next time. Goodbye.